Golden Age Radio is starting now. Subscribe to get future updates.
Buckle in and prepare for a great lineup tonight, starting with The Twilight Zone, 0 Hour, Suspense, Mystery Theater, The Inner Sanctum, Theater 5, Escape, X-1, Dimension X, and Space Patrol.
There is a fifth dimension beyond that which is known to man. It is a dimension as vast as space and as timeless as infinity. It is the middle ground between light and shadow, and it lies between the pit of man's fears and the summit of his knowledge. This is the dimension of imagination. It is an area which we call the Twilight Zone.
Now, Mr. Jensen, I think I have the basics here.
Oh, yeah?
41 years old, unmarried, no physical ailments, no previous visits to a psychiatrist.
No previous arrest either, okay? And the only time I ever saw a shrink before was in a cartoon.
Best you'll find us helpful and, at worst, harmless. Cigarette?
No thanks.
Do you mind if I smoke?
Hey, go ahead. It's your office.
Now then, your occupation?
Oh, gosh, various jobs. Part-time bookie, I was a car dealer. I tended a bar one time, right down the street from here. A couple of doors down. Andy's place. I was a butcher. Highly successful butcher, too. Knew how to make my thumbs weigh 12 pounds on the scale. So what do you say, Doc? How do I stack up? Normal? Abnormal? Subnormal? What's the story?
Family?
Father, mother, both married. Scranton, Pennsylvania. My old man was a coal miner.
Coal?
Yeah, you know, little black things that people used to put in the furnaces.
Sounds like interesting work.
Oh, it does. Then maybe you ought to go to a psychiatrist. You know, I think I will take one of those cigarettes.
Surely.
What, do you want me to pull up a couch now or something?
Not if you're comfortable in the chair. Let's begin, shall we?
Nothing shakes you up at all, does it, Doc?
How do you mean?
Oh, I don't know. Everything's all calm and cool. You know, when I walked in here, you made an inventory. The cut of the clothes, the way I talk. And up inside your head, huh? That's where you mark down those results. And then later you put it all in little pigeonholes. You got me pegged, don't you?
Not entirely.
You figure you're talking to what? Maybe a minor league horse player, huh? Maybe I'm a little hungover, maybe a little buggy in the head. But either way, about 40 degrees tilt. And my cigarette went out.
Here.
All right. Pigeonhole this, Dr. Gillespie. If said minor league horse player tells you some half-witted story, can you tell him if he's maybe off his rocker? Without Sigmund Freud and all that junk? Huh? Can you tell me in plain English what is wrong with me?
I can try.
All right? Here goes. I keep having a dream. A crazy dream. Are you writing this stuff down?
Go on. I'll make notes on the things that seem pertinent.
Well, I don't know if any of this is pertinent, because it probably sounds nuts. Sounds nuts to me. But there it is.
I'm listening.
I've had this dream maybe, I don't know, 5, 6 times.
What kind of dream?
The real kind.
How do you mean?
Have you ever had a dream that you swear was real?
I guess we all have.
Over and over again?
The same dream?
The same dream, identical. Never changes.
Tell me about it.
It always begins the same way. I'm lying in a bed, and I just wake up all of a sudden, right? I open my eyes, start looking around.
And what do you see?
Hotel room, you know, nothing fancy. I mean, nice, regular. You know, I have Venetian blinds like you got here. So I get up and go across the room with my bare feet, all right? Now, I'm wearing pajamas that definitely are not mine. And I open up the blinds. Bright sun, blue sky, beautiful day. Beach, palm trees, like a vacation, you know? So open up the window. You get those French doors, whatever you call them. And what do I hear? Steel guitars, ukuleles, you know, that hula music. The only thing is I've never been to Hawaii in my life. I don't even know what Hawaii looks like, except, you know, what you see in the movies. But it's as real as anything. And here's the crazy part. I don't know how I got there. But I do know, as well as I know anything in my life, that I'm supposed to be thousands of miles away. And there's nothing, absolutely nothing, Doc, that I can do about it. And that's when things get really weird. I mean, just bizarre.
Once upon a time, there was a psychiatrist named Arnold Gillespie and a patient whose name was Peter Jensen. Mr. Jensen walked into the office exactly 9 minutes ago. You might want to make note of that. It is 11 o'clock, Saturday morning, October 5th. You might want to make note of that, too, very specifically. It may seem trite to be so specific about the hour and the day, but in this case, it's of extreme importance. Because this isn't just a story about a man with a recurrent dream, one whose meaning the good doctor is about to help him unravel and sort out. Nothing so simple. Involved in this story is something new, not found in any textbook, Freudian or otherwise. Something we'll call, for want of a better term, the time element.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, The Time Element, starring Bobby Slayton, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Front desk.
Hey, tell me something. So, I got in pretty late last night, didn't I?
I beg your pardon, sir?
I asked you if I got in late last night.
Is this 206?
I don't know, is it 206?
I really don't know, Mr. Jensen. I wasn't on duty last night.
Yeah, how about a morning paper?
Oh, should be one in the hall outside your door.
Yeah, thanks.
That's perfectly all.
What do you call this place, anyway?
Sir?
Well, was that such a hard question? I just asked you the name of the hotel. Do you work here, pal? What, are you just inspecting the kitchen or something?
Why, this is the Royal Hawaiian. Are you sure you're in the right hotel, Mr. Jensen?
That's a good question. Here's the paper. December 6th. December 6th? What kind of crazy...
Maid service. Did you sleep well, sir?
Yeah, that's a moot question.
Do you want me to clean the room now?
Hey, do you want to explain the gag to me now?
Excuse me, sir?
Do me a favor. Deliver a little message for me. You tell the guy, whoever put you up to this, that I'm going to knock out his teeth one by one.
I don't know what you mean.
Yeah, and take the phony newspaper with you, all right, lady? This is October.
October, sir? What's October?
What's October? 30 days. How's October? April, June, November, huh? Am I getting through to you? This month right now. It's October, right?
I don't believe so, sir. It's December.
It's what?
December the 6th.
Yeah, that's what I thought you said. December 6th.
Are you all right, sir?
Oh, yeah, I'm just fine. I'm fine. Except that obviously I've just come down the home stretch of the biggest toot in the history of man. You're telling me this is December. Well, last night I was in New York City. And it was October.
If you're not feeling well, I can come back later.
Not feeling well? You know what? That's the champion blue ribbon understatement of the year. You know, a little toot that lasts 2 months and ends up in, what's the name of this place?
The name of what place, sir?
This place right here.
The Royal Hawaiian.
That's what I mean. Since when is there a Royal Hawaiian Hotel in New York?
It isn't in New York, sir. It's in Honolulu.
Well, that figures, because the Royal Hawaiian is in Honolulu. Of course. See, that leads me to the next question. What am I doing in Hawaii?
I'm sure I don't know, sir.
That's what I thought you said. Hey, just one more question. No, come here. No, I'm okay. Come here.
Really?
Let me ask you anything else, I promise.
What, sir?
This hotel got a bar?
Oh, yes, sir. A lovely one.
And where is this lovely bar?
Downstairs, off the lobby.
Thank you. You're a doll. Sorry if I upset you. Well, look, if I ever had another mother, I really hope it's you, okay? Come back later. We'll dance.
Oh, yes, sir. Absolutely, sir.
How you doing, pal?
Hello, sir. Bar's pretty crowded. I can show you to a booth if you like. There's one by the window.
No, I want to sit at the bar.
There are no seats left at the bar, sir.
Look, let me ask you something. The President of the United States comes in here, wants a seat at the bar. You'd have one for him, wouldn't you?
I suppose so, sir.
Sure you would. Why? Because he's your commander-in-chief. But I guarantee you he's not going to be here today. So you know what? How about if I take his stool?
Well, not my commander, but still.
Not yours? What does that mean? This is the United States of America, right?
No, sir. It's Hawaii.
Yeah, that's what I just said. Hawaii. Are you a state or aren't you?
A state? Hardly. That's one thing that will never happen.
Is that right? But you know what? Why don't you take a look at the history books? Because for your information, buddy, Hawaii became a state in 1959. What do you think of that?
1959. Well, that's very funny.
Yeah, well, you're not funny, all right? Bloody Mary, please.
That stool's occupied.
Yeah, by who? The Invisible Man?
Guy just stepped out.
Then you know what? I'll keep it warm for the guy.
Give the gentleman a drink.
Yeah, I want the tomato juice really anemic with lots of vodka, huh? Maybe 5 fingers, huh?
You're the boss.
Sure, baby. We'll take a walk on the beach.
Then we can have lunch in the room.
Sounds swell.
That's better. Keep 'em coming, my boy. I'm on the last lap of the biggest binge in the world. Ha ha.
Rough night?
Rough night. Why don't you try 30 of them? Would you believe it? I passed out in New York a month ago. And this morning, I wake up here.
I know the feeling. One time, I fell asleep at the Dublin airport, and when I woke up, I was on a British troop train going into Palestine. That really happened. Can you believe that?
Good man. Hi, you two.
Hi. I'd like you to meet my wife.
Charmed. I'd like you to meet my drink.
How do you do?
You kids look like you're in love. How long have you been married?
1 day, 6 hours, and 12 minutes.
No kidding. Never would have guessed it. Hey, bartender, you're from New York, aren't you?
Born, bred, and raised. How'd you know?
'Cause you got a picture of the great Fiorello LaGuardia. It's the best mayor New York City ever had.
It sure is.
Was.
How's that?
He was a good mayor.
That's what I said.
No. You said he is.
Well, isn't he?
He was. 'Cause he's not here now, is he?
No, I guess he isn't. He's in New York, where he should be.
Yeah, 'cause he's dead.
I sure hope not. When did you hear that?
Anybody ever tell you you got a wacky, nutsy sense of humor?
What are you, the argumentative type?
No, not me. I just want to tell you that if you're trying to rip me, I'm going to come back there behind the bar for about 7 minutes, and you're going to be fixing all those Bloody Marys with a fresh supply of blood from a broken nose, all right?
Hey, take it easy, mister. Let me buy you a drink.
No. Let me buy you one, okay? Come on, around for the newlyweds.
You know they're drinking champagne.
Hey, what do I look like here? Deadbeat? Come on, give him champagne.
2 more.
To the bride and groom.
Long may she wave.
Hey, bartender, over here. What'll it be?
So what do you off a ship?
You bet your life. Best one afloat.
The Arizona.
The what?
The Arizona.
Well, when did they drag her out of the mud?
Say,
Don't get mad, honey. He didn't mean anything.
talking about my battle wagon, and she's never been close to the mud.
Oh, she hasn't, really. Hey, buddy boy, let me tell you something. Got a lovely wife, but a lousy memory. And now you trying to tell me the Arizona was never sunk?
I'm not trying to tell you, I'm telling you. The Arizona's never been sunk in her life.
Never, huh?
You know it.
You know it, I don't, okay? I say she got sunk on December 7th, 1941, okay? And that's where she sits today, in the mud at Pearl Harbor, okay? Now, what do you think of that?
What'd you say?
I said...
I have returned. I feel like a new man. And now that new man needs a drink, too. Oh, here's your newspaper, bartender. Another one of your liquid libations for me, please?
Get off that stool.
He was here before.
Let me see that paper.
Take it with you on your way out.
Let me see this. Jap envoys to FDR. Hey, wait, what kind of paper is this, huh? What are you guys doing? Where'd you get this? The Honolulu Advertiser, Saturday, December 6th, 1941.
You owe me for the champagne. And 1 Bloody Mary.
But it isn't 1941. Do you hear me? Ask anybody. You. How about you? Somebody speak up. What is the matter with you people?
I have to ask you to leave now, buddy.
Oh, what? Because you think it's 1941? Because everybody in here is in on this stupid joke? It's not 1941. It can't be 1941. I mean, how could it be? So how can it be 1941, Doc? Can you tell me that? Huh?
And the dream ends there?
No. It just goes on.
I see. But up to that point, each dream is identical, you say?
Identical. I even remember going to the door of the bar and looking out in the street. And I see all the cars. 1939, 40, 41 models. Nothing newer.
Go on.
All right. Get this. And this is what separates the men from the wacky. I don't think it's a dream, Doc. It's not a dream. Make all the little chicken tracks you want on that little piece of paper. What I'm telling you here is the goods.
I believe you.
You do? Then why don't you call up the sanitarium and tell them we'll take a double room? Because you're nuts also.
I mean, I understand why you think it's real. Some dreams are extremely realistic. As often as not, they're impossible to distinguish from reality.
No, you don't get what I'm saying. Look, it isn't just that it's real while I'm asleep, Doc. Well, I'm telling you this. It's still real. It's still real even when I'm awake. All of it. Look, I've had dreams like everybody else, but as soon as it started, I knew it was different. Do you understand me? Do you understand me? You don't understand me. These are not dreams.
If they're not dreams, Mr. Jensen, what are they?
What do you think they are?
Let's examine the alternatives. I can think of only one.
That's the one I'm thinking of, okay? I wake up in a hotel room in 1941. But I mean, I really wake up. I really wake up, and it's really 1941. Do you understand?
Going back in time.
That's what I'm doing, Doc. I'm going back in time.
Huh. Interesting. What happens then when you're back in time?
You sure you want to hear this?
I do.
Then hold on to your hat, Doc, because from this point on, things go completely screwy. Yellow? Want to place a bet? Well, are you a bookie or not? All right, then. I'm going to take Joe Louis over Buddy Bear. What are the odds on Louis? Well, they will be scheduled, okay? They're going to fight on January 9th. Yeah, January 9th, okay? Make it Louis in the first round. Now, what's the line? 30-1. That's more like it. What do you mean, how do I know? Just trust me, I know. I know, that's all. The name's Jensen. I'm with the Royal Hawaiian. Now, how about the All-Star game for next year? Hey, do you want to cover me or not, huh? Okay, I'll take the American League. Let me ask you something. What kind of odds if I predict the score? I spend the next 2.5 hours making bets on sure things, right? Every race, every prize fight, every football game I can remember happening after December of 1941. See, I gotta figure that if this goes on, I'm a shoo-in to put every bookie in town out of business. Now, I'm not scared, you understand? See, I don't have one idea what I'm doing back here, but as long as I am here, I figure, hey, why not put it to good use? You know what I'm saying? Jensen, that's right. Royal Hawaiian. Oh, hey, how are you, buddy? You're the ensign from the bar.
I hope you don't mind.
No, come in.
I just wondered, how you doing?
I'm fine. Come on in. Have a drink.
My wife asked me to stop by and see how you felt.
Yeah, it was very nice of her. I feel great. I'm fine. Hey, what are you drinking?
No thanks. We're going swimming. She was a little concerned. My wife, I mean.
About what? About me?
Well, it's just that down at the bar after you saw the paper and...
No, don't worry about it. I was going to ring you up and apologize. That whole Arizona bit.
Sure. Are you, sick or something?
No, I'm not sick.
Well, what made you say it wasn't 1941?
No, nothing. I was a little whirly in the head, that's all.
Sure. Well, we'll be back about 4 or 5. Maybe you'd like to have a drink with us then, if you feel okay.
You got yourself a deal. Hey, one more thing.
Yeah?
So what do you do on the Arizona?
I'm in the engineering section.
You work down below?
Yeah, most of the time.
Good job?
I like it. Well, we'll give you a call.
Yeah, sure thing.
How is he?
I think he's okay. Said to give him a call when we get back.
Oh, that's great.
So I remember thinking, right at that moment, these two kids were so much in love, you could take the looks they gave each other, you could spread it on pancakes. And while I'm watching them, it hits me. This boy looks down in the hold of a ship that has about 14 hours left to ride the waves. After that, it goes down under with 1,000 men. And suddenly, making bets on things that I know will happen seems about as interesting as catching lake trout in a milk bottle. You know what I'm saying? Somehow trying to help those two kids is the one thing in the whole wide world that matters. So I do the only thing I can do. I make a fool out of myself. Hey, front desk? Hey, I need directions to get to the Schofield barracks. Yeah, right. Yeah, U.S. Army base.
Come in.
Excuse me, Colonel, but...
Spit it out, Bailey.
That guy is still in the orderly room, sir. Says he wants to see somebody in charge.
Who's this now?
Some jerk with a tambourine or something. Must be Save a Soul Saturday.
What's this story?
I can't piece it all together, sir. Something about the Japanese having bombs?
This ought to be good. Send him in.
Yes, sir. The Colonel will see you now.
You're Mr.
Jensen, Pete Jensen.
I'm Colonel Abernathy. What's on your mind, Mr. Jensen?
First of all, Colonel, I want to guarantee that I'm not going to get stuck in a rubber room when I'm finished telling you this.
You've got it.
I have information that the Japanese are bombing Pearl Harbor tomorrow morning. 8 a.m. Honolulu time.
You know this to be a fact.
Colonel, as sure as I know, the good Lord made racehorses. They're coming over here in about 30 waves off a bunch of carriers. They're going to plaster us while we're still in bed. Oahu, the airfield, right here too. Schofield Barracks.
This is very serious. Better take immediate steps. Bailey?
Sir?
Have Captain Franklin contact the naval station at Pearl.
Yes, sir.
See that they have all personnel standing by. At least 30 PBYs ready to go up. Tell Lieutenant Ordway to call the commanding general. All troops on the beach.
If you say so, sir.
All right, come on, knock it off. Cut the game. Listen to me, you brass-covered hyena, okay? Don't you say that nobody warned you. I warn you. You gotta listen to me.
I'm sure you're right. Now you can leave peacefully, Mr. Jensen, or I'll have you escorted outside.
Go walk by myself, okay? And if anybody grabs me, you're gonna have to call the medical corps on the double.
We don't appreciate that kind of talk.
Is that a fact? And what do you appreciate, Colonel, huh? Maybe you'd appreciate a big punch in the jaw. All the trouble I take for getting over to try to save you people. And this is what I get?
All right, Jensen, zip it.
You walk on that lower lip one more time, soldier boy, and I'll get you out of the Army on a medical. You understand me?
Believe me, Mr. Jensen, this is going to hurt me worse than it hurts you.
Oh, I believe it.
Colonel!
Oh!
Are you all right?
Place this man under arrest and fit him for a straitjacket.
Yes, sir.
Then what happened?
Well, finally they let me leave, right? After I answered some questions about what year it was, and did I know who the president was? I had some trouble with the vice president. Truman, of course, sure. But, Roosevelt dies, Truman takes over, then it's Eisenhower. Good thing I didn't mention Ike. At 41, he was still a light colonel on the general staff in Washington. Think of it. They never heard of rock and roll, jet planes, TV, atom bombs. Anyway, they decided I was harmless. So on the way out, I gave him a V sign and told him to buy some more buns.
And after that?
What am I going to do? I had my shot. So I figure I'm just going to spend the rest of the day drinking quietly. Of course, the next morning they come looking for me to give me a bronze statue, but then it's going to be too late, I didn't care anymore. What am I supposed to do? But I'll tell you something. There was some feeling to watch those kids relaxing in the bar with their dates and their drinks. Like everything was fine, like they had a future, and all was well with the world, When tomorrow there'd be a couple odd thousand of them on their way through hell to get to heaven.
Hiya.
Likewise.
Hey, you know what you were talking about this morning?
I got a vague recollection.
Yeah, about the Arizona being sunk.
Knock it off. You don't believe me? Well, you don't see me bleeding, do you?
I'm not trying to drum up an argument. I just wanted to show you something. Take a look out the window. You see that ship in the harbor? That happens to be the Arizona. So I guess somebody got their signals crossed. She's still afloat.
Come on, I said knock it off.
Mr. Jensen?
Yeah, hi.
Have that drink with us?
Yeah, sure, thanks. Yeah. How was the swim?
That was wonderful.
So how long's it been now?
32 hours and 15 minutes.
Oh, and they said it wouldn't last.
Mr. Jensen?
Try Pete.
Pete. Well, are you all right now?
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm all right. Why?
It's just that this morning, you seemed so sure it was another year.
I did? Hey, look, honey, I'm kind of mixed up here. Look, I didn't mean anything personal, all right?
I told you to forget it.
Oh, boy, look at you two.
What's the matter?
I lied just now. I wasn't kidding. The Arizona is going to be sunk.
Are we on that again?
Yeah, we're on that again. Listen to me, Lieutenant.
Ensign.
Look, whatever. I got no axe to grind, you understand? Tomorrow morning, I'm going down to the basement so I can cuddle up to a furnace and listen to the sirens. You said you're an engineering officer. That means you're down near the boilers. I'm telling you, at about 20 minutes past 8 in the morning, there's not going to be any boilers. Do you understand? There's not going to be any decks, and there won't be any ship left. That goes for a lot of boilers and a lot of ships and a lot of decks. Not to mention handsome young ensigns with new brides.
Please, don't talk like that.
I gotta talk like that. December 7th, 1941 is tomorrow for you, but it's history for me. Do you understand? Last night I was in New York City, and it was years from now. I've lived through those years. I know what's gonna happen. I know it sounds crazy, but I know what's gonna happen.
Hey, you. No more trouble, huh?
Hey, you shut your mouth. Nobody's talking to you. Hey, look. You're nice young kids. I ain't got no reason in the world to give you any grief. Okay, just do me a favor and listen. Take 100 to 1 shot that this weirdo in front of you maybe has a point, okay? I'm telling you that tomorrow morning we're gonna get attacked. And if you're on that ship...
I'll be on that ship, because that's my berth. You're a nice fellow and all, Mr. Jensen, but if you keep saying wild things and making my wife upset,
Yeah, what are you gonna do about it? Sit around holding hands and biting earlobes till he goes back to his ship? Because if this boy goes back to that Arizona, he might not be alive at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Repeat, he may not be alive.
Please.
Mr. Jensen, I'm warning you.
Hey, buddy, I don't want no trouble.
You don't want no trouble, huh? He doesn't want any trouble. Hey, I don't want to give you any trouble. I want to give you music, okay? I want to sing a song for you. Praise the Lord, pass the ammunition. Praise the Lord, pass the ammunition. Praise the Lord, pass the ammunition. And we'll all stay free. Huh? You hear that? It's what you're all going to be singing. You want another one? Oh, how does it go? Let's remember Pearl Harbor. Come on, you write the words. Come on.
All right, buddy, that's it. Shut up.
Don't tell me the general can't be reached. I know he can be reached. He may not be alive to call me tomorrow. Yeah, this is... Hello? Yes, I want to call Navy 7096. 7096, yes, that's right. Hello, is this a naval station? Yeah, let me talk to whoever's in charge. Yeah, hello? Listen, I have some information here. The Japanese are going to attack Pearl Harbor, right? Hello? I said the Japanese are... Hello? What am I going to do? It's almost too late. What time is it? 8 o'clock. It's 8 o'clock in the a.m. 8 o'clock. That means it's December 7th. It's December 7th already. What am I going to do? Why wouldn't anybody listen to me? Why? I told you they were coming. I told you they were coming. I told all of you. I told you. I told them, Doc. I told them over and over. Why wouldn't anybody listen to me?
And then?
I'm standing there by the French windows, and I'm watching the planes coming low. I'm watching them. The bombs are dropping, strafing. All hell is breaking loose. And that's where I wake up, every time.
Realistic and very frightening. How long did you say it's been going on?
Every night for a week.
And always the same?
Everything. The ensign and his girl, the bar, me trying to call from my room, and the moment I see the planes coming in.
Mr. Jensen, I won't attempt to analyze that dream, except to say this. Very often we dream with a purpose. It can signify something deeply rooted in the subconscious. The things you dream about may not be what's really bothering you.
Well, don't try to out-logic me, Doc, okay? You think I'm nuts, don't you? I know what I know. I can't explain it. But that's why I came to see you, because I thought maybe you could explain it. I know for a fact I'm going back in time. And I'll tell you something else, that even after I wake up and I'm laying in bed and I'm thinking about the dream, I know it's not supposed to end there. I know one of these nights it's going to go beyond that.
But you have no idea what might transpire.
No, not one.
All right. Let's approach it this way. Assume that it is possible somehow to go back in time. You go back and you do something, warn people, say, about an accident so that it doesn't happen. But what have you done then, Mr. Jensen? By altering the past, you change the future. Here, look. This is the present, and my lighter is on my desk. Now I go back in time and I pick up this lighter. I put it in my pocket and I keep it there. Then I return to the present. By any rights, having removed that lighter, it should no longer be here. But if it is, you get my point?
Look, Doc.
Try this analogy, Mr. Jensen. Supposing I were to go back in time and I got hit, say, by a taxi. Now it figures that if I went back in time and got killed, I couldn't be alive today. Not only that, but think of the other lives affected. I wouldn't have children, I wouldn't have bought a house, all these things wouldn't exist because I changed them. Ergo, I wouldn't be here to go back.
So?
So time travel is not possible. It can't be. It creates an insoluble paradox. Therefore, we can safely assume that what we're talking about is a dream. It has to be.
Try this then. I've never been to Honolulu in my whole life. So after the first couple of times, I decided to put it to a test.
Go on.
I remembered the ensign's last name. It's kind of an odd name, not easy to forget. Janowski. Told me he came from a little town called White Oak, Wisconsin. So I placed a call. There was only one Janowski in the phone book. Woman answered. His mother. I said it was a friend of his from Honolulu. And was he there?
And then?
She told me that her son and his wife were killed in Honolulu on December 7th, 1941. He went down with the Arizona. She was shot down near King Street by a fighter plane, a Japanese Zero. A Japanese Zero, Doc.
You sure you've never been to Honolulu?
Yeah, I've been there.
When?
In the dream, which isn't a dream. Okay, Doc, your turn. I don't hear you talking.
That's because, at the moment, I don't know what to say. The patient lay on the couch. We'd been talking for hours. It was Saturday, and I'd planned to leave early and go play golf. But I was concerned about this man and his story. It was incredible. Then finally, I knew he was asleep. Wasn't a deep sleep. By the look on his face, Mr. Jensen was far from resting, though his eyes were closed. Mr. Jensen? Are you asleep, Mr. Jensen? So I decided to let him rest while I thought it through. Who knows, maybe he'd even finish his dream this time.
How's your eye, Mr. Jensen? I mean, Pete.
Hey, don't worry about me. I'm fine. I'll put a piece of steak on it.
Sorry the bartender hit you. I should have stopped him, but I kind of got carried away, too.
No harm done.
Well, go lie down and take it easy. Maybe we'll see you later before I go back to the ship.
Hey, Janowski, do me one favor, will you? Play hooky tomorrow morning.
He's out of his head.
Look, if you never do one thing for the rest of your life, do this, will you? Come on. Stay off that ship. Take the little lady. Get away from Pearl Harbor. Come on. I don't care where you go. Get on a Pan Am and go to the Canal Zone. Anywhere, but just get out of here.
That's a great plan. And you know what it would cost me? Only my commission in the Navy, that's all.
Jimmy, forget it.
If you don't go, do you know what that's going to cost you? Just a little item like your life, and hers too.
I tried to be nice, but this time I swear I...
Come on, Jimmy. Let's go to our floor.
Please, come on. What do you got to lose? I'm only trying to save your lives, that's all. Poor, dumb, crazy kids. Don't you tell me the general can't be reached. I know he can be reached. He might not be alive tomorrow to call me. Please. Hello? Hello? Yes, I want to call Navy 7096. That's right. Hello? Is this a naval station? Let me talk to whoever's in charge.
This is Ensign Lamers. It's my watch and it's your nickel, so go ahead. What's on your mind?
Listen to me. The Japanese are going to attack Pearl Harbor.
Who? What are they gonna do?
I said the Japanese...
What have you been drinking? I'll tell you what. Take a nice shower and dive into a percolator. Good night.
Hello? Hello? It's almost too late. What am I going to do? What am I going to do? Again, what time is it? 8 o'clock in the a.m. Already 8. Oh, that means it's December 7th. Why wouldn't anybody listen to me? Why? I told you they were coming. I told you. I told you. I told you. I told you.
I stood there at the window for a long time, thinking about Mr. Jensen and his problem, his dream. I knew I had to wake him and send him on his way, at least for now. I could give him some sleeping pills, maybe a program of therapy, till I could talk to some doctors that I knew and ask if they had ever had a case like this one. Mr. Jensen? Mr. Jensen? It's getting late. I'm afraid I'm going to have to... Mr. Jensen? Mr. Jensen, where did you... Carol?
Yes, Dr. Gillespie?
What happened to the patient?
The patient?
Jensen. I didn't realize he'd slipped out. I let him fall asleep on the couch because he looked so exhausted.
I don't know anything about him, Mr. Jensen, Doctor.
The man who was in my office all afternoon. It's a good thing there were no other appointments. I hope you have his number. I wanted to schedule a series of sessions starting next week.
I'm really sorry, sir, but I don't show any appointments at all today. I was wondering how long you needed me. I have a date this evening, and...
Hold on. You mean to tell me a man named Jensen didn't walk in here and ask to see me? Big guy, shirt with flowers on it?
Why, no, sir. I've been here the whole time. I thought you wanted me to stay and work on the files.
All right, Carol, that will be all. You can go now. I'll lock up.
Yes, sir. Good night, sir.
Try this analogy, Mr. Jensen. Supposing I were to go back in time and I got hit, say, by a taxi. Now it figures that if I went back in time and got killed, I couldn't be alive today. Alive today.
Welcome to Andy's place. What can I get you?
Bourbon on the rocks, please.
One bourbon coming up. There you go. Need a light?
No, thanks. I've got it. A lighter. Yes, I do. Right here. In my pocket.
Cheers.
Happy dreams.
Same to you.
What in the...
Problem, mister?
No, it's just that picture there. The one in the frame on the wall?
Ah, yeah.
Group of men in uniform. All except one in a flowered shirt. He looks familiar.
Pete Jensen. He used to attend bar here a long time ago. You heard of him?
Jensen? No. I don't remember that name. He looked familiar, that's all. Where is he now?
Him? He's dead. He got killed before I was born at Pearl Harbor.
More down here?
Sure. Do more of the same.
Once upon a time, there was a psychiatrist named Arnold Gillespie and a patient whose name was Peter Jensen. You might want to make note of both names for the record, should you ever run across either one in a textbook. It is now Saturday, October 5th, at exactly 5:10 p.m. You might want to make note of that, too, if you're even remotely interested in a new theory about something we'll call, for want of a better term, the time element, at least as it is measured in the Twilight Zone.
More from the Twilight Zone after this.
You are about to enter another dimension, a dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind, a journey into a wondrous land of imagination. Next stop, the Twilight Zone. Hi, this is Tracy Keach. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our Twilight Zone website at twilightzoneradio.com. At twilightzoneradio.com, you'll find the latest information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas, including behind-the-scenes photographs, plus the newest product releases, trivia contests, ways to contact us, other Twilight Zone-related info and merchandise, plus links to other fascinating websites. So make your next stop twilightzoneradio.com.
Visit TwilightZoneRadio.com to purchase these Twilight Zone radio dramas on cassette and CD, or call toll-free 1-866-989-ZONE. That's 1-866-989-9663.
The Time Element, starring Bobby Slayton, with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for The Twilight Zone by Rod Serling. Heard in the cast were Mike Starr, Maggie Carney, Craig Brawley, Elizabeth Lado, Jeff Lupetin, Doug James, Kurt Nabig, Sarah Marks, Roger Wolski, Bo Nortel, and Carl Amari. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises, Carol Serling, Dennis Etchison, Dick Brescia Associates, Claire Simon Casting, Terry Jennings, XM Satellite Radio, Sirius Satellite Radio, our sponsors, and our radio affiliates for helping make this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Roger Wolski for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
Enjoying the timeless classics on Golden Age Radio? If you're loving the nostalgia and captivating stories, consider supporting our channel with a tip. Your generosity helps us continue bringing you the best of vintage radio entertainment. Simply click on the link in the description.
I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to the Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. This week, Tobias Wells' neo-Gothic tale of small-town terror. A Die in the Country. Starring Peter Marshall, Susan Strasberg, and Andrew Duggan. In Elliot Lewis's production of The Zero Hour.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Zero Hour. Sponsored in part by
Quaker State Motor Oil and Beechnut Chewing Tobacco. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
It's never easy to pick up and move to a new community. There's always a necessary period of adjustment. Young Boston detective Newt Severson and his wife Brenda are now in the process of adapting to their new surroundings. They've just moved to the quiet suburban town of Wellesley to await the birth of their first child. They've settled into a recently remodeled 3-story Victorian house with a small patch of New England woods on one side and Miss Mercy Bird, mystery writer and the town recluse, on the other. Directly across the street lives Wellesley's most prominent citizen, Town Selectman Rudolph Wharton, subject of current gossip concerning the recent desertion of his wife. As Detective Severson soon learns, Wharton is being harassed by a series of anonymous poisoned pen letters accusing him of his wife's murder. Back at his desk at the Boston Police Station, Newt Severson finds that Precinct Captain Granger has a further crime report from Wellesley. Newt Severson is beginning to question the advisability of his move to the country, and he has yet to meet the rest of his neighbors. A Die in the Country will continue in a moment.
VISTA means Volunteers in Service to America.
I started out as a business major in college. I graduated as a business major. I got into VISTA because I wanted to really do something. I chose this as my line, and when getting into it, it changed my whole life. I went through cultural shock. I found out what types of people really need the help and what's really happening in our country in the back areas. There is so much to be done. But I could say that if a person anywhere has an interest in doing something, there are programs for them. VISTA is one viable means, but there's so many ways of really getting involved with people. VISTA gave me my first start to work with the problems happening in this country and to really get down to earth and work with the people that need it.
Volunteer for VISTA. VISTA is one part of action. Action is doing something.
There is something you can do. Get into action.
As if the threatening letters sent to Rudolph Wharton weren't enough, now we had even more to worry about.
Obscene phone calls, a whole rash of them. Seems that some kook got hold of a Wellesley phone book. The calls are occurring systematically to nearly every house in your town.
Every house?
And the caller seems to be working right through the book. Sometimes from the front of it, sometimes from the back.
What ploy does he use?
Well, he claims he's a doctor doing a survey. His research, he says, calls for answers to a number of questions. And he starts off nice enough. Pretty soon he's into the interviewee's sex life. And you know how it goes from there. Some of the ladies in your town are pretty upset.
I can imagine. But why did Torrance call you? What's the Boston connection?
Well, they've been tracing the calls when they could, but the caller he's been jumping all over the place. Once they thought they had him. Months ago, when the calls first started, a series of them were traced to one Wellesley number. Turned out to be a family on an extended vacation. And the nut, whoever he is, had made an entry through a cellar window. Never stole anything. He just used the phone.
They stake out the place?
Yeah, sure. But, of course, by then, the guy had found himself another Amici. After that, he used pay booze mostly. Once, even the telephone in the high school principal's office. And you don't know how he managed that.
Huh. Don't tell me he's operating all the way out of Boston.
Well, the latest calls have been traced to, of all places, a phone booth at the aquarium here.
This one sounds like a real weirdo.
Aren't they all? Torrance wants us to stake it out, and since you have a personal interest in the town, I thought you'd be the man to do it.
Has he established any time pattern?
They call it every phones at night or on the weekend. Only those hours when most women are home alone.
That figures. Any voice description?
Nobody seems to agree. So maybe there's more than one nut at work. Anyway, he could be young, he could be old.
Any chance, do you think, that he might really be a doctor?
There can be a twisted mind in any profession. You know as well as I do, anything's possible.
Yeah. It's what my wife calls a cop's suspicious nature. She's already accused me of looking at everybody in Wellesley as a suspect.
Poison pen letters, obscene phone calls. Sounds to me you have reason to.
So I waited out the day at the Boston Aquarium. But Wellesley's elusive sex nut continued to be the one that got away. At Captain Granger's suggestion, I stopped by on my way home to report to Police Chief Torrance of the Wellesley force.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry that you got sent on a wild goose chase, Everson. Today he called from a pay booth in Dedham.
You got a quick trace on him?
No, he's aware we're putting traces on him. This time he simply announced to his victim where he was calling from. Then he told me he alerted you to the crank letters being received by Rudolph Wharton.
Yeah, he asked me to keep an eye out since Wharton lives right across the street from us.
All right, we'd appreciate that.
There isn't any doubt about that letter you received from Mrs. Wharton confirming her whereabouts, is there? I mean, no suspicion of forgery or anything.
Good God, man, Wharton is one of our selectmen, remember? Oh, all right, I'm a cop. I know better, so I placed a person-to-person call to her that I paid for myself. Didn't want it to show up on the department phone bills. Our selectmen have to approve all monthly vouchers.
So you actually talked to her then?
Well, she talked to me is more like it. Told me off for wasting my time tracking her down when I should be tracking down the people sending the letters.
I'd like to have a copy of whatever record you have of the calls, and also photostats of the Wharton letters.
Oh, you can get both of those from the clerk on your way out.
Hey, now, I guess I'd better be getting home to my wife.
Well, let's hope our women don't get the idea that there's some kind of fiend loose on our streets. But in point of fact, there is.
It's me, honey.
In the living room, Newt. Come on in and meet Mrs. Farley.
The Farleys in the house, catty-corner across the street. I remembered Mrs. Parsons' rundown on them. Congenial couple with the two potential teenage delinquents. I walked in and saw a faded blonde in a red pantsuit sitting across the coffee table from Brenda.
Gloria Farley, my husband, Newt.
Pleased to meet you.
I was just apologizing to your wife for not having come over sooner. I keep rather busy running a house with 2 children and holding down a job as well.
I can understand that.
I can't imagine it. Just the thought of a house with 1 baby, and it scares me. In particular, I came to invite you and your wife to a party this Saturday evening. Our house. You'll meet my husband and a few friends. Oh, that sounds nice. It'll be our first evening out in Wellesley. Oh, then I'm glad I thought of it. Late but sincere, that's me.
Thanks for asking us. It's just what we need, really.
Good. It's nice to have new neighbors, especially compatible ones.
After Gloria Farley had left, while Brenda put the finishing touches on a meatloaf dinner, I was going to get busy on that homework I'd asked Chief Torrance for. But instead, it seemed Mine Hair was late for his dinner, and Brenda asked me to go make sure he wasn't out squirrel hunting again. Here, kitty, kitty, kitty. Come on, Mine Hair. Hey, where are you, cat?
If you're looking for your cat, I think I may have him. Is this one yours?
He is. I didn't think he'd cross the street. My name's Severson. You're Mr. Wharton.
Yes. And it's my fault. I like cats, and he's a beautiful animal. I lured him over.
He's not used to all this freedom. We've been apartment dwellers in Boston.
You're a detective, I understand.
That's right.
Well, our crime here is of the minor variety as a rule, and not much of it at that.
That suits me. I get enough of it on the job.
Care to come in for a drink?
Oh, thanks, but I think my dinner's on the table. I'll have to take a rain check, if I may.
Of course.
Wharton gave Minehair one final stroke and handed him to me. And as he did, I was struck by a curious resemblance. There was a look about their eyes that seemed the same, his and the cat's. I said goodnight and walked back across the street, running my hand thoughtfully across Minehair's glossy fur. I found myself wondering which look it had been, that of our formerly docile house cat, or the killer it had become.
We're gonna take a lot of trips this season to places that you may have seen before. To stores. To school. Out to the swimming pool. To the dentist, to the market. We will take our car and park it.
We're still taking a lot of car trips these days, but these days most of them are short trips. Unfortunately, short trips are tough on your car because it never gets the chance to really warm up enough to eliminate harmful deposits, things like rust, grit, and acid. They build up, and before you know it, they start doing lasting damage to your engine. Short trips call for the high-quality protection of Quaker State Motor Oil. Quaker State is refined from 100% pure Pennsylvania-grade crude oil, the world's choicest. Then it's fortified to protect your engine against deposits and keep your car running young. Now that you're taking more short trips than ever, it's nice to know you can find Quaker State more places than ever.
Quaker State, your car to keep it running young.
We'll return to our story in a moment.
Even if someone served them a slice of beef, they couldn't bite into it. Their teeth are too weak. I'm not talking about some people off in Africa or Asia. I'm talking about Americans. American children. It's tragic how many thousands of them are in this country whose teeth will literally rot in their mouths because they'll never receive basic dental care. They may not even own a toothbrush. What hurts is that it takes so very little for any one of us to help them. The same dollar, for instance, that buys you 2 packs of cigarettes can buy 3 American children the first toothbrushes they've ever owned. I'm Cliff Robertson. Won't you give up some cigarettes so some American children can have their first toothbrush? Send your dollar to Americans for Children's Relief, Box 5050, Stamford, Connecticut. Box 5050, Stamford, Connecticut. $1. And, of course, if you can afford more, give more.
Chief Torrance was right about the obscene phone call list. It was hard to find a handle. I charted the calls on a calendar and didn't come up with anything beyond my own frustration. I thought I had a thread, 4 calls on consecutive Mondays from a pay booth outside the Wellesley Railroad Station between the hours of 8:30 and 9:30. Could be a commuter. But then the pay booth number dropped from the list and was never used again. Sometimes he called 4 or 5 days in a row, and another time a week went by without a complaint. Of course, maybe that was only a time when those women he called hadn't bothered to report it. That was too often our problem. On the one hand, there were the cranks who bothered us about nothing, and on the other, there were always those who came up against real crime and kept it a big, dark secret, even from the police. By the time Saturday night came, I was ready for that party at the Farleys and curious about who was going to be there.
Hello, Jefferson. Come in and name your poison.
Gloria Farley beckoned us into the high-ceiling living room and gestured us toward the bar set up on top of a baby grand piano. Obviously, the Farleys were more drinkers than music lovers, and, as it turned out, drama buffs. All of the people invited were members of the local little theater group, a kind of unisex couple appropriately named Chris and Christine, a second couple, the Kletts, Harvey and Angel, and Dolly Celine, a buxom redhead who instantly established her status as a widow in a plainly seductive tone of voice. Then we briefly met the Farley children, Delilah and Greg. I say briefly because they were both obviously eager to get out of the house. Perfectly normal for 2 teenagers when their parents are throwing a party. However, Gloria Farley was perturbed with them for rushing off in front of company.
Delilah, I want you home at a decent hour, do you hear? And Greg, don't be in such a hurry. Please drive slowly. Do you have your house key? Oh, shit. They never want to stay home anymore. Oh, here's Arlen, my husband.
There was a sudden whir of a motor, and we followed Gloria Farley's gaze to the top of the stairs. At that moment, a chair device came gliding down the staircase bearing Arlen Farley, a big-chested man with a full head of wavy white hair and a wide smile that revealed a mouthful of sparkling white teeth. At the foot of the stairs, he rose from the chair and walked toward us.
I had a coronary last year, and the doctor recommended this chariot. It's kind of fun, and it makes a great entrance.
Very impressive.
These are our new neighbors, Arlen, Brenda and Newt Severson. I'll fix your ginger ale.
Ah, thanks, honey. Yeah, to get off the hard stuff. Cigarettes, too, the penalty for a misspent youth. Gloria tells me you're a cop.
Detective. Boston Police. What's your business?
Prosthetics, false teeth. If you ever need a pair of choppers, I'm your man.
For goodness sake, I'm sure we have more interesting things to talk about than false teeth.
I do. I bet no one can guess what happened to me the other day. All right, then. I'll tell you. Got one of those dirty phone calls.
Oh, Dolly, how awful.
Oh, maybe it wasn't so awful. Maybe Dolly enjoyed it.
Arlen!
Oh, don't pretend to be so shocked, Gloria. I did enjoy it for a while until... Well, he did go a little too far.
You mean you just hung on and let him keep talking to
Well,
you?
at first I thought he was legitimate. He said he was a doctor. Dr. Venable, he said.
Mrs. Celine.
Dolly, please, Mr. Severson.
Did you report the call to the police?
Why, no. Should I have?
When did you say this happened? Exactly. I mean, can you remember?
I guess it must have been the day before yesterday, sometime in the afternoon. I certainly don't remember the time exactly. It wasn't that important.
What did he say to you? I mean, well, why did you think it was legitimate?
Well, Christy asked for Robert, my late husband, you know. His name's still in the directory. And then he explained he was interviewing married women or women who've been married for survey.
What kind of questions did he ask?
Yeah, doll, what kind of questions did he ask?
Arlen, this isn't funny.
To start with, just ordinary questions, like how long I'd been married and how long we'd dated beforehand, just things like that.
And then what?
Then he began asking some very personal things. I mean, he wanted to know every little detail.
I'll bet.
So finally I asked him, is this necessary? And he said, oh, yes, it's a very important part of the survey.
And you bought that?
I explained that all the information I was giving him would be fed into a computer and be strictly anonymous. And then he told me if I'd answer all the rest of his questions, he'd put me on his paid subject list. He said persons who are particularly helpful to him get paid.
I'll bet.
Arlen, will you stop saying that?
So then you answered all the rest of his questions, huh?
Yeah, some.
Good God, Dolly, how could you? Perfectly strange man over the telephone or not.
And they finally got so to him, look, what are you? A dirty old man.
And, what did he say to that?
There was a long silence. I thought I'd made him angry, and then suddenly he laughed. He had quite a pleasant laugh, and he said, Mrs. Celine, to meet you.
Dolly, you didn't.
No, of course not. I told him that I wasn't going to answer any more questions either, not even for money.
Then did you hang up on him?
Finally.
No. He thanked me and hung up himself.
He thanked you? That was nice.
He did have a pleasant laugh. He did. Maybe he was legitimate.
What kind of speaking voice did he have? Can you describe it?
Deep. Kind of silky. Well, to put it plainly, he had a sexy voice. It's the only way to describe it.
Dolly.
I think, Mrs. Celine, you'd better tell all of this to the police.
Mr. Severson. Newt. You're a policeman, aren't you? And I've just told it all to you.
Oh, what a dreadful woman.
You mean Mrs. Celine?
Just call me Dolly, you big, handsome policeman.
Hey, you weren't jealous, were you?
Oh, jealous of her? Imagine going on and on with that kind of telephone conversation.
Honey, she's a widow without a man. She must be very lonely.
Oh, she wasn't lonely tonight. You spent practically the entire evening with her.
I wanted to find out all I could about the phone conversation.
I'll bet.
Come on, Brenda. What's gotten into you? You never act like this.
Well, I've never had reason to before. Of course, I suppose I really shouldn't blame you. It can't be very exciting going to bed every night with an old sack of potatoes.
Aha! So that's it. Oh, darling, I don't care how pregnant you get. You'll always look better to me than any voluptuous redhead.
Oh, Newt.
And you don't have to worry about Dolly Celine. She isn't my type, first of all, and I promise you I won't ever see or talk to her again. Hello? Oh. Yes, what is it, Mrs. Celine? Dolly?
Getting smaller every day, but there are certain things you still do. Still say what you think, you still pay for the drinks, and beach nuts the tobacco you chew. Weird ideas taking hold, kids won't do what they're told. Who knows what this whole world's coming to? But you keep your face to the wind, you don't quit on a friend, and beach nuts the tobacco you chew. Seems like a man's world just isn't the same anymore, but some things you can still trust, like beech nut chewing tobacco. Beech nut just keeps on getting better. Beech nut's a lot moister these days, with more taste, less stems. Today's beech nut, fresher, longer-lasting flavor. You ought to try it. Girls in bars, girls in pants, the man just don't stand a chance, but there's still ways to show 'em who's who. You treat your dogs with respect, you keep your traps oiled and checked, and beech nut's the tobacco you chew.
The Zero Hour continues after this.
This is John Bartholomew Tucker. Your body does a lot of talking. It tells you you're hungry. It lets you know you need water. It may warn you a stroke is on the way. These are some of stroke's warning signs. Sudden temporary weakness or numbness of the face, arm, or leg. Temporary difficulty or loss of speech. Sudden temporary dimness or loss of vision, particularly in one eye. An episode of double vision. Unexplained headaches. Temporary dizziness or unsteadiness. If you notice one or more of these signs, see your doctor. This year, over 200,000 Americans will die of stroke. Don't let one of them be you. Ask your Heart Association for further information about stroke and how to prevent it. Helping you to feel better and live better longer is just one of the services of your Heart Association. Give to your Heart Fund.
It turned out all Dolly Celine wanted was more attention. The woman was lonely. Perfect prey for a telephone nut. She was also more frightened about the call than she acted at the party. She knew she had done a foolish thing, so again I referred her to the Wellesley Police Department, said a polite goodnight, and hung up. My attention at the moment was in full demand upstairs in my own bedroom. The next week or so passed more or less serenely at home, while my job provided all the excitement I wanted, and sometimes more than I asked for. When I got home tonight, I was really ready to put my feet up with a beer. But I didn't mind at all when I found company in the kitchen. It was Mercy Bird, and we hadn't seen much of her lately.
Busy on a book, that's why. Nobody sees me when I'm writing. How's your cat, by the way? I've had to let Algernon shift for himself lately, so I hope he hasn't been giving Mine Hair a problem.
Mine Hair's taken to spending a lot of time across the street. It seems Rudolph Wharton is a cat lover. You still look like the man, I take it.
How can you not like a man who looks like Cary Grant on The Late Show?
Well, like they say, you can't judge a book. The man's no good. My mother died in his rest home, you know.
I didn't know that.
Mm-hmm.
The place is okay, isn't it? I mean, good doctors, good care.
And bloody expensive. But I'm not saying anything against the doctors. It's Rudolph Wharton I blame.
That doesn't seem fair.
Well, you don't know the man like I do. You don't know what he did to his wife.
What do you mean? What did he do to his wife?
Well, she was a Mayhew, you know. There was Ernestine and her sister Eulalie, and their father, Clarence Mayhew, owned half this town in his day.
You mean that's how Wharton acquired all his property?
Exactly. By marrying Ernestine Mayhew.
But there's nothing wrong with that.
It's what happened to Ernestine Mayhew that I'm talking about. She was a gay, lively thing until she married that one. Then she changed.
Changed? How?
Well, she changed completely. She became quiet and somber. Quiet and somber as a grave.
Newt, this is Dolly.
Dolly Celine.
Dolly, what?
I'm frightened. I'm all alone here, and there's something wrong. Somebody's outside the house. I just know it.
Well, why don't you call the police?
They won't believe me. I'm afraid they think I'm something of a pest. Please, Newt, you're only a few blocks away. I wouldn't call in the middle of the night if I weren't scared stiff. Will you come over?
All right.
Oh, thank you, Newt. I feel safer already.
Whatever you do, if there's someone there, don't let him in.
I won't unless he's you. Please, Newt, hurry.
The house looked completely dark. I thought maybe Dolly Celine had given up and gone to bed. But then I spied the shades of a color TV, ghosts moving in a box through the living room window. I got out of my car and moved slowly up the walk, keeping a careful eye on the surrounding shrubbery. It was so dark I couldn't see where the doorbell was, so I knocked. Mrs. Celine? Mrs. Celine?
No, please.
Mrs. Celine?
No. No. Please.
Dolly, I can't see you. Something moved on the floor. A sifting of shadows. I felt along the wall, found a switch, and flicked it. The hall light came on, and I saw her. Dolly Celine lying on the floor, dark splotches on her face and arms, bruises and blood. Blood redder than her hair.
He came, Newt. The telephoner. He came.
You are listening to Mutual's presentation of The Zero Hour.
This is Gene King for your Better Business Bureau. If you're planning a vacation by air, you know it's a good money-saving idea to check with the airlines to see if you qualify for a special fare. You may be able to save yourself a sizable sum of money, but remember, you must comply exactly with the conditions or you'll be asked to pay the regular rate. Now, most airlines, for example, offer 2 youth fare plans. The cheapest is Youth Fare Standby. In this, you'll be the last of the passengers called and may not get on the flight. And Youth Fare Reserve, however, guarantees you a seat on a reserved flight, but it'll cost you more. Discount fares are also offered on long-distance travel, but remember there are conditions. For example, you may have to make reservations 2 weeks in advance, and for some, 3 months in advance. You must travel midweek only and return after 7 to 9 days. And no holiday or peak period traveling on this plan. A consumer tip from your Better Business Bureau.
And I'll do what I can to find me a place where I can be me, get ready for life, be free as the sea. Oh, where do I go from here? Where do I go from here?
What about the new Navy? You'll get your chance at success, learn an exciting job, and see the world. If you think you've got what it takes to make it in the new Navy, call toll-free 800-841-8000 or see your Navy recruiter. Be someone special in the new Navy.
All over the world, so much to do. All of the sea, don't you I know where I'm going from here.
Tomorrow at this time, rest your eyes and listen here to this week's continuing study in suspense, A Die in the Country. I'm Rod Serling, and this is The Zero Hour.
Today's episode brought to you in part by Quaker State Motor Oil and Beechnut Chewing Tobacco. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
You have been listening to The Zero Hour, a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System in association with Hollywood Radio Theater, heard every weekday at this time. Rod Serling is your host. 0 Hour is produced and directed by Elliot Lewis. The Hollywood Radio Theater theme was played by Ferranti and Teicher and is now available on United Artists Records and Tapes. Hugh Douglas speaking. Tune in tomorrow, and once again,
rest your eyes and listen here
to the 0 Hour.
Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
Now, the Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California presents Suspense. Tonight, Roma Wines bring you the suspenseful play called Fear Paints a Picture, starring Miss Lana Turner. Suspense is presented for your enjoyment by Roma Wines. That's R-O-M-A, Roma Wines. Those excellent California wines that can add so much pleasantness to the way you live, to your happiness in entertaining guests, to your enjoyment of everyday meals. Yes, right now a glassful would be very pleasant, as Roma Wines bring you a remarkable tale of suspense. And with Fear Paints a Picture, and with the performance of Hollywood's most glamorous young star, Miss Lana Turner, Roma Wines hope indeed to keep you in suspense.
There is a picture hanging on a wall. You look at it casually. An extraordinary picture. You'll say skillfully done. Look at those fine brush strokes. Look at those superb colors. But isn't the subject matter a little bizarre? It's something more than just bizarre. You see, it was that picture that first convinced me that I was insane. But let me begin from the beginning. In his last will and testament, my father made me heir to all his considerable fortune, except that... Well, here, you read the will.
I, Benjamin Powell, hereby request that after my death, my daughter Julia live in my old San Francisco house with Mr. Harvey Lyons, my lifelong friend, until her 23rd birthday, at which date all my worldly belongings will come into her possession, provided that nothing untoward happens to her by that time. But in the event that she is incapable of taking over my estate upon her 23rd birthday, I hereby appoint Harvey and Laura Lyons as my final heirs, there being no other living blood relatives, and trust to their judgment that they will take care of Julia adequately and with kindness. Signed, Benjamin Powell.
3 months later, seated around the huge, ornate fireplace of that dark, musty living room, we were 3 silent people. Harvey was reading his newspaper, Laura was knitting with nibbled fingers, and I stared with unseeing eyes at an open book.
You're not reading, Julia?
I'm not concentrating.
Are you feeling all right, dear?
Oh, yes, I'm all right.
Yeah, you do look a little tired, Julia. Perhaps you'd better get some rest.
I'm not tired, Harvey. I've been wanting to ask you...
In a week, Julia will be 23. Isn't that wonderful, Harvey? Next Tuesday is her birthday.
Why,
and
yes,
I think...
we'll have a party. I'll get old Tom and his fiddle, and we'll have a real old-fashioned party.
Harvey, what did Father mean by the will?
The will?
Perhaps you'd better go to bed. You look a little pale, Julia.
The will said that I might not be able to take over the estate by my 23rd birthday. What does it mean?
I don't remember that. I didn't read the will very carefully.
Oh, yes, you did, Harvey. You know what I'm talking about.
Perhaps we'd better discuss it in the morning. You're tired.
It's no use, Laura. I've got to know.
No, you're a very high-strung girl, Julia, and I'd rather not upset you before bedtime.
Upset me?
You sort of get moody very often.
Now,
Julia.
Harvey.
Laura, I'm not going to bed until I find out what all this means. I've got to find out.
You don't like your room, do you?
No, I don't. It's big. The wallpaper. I don't like the pictures on the wall.
There's nothing wrong with a big room. Everyone prefers a large room. Everyone likes pictures on the wall.
Well, maybe it's the kind of pictures. Yes, it's the pictures. They rub me the wrong way.
You see, your feelings about things are different. Different from the feelings of normal people. Oh.
Normal people?
I can't stand this torturous way of telling her. I'll tell you, Julia. Your mother died in an asylum. She went mad after her 23rd year. It's been in the family for generations.
But I never saw my mother. I thought...
We didn't want to tell you this. I wish you hadn't. But you forced us.
You mean I'm liable to become insane?
Well, you see, any one of us can become insane.
There's nothing wrong with me. I'm perfectly all right. I'm as sane as anyone. Being high-strung doesn't make me mad. I don't like it here. I don't like this house. I'm sane. I'm sane.
Of course you are, Julia. There's nothing the matter with you. You'll be all right. Your father wasn't sure, that's all. You're as sane as any one of us. Come along. I'll take you to your room. We'll have a cup of tea together.
How is she, Laura?
She's calmed down.
Is she asleep?
No, Harvey, she's reading.
That must be Dr. Barrow. I'll open the door.
How do you do, Mr. Lyons?
Is it Dr. Barrow?
That's right.
This is my wife, Laura.
How do you do?
I'm glad to meet you, Doctor.
Let me take your things. We'll have your room ready in a few minutes.
Thank you. It's very good of you.
Here, sit down. Make yourself comfortable.
Well, thank you. I will. Well, how's Julia?
Oh, she's been very moody lately. Very moody.
Hmm?
I've heard her talking to herself very often.
Well, that's nothing. All of us talk to ourselves once in a while.
I don't know, Doctor. I don't think she's very stable.
Mr. Powell described Julia's case to me just before he died. I had occasion to observe her just once.
You knew Mr. Powell well?
Oh, yes, for quite a number of years. I treated his wife.
Poor Mrs. Powell. She went mad. And now poor Julia.
I wouldn't make that comparison, Mr. Lyons. So far, there's no basis for any such theory.
Well, then, Julia just has strong dislikes. Took a hate to the pictures in her room.
Oh, pictures, eh? I'd like to go up and see her if she's not asleep.
Well, I guess it's all right. She's not asleep yet. Her room's the second from the right, as you reach the top of the stairs.
Thank you. I'll just stop in for a few minutes.
Come in.
Hello, Julia. You remember me, don't you?
No, not exactly. I guess maybe I've seen your face. I don't know.
I'm Dr. Barrow, a friend of your father's. I treated your mother.
My mother?
Now, don't be alarmed. I'm staying with your guardians for a few weeks. I'm sure you're going to be all right. Do you mind if I come in for a few minutes,
No, I guess not.
Well, this is a fine room, Julia. A very comfortable one.
I don't like it. It's too big. It makes me lonely.
Oh, nonsense. You're just imaginative. You think someone might be hiding in here while you're asleep, don't you now, huh?
It isn't that.
Don't you like that picture, Julia?
What picture?
The one you're staring at.
Oh, it's an unpleasant picture. It gives me nightmares. Look at it. That frightful-looking man about to come through the doorway. And the unsuspecting girl sitting in a chair with her back towards him.
He's not frightful-looking at all. It's just a black scarf around his neck.
He's about to kill her.
You certainly have a vivid imagination. I'm sure the artist had no such idea in mind.
That picture has a horrible fascination for me. I just can't take my eyes away from it. Why, last night I dreamed that the man in the picture came through the door with a knife in his hands and killed the girl. Oh, it was an awful dream.
It was only a dream. But if I take that painting off the wall, Julia, you'll find other things to be afraid of, dear. You've got to conquer your fears, or they'll conquer you, Julia. Now, you do as I say. Forget about this picture. Get a good night's sleep. There's nothing like a good night's sleep to lift the spirits. If the picture fascinates you, well, keep on looking at it, but don't be afraid of it, Julia. Will you do that now?
Well, yes, Dr. Barrow. if you say so.
Ah, that's fine. I'll see you in the morning. Good night, Julia.
Good night.
For Suspense, Roma Wines are bringing you as star Miss Lana Turner, whom you've heard in the first act of Fear Paints a Picture by Sigmund Miller, which is Roma Wines' presentation tonight of Suspense.
Between the acts of Suspense, this is Truman Bradley for Roma Wines. Elsa Maxwell is recognized internationally as an authority on gracious living. The other day, she said this about wine and wartime food rationing. Listen.
I find that people who know one simple secret of delicious meals aren't bothered much by food rationing. That secret is to enjoy good Roma wine with food. For instance, I recently had dinner where the main dish was kidney bean casserole. And to give this simple food a delightful party flavor, my hostess served cool Roma California Burgundy. Everyone remarked about its wonderful bouquet and aroma, and about the way that good Roma Burgundy added enjoyment to our plain meal. Such added enjoyment is one of the reasons why more and more people serve delightful Roma wine.
That's a grand suggestion from Elsa Maxwell. So why not try Roma California Burgundy with your dinner tomorrow night? You'll enjoy its tart piquancy, its fruity, robust taste, the happy result of selecting luscious wine grapes from California's choicest vineyards, guiding them to perfection by the ancient wine skill of Roma's famed wineries. Good Roma wines never vary. They are always enjoyable, yet cost only pennies a glass. Remember, more Americans enjoy Roma than any other wine. R-O-M-A, Roma wines.
And now Roma Wines bring back to our Hollywood soundstage Lana Turner as Julia Powell in Fear Paints a Picture, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
About midnight in my room, the large room with its many pictures, I was dreaming again of the man in the picture. And the figure with the flowing black scarf was alive. And his hands grew longer and longer. And there were footsteps. Footsteps over my head. And then I was awake, wide awake, with my eyes staring at it. And on the wall, oh!
Julia, what's happened?
What are you doing out here in the hallway?
Put yourself together, Julia.
Oh, that man!
What man?
The man in the picture, he's moved.
What do you mean?
The picture, the man at the door. He's not at the door. He's inside the room.
Oh, you must have been dreaming.
Screams. Julia, what's happened to you?
He moved. I saw it. He's not outside the door anymore. He's inside.
Now, Julia, let's...
It wasn't a dream. The thunder woke me. And I heard footsteps coming from the ceiling. And then I looked at the picture. The picture I told you I didn't like, Doctor. The man was inside the room.
That's hardly possible, Julia. Figures in pictures can't move.
Of course not. It was just a bad dream.
No, it's true. I saw it.
All right, come along, Julia. We'll all take a look at the picture.
Oh, no. No, I don't want to go back into the room.
Now, there's nothing to be afraid of. We'll all go with you, dear.
Yes, come on, Julia. Don't be frightened. You've got to fight off these delusions.
Here, give me your hand. Come along.
Now, which picture is it?
The one near the bed.
Oh, yes, the picture by Ralph Powell.
Your family was always very proud of it.
Well, there it is. It's the same as I saw it a few hours ago. Look at it, Julia.
Why, I can't believe it.
The man with the black scarf is still outside the door. And will stay there, Julia, until the picture crumbles to dust.
Oh, but I was so sure. I saw him inside the room, approaching the girl, and then the footsteps.
Dreams can be very vivid, and there are no footsteps coming from the storeroom.
Oh, I must be out of my mind. I could have sworn...
If Julia wants to, I'll take the picture out of her room.
No, I don't think it's wise. Julia, you will have to fight these unreasonable fears. Never give in to them.
I'll go crazy if I keep looking at that picture.
It might be the other way around, Julia. If you run away from it, the mental disease prevalent in your family will take a firm hold in you. You'll get worse and worse, as Dr. Barrow says, until you'll be afraid of your own shadow.
No.
You'll be afraid of everything, of everyone you meet.
No.
Afraid to be alone, afraid to be with people, afraid of yourself,
No.
afraid of your own clutching fingers.
No, don't tell me anymore.
Please, Mr. Lyons, please. There's no need for this kind of talk. Look at the picture, Julia. It's nothing but some paint on a canvas with a frame around it. There's nothing about it that can harm you. The danger lies in yourself. You've got to keep staring at it as often as you can, by candlelight, in the dark, until you've learned to laugh at it.
It won't be easy.
Well, I'll try.
That's fine. I knew you had courage.
I'll get you a sedative so that you'll be able to sleep.
Oh, but I'll be all right in the morning. I'm sure I'll be all right. And I was all right for a few days. The figure in the picture remained motionless, and I heard no more footsteps. Until one evening...
Well, Julia, it's 11 o'clock, and you know what Dr. Barrow says.
I'm not at all sleepy, Laura. I'd much rather stay up for a while. You see, I'm in the middle of a fascinating story.
Is anything wrong, Julia?
No, of course not. Everything's fine, Laura.
You're afraid to go to sleep, aren't you, Julia, dear?
No, it isn't that.
Is that picture bothering you again?
Oh, yes. Last night, I heard footsteps again. The sound woke me, and the figure in the picture, it moved. It moved closer to the girl.
Oh, how terrible. We thought you were over it.
Well, I took some sleeping tablets, and I fell asleep again. And in the morning, well, the picture was the same as ever.
I see.
Oh, Laura, do you think I'm crazy?
Oh, of course not. You're as sane as I am.
Tell me the truth. I must know.
Well, you're just nervous and high-strung, and you have a vivid imagination, and that's all.
Oh, you're trying to soothe me.
Why didn't you tell the doctor that you thought the picture moved again?
Well, I was ashamed.
You shouldn't be ashamed. Dr. Barrow is here to help you get well, and I'm sure that...
Hello, Laura. Well, I've arranged to have old Tom and his fiddle here tomorrow night for Julia's birthday. And I've invited the Grovers, and they'll be delighted to come. That is, if Julia's feeling well.
Julia, you should be in bed. It's after 11.
She's afraid to go to sleep.
Oh, please, Laura.
It's the picture again, isn't it?
Yes, Doctor. It moved again. At least I thought it moved. Oh, but I went back to sleep.
Well, that's an improvement. You didn't get hysterical and try to run away like the last time.
Come, Julia. I'll go with you to your room.
Perhaps Laura can sleep in my room tonight. Oh, just tonight. You see, I'll feel a lot more comfortable. And tomorrow night, well, I'll be able to face it alone much better.
Well, Julia, that would be an admission of defeat, you know. But if you...
Oh, well, all right. If you think it's best. Good night.
Good night, Julia.
Keep up your courage. It doesn't look so good, does it, Doctor?
Well, not too good, but it's not hopeless. She has an unstable, imaginative mind subject to delusions which become very real to her. Oh, her obsession about the picture's not so bad. We all suffer occasionally from optical illusions. But hearing footsteps coming from the storeroom above her...
The storeroom? How did you know there's a storeroom above her?
Why, your wife told me about it.
Oh, of course. Well, that storeroom hasn't been opened in years. I guess there's no point in investigating it, is there?
No, I don't think so. Those footsteps, like the moving figure in the painting, are all in her mind.
Oh, her mother behaved just like that before she went mad, didn't she?
Well, there's some similarity in... Say, you haven't been to the storeroom recently, have you?
No, I just mentioned to you that it hasn't been opened in years.
Oh, yes, so you did.
Oh, I just hope that Julia will be all well for her party tomorrow.
Well, I had no idea she was having a birthday. How old will she be?
She'll be 23.
Really? Well, I must remember to get her a gift. Well, I guess I'll go to bed.
So will I. See you in the morning.
But I wasn't thinking about my birthday. When I stood alone inside my own room, panic, black, unreasoning panic began to take hold of me. In wild haste, I began to undress, never looking at the picture and talking to myself. Yes, talking to myself all the while. Now, I won't look at it. I'll take some pills and fall asleep. All I have to do is keep from looking at the picture. It can't do me any harm. If I don't see it, I mustn't even think of it. I know, I'll think about the trip I made to South America. Oh, it was a wonderful trip. The sunsets and... What was that? Footsteps. Those footsteps again. Oh, but I mustn't hear it. I mustn't hear it. It was a wonderful trip. The Blue Caribbean and oh, Rio is a beautiful city. And Sugarloaf Mountain and the music and the dancing. Why, it's not the footsteps. It's just my heart beating. I know. I'll close my eyes. Oh, please, please let me sleep. I don't want to look at the picture. I won't. I know what I'll see. He'll be closer to her. And maybe he'll have killed her. Oh, but I mustn't open my eyes. I mustn't. I won't. Oh, but I've got to look at it. Oh! What? He has moved. He's closer to the girl. I'm not dreaming. It's real. The girl... Why, it's me. That girl is me. Me, I can't stand it. I can't.
Julia! Oh, you poor dear girl.
Oh, well, it's the same thing, Laura, again and again. I tried not to look at the picture, Laura. I tried so very hard. But it was hopeless. I had to. And the figure with the black scarf was inside the room, a knife in his hands, very close to the girl. But this time the girl had turned around and it was my face. My face.
Did you hear any footsteps?
Yes, I heard them as soon as I got into the room, but the picture, it's the same. It hasn't changed. Look at it.
Yes, the picture doesn't seem to have...
What's the matter, Laura?
Nothing. Nothing at all.
There, did you hear it? Footsteps.
It's probably a board creaking. Now you go to sleep. I think everything will be all right in the morning.
Oh, and you won't leave me?
No, Julia. I'll stay here till you fall asleep.
Oh, thank you, Laura. Thank you very much. Laura, is that you? Laura! Well, she's gone. She's left me alone. But I'm not alone. Something woke me. The picture. It's the picture. I must look at it again. If he's moved again. Oh, but I must look straight at it. I'll look straight at it. Oh! Why, he's killed the girl. He stabbed her. He stabbed me. I'm the girl. And I've got to get out. Out! Oh, and now you're here. Why, you've come to life. In my room. The man in the black scarf. What do you want me to do? No, I won't run away. And I won't scream. What are you asking me? Do I want to spend the rest of my life in an asylum like my mother? No, I don't. I don't. You want me to open the window? Why, yes. Yes, I'll open it. There. You say it would be best for everybody if I jump? Oh, yes. It's the only way out. The only way, and I'll do it. I'll do it now, without even thinking it. It will only take a moment.
Julia, stop, Julia.
Harvey, Laura, what are you doing?
We came just in time. I've got her, Harvey. She's safe.
I'm safe?
You can come out from behind that chair, my friend.
Friend?
Come out, or I'll shoot.
I don't understand. My head's going around in a circle.
I can explain everything. I was merely observing Julia. The procedure was a little unusual, I'll admit.
I'll do the explaining, Dr. Barrow. You tried to drive Julia crazy.
He tried to drive me crazy.
That's right. He tried to do it with the picture.
You're all making a serious mistake.
A mistake? Look at the picture. The figure is inside the room stabbing the girl. No, it wasn't your imagination, Julia. He painted several pictures, each one of them the figure closer to the girl. He used the storeroom upstairs. That's why you heard footsteps.
I got suspicious when I found a black scarf in his room. And when I looked at the picture a little while ago, it was full of dust. I had dusted it off myself a few hours just before.
Yes, and Dr. Barrow seemed to know there was a storeroom above you. I couldn't understand how he knew that, because this old house of your father's had been closed for years.
Oh, but why? Why should he want to drive me crazy?
Because he's not Dr. Barrow.
What?
He's Ralph Powell, your cousin, who disappeared many years ago. Everyone thought he was dead.
He painted the picture originally, so it was easy for him.
His plan was to drive you insane, then contest the will, since he's the nearest blood relative.
I had no intention of killing Julia. I swear I didn't. I just wanted to frighten her.
Why, I almost jumped out of the window. I might have been dead right now, lying dead outside.
Well, don't think about it, Julia, dear. It's all over now. You're all right.
You mean I'm not insane?
Why, of course not, Julia. Oh, I almost forgot. Why, it's Thursday.
Why, yes. Happy birthday, Julia.
Yes.
How does it feel to be 23 years old?
It feels wonderful.
And so closes Fear Paints a Picture, in which Roma Wines have brought you Lana Turner as star of tonight's study in Suspense. Suspense is produced, edited, and directed by William Spear.
Before our star returns to the microphone, Roma Wines, the sponsor of Suspense, bring you a brief message from that noted authority on smart entertaining, Elsa Maxwell.
A truly versatile wine for entertaining is Roma California Tokay. Serve with coffee or dessert as a delightful finishing touch to your meals. Or set out Roma Tokay with cheese and crackers when friends drop in. Everyone enjoys this velvety, flame-colored wine.
Yet, good as they are, Roma wines cost only pennies a glass. So enjoy them often. Serve Roma with your everyday meals. Roma wine is delicious, and Roma quality never varies. Remember, more Americans enjoy Roma than any other wine. R-O-M-A, Roma Wines. The Roma Wine Company, with sales headquarters in San Francisco, joins with that city in welcoming the men of peace, the delegates to the United Nations Conference now in session. When their good work is completed, may the men of peace take back to their homes the memories of a friendly San Francisco, a city where live in harmony many people of many origins, a typically American city that speaks for all America when it says, "May God bless you, men of peace, and speed you in your noble work."
This is Lana Turner, and it was certainly a great pleasure and privilege to appear here tonight on this distinguished Suspense stage, where you are accustomed to hearing the very best in dramatic radio entertainment. I appreciate very greatly the opportunity of playing a role somewhat different from the ones I usually do in pictures. Next week, my friend, that very excellent actor, John Garfield, will be your star of Suspense. I know you will be listening, as I will.
Lana Turner appeared through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer and is currently starred in their production, Keep Your Powder Dry. Next Thursday, you will hear John Garfield as star of Suspense.
Presented by Roma Wines, R-O-M-A, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Enjoying the timeless classics on Golden Age Radio? If you're loving the nostalgia and captivating stories, consider supporting our channel with a tip. Your generosity helps us continue bringing you the best of vintage radio entertainment. Simply click on the link in the description.
So now I'm a member of Dallas International Bank's bonus checking plan?
That's right. This $3 monthly charge is all you ever pay.
And there's never a monthly service charge on my checking account?
Never.
No matter what my balance is?
No minimum balance.
Well, thank you so much.
Well, don't forget your free personalized checks.
Oh, well, thank you.
Oh, and miss, you forgot your insurance policy.
A $10,000 accidental death policy? How much?
It's included free in Dallas International Bank's bonus checking plan.
Oh, well, I appreciate
No, don't get away now without your hospitalization benefits.
I'm getting all this for $3 a month?
All part of bonus checking.
You've been very kind.
Don't forget your discounts on car rentals and
There's
then
no end to the things you get with Dallas International's bonus checking, is there?
No, ma'am, it's big and getting bigger.
Well, it's been a pleasure.
Miss?
Yes?
You forgot your purse. See Dallas International Bank. Commerce at Field for bonus checking. Member FDIC.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Nothing strikes a deeper chill to the heart than the maniac let loose, who strikes without reason and without warning. The creature of murderous whim who stalks the night, who repeats his odious crimes at random, and who, by the very purposelessness of his actions, evades the law and punishment. This story is about such a man. As true a candidate for the Hall of Ill Fame as Jack the Ripper or the Boston Strangler.
Sergeant, where the Sam Hill is Detective Renzulli? Hasn't he gotten back in that code 2 yet?
Hi, Lieutenant.
Oh, Tony, you're back. What did you get?
Female Caucasian height about...
Never mind the vital statistics. Did you get a make?
Well, proceeding on instructions to the scene of the crime,
Tony,
the perpetrator
just speak English. Is it another one?
Yeah, Lieutenant. Just a torso I call arrest. She didn't have any head. Our mystery drama, The Trouble with Murder, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Robert Morse. It is sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser, and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Ever see a beer drinker pour his beer real easy down the side of the glass? Maybe you do it yourself. If so, the Budweiser brewmaster thinks you're missing something, especially if you're a Budweiser drinker. You see, Bud is brewed, so it will kick up a healthy head of foam. Exclusive beechwood aging and natural carbonation make it a lively brew. Well, anyway, pouring Bud plunk down the middle of the glass helps bring out the best in that clean white Budweiser foam and real beer aroma. It also helps you get the full benefit of a taste, smoothness, and drinkability you'll find in no other beer at any price. Remember, brewing beer right does make a difference. Next time, pour that Budweiser right down the middle and see for yourself. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis.
Shop at Marty
Calling all juniors, get ready for action at Margie's with the greatest looking famous name fashion pants, just $9. And complete the look with the newest shirts and all kinds of sweaters, cardigans, vests, pullovers, and more. Just $5 to $9. So hurry, get into the action. Shirts and sweaters just $5 to $9 and fashion pants just $9. Starting this Friday at all Margie's.
Shop Margie's, Margie's today.
The football season really arrives in the Metroplex this weekend. Hear 5 games on KRLD in 3 days. The high school game of the week Friday night, Texas A&M Clemson Saturday afternoon, SMU North Texas State Saturday night, the Cowboys in Atlanta on Sunday, and cap it off with Oakland and Buffalo on Monday Night Football. Hear it all on KRLD, sports voice of the great Southwest.
What prompts a human being to commit a senseless and savage crime? The reasons are as many and varied as the human brain is capable of conceiving. In the case of the Brooklyn headhunter, as he came to be known, at least 2 motives were ruled out. The girls had not been assaulted, and robbery appeared unlikely, since although the torsos were nude, all of them wore either rings or earrings of some considerable value. And by all odds, the most tantalizing question of all was, since the bodies kept being recovered, where were the heads?
This ding-a-ling has got to be a surgeon or at least a medical student, the way the heads are. Well, whoever he is, we've got to find him.
Excuse me, Lieutenant.
What?
My name is Hugo Mintner, a citizen. I want to make a complaint.
Would you mind seeing the sergeant sitting at the desk, citizen? I'm talking police business to the detective.
I want to talk police business, too.
Look, Mr.
Hugo Mintner.
All right, now, Mr. Minter.
No, with an N.
What?
Mintner, not Minter. She was an actress in the silent films, Mary Miles.
Oh, some days it don't pay to get up. But whatever your name is, why don't you take your complaint to the sergeant?
Because in my experience, Sergeant Danielson never listens to or takes any actions on my complaints. Nor does Sergeant Brader or Sergeant Fryhouse or the one with ulcers who never gives out his name.
You've been here before.
Naturally.
A chronic complainer, a repeater.
Well, what is it you complain about, Mr.
Mintner?
Citizen?
Well, various things. Tonight it happens to be acid rock.
You don't like rock?
Not when it's loud enough to split the eardrum.
Your neighbors are playing music too loud. Knock on the wall.
The reaction is only to turn it up further.
Where do you live, mister?
Well, Columbia Heights.
Now, what do you do for a living?
I'm an artist.
Unemployed, huh?
On the contrary. I work for Sawyer Studios as a draftsman on graphics and cartoon figures. And for a living, too.
Okay. I'll tell you what I'll do. You go to the desk, swear out your complaint, and I promise you, once I'm through with the detective here...
I suppose it's really hopeless to get the police to pay proper attention to me. I know the moment I'm out of sight, I'll be out of mind.
You ain't kidding, Ding-a-ling.
Okay, Tony, now we've got him out of here. Let's get down to the real problem. I've got to get the boys upstairs off my back about this headhunter. Let's hope this time we can get a lead that at least might start us on the way to finding out who he is.
That's what makes it so very difficult with the police. They just are not personally interested in my problems. It's really what started it all in the beginning. And of course, by now, it's all gotten quite out of hand. If I'd only gone to them a year ago. But you see, they never pay any attention to me. They never have. And that's what stopped me from going to the police. Not from what has just happened again. So here I am, having to make an extra visit, besides my regular weekly one, to Aunt Minerva in Flatbush.
Oh, hush up, Rosebud. Well, Mrs. Suppleman, I'm afraid I'm giving you a card you want.
That will be the day. Away with over half the pack gone, I should load up with a king. Here.
That's very generous of you, Mrs. Copperman. Gin.
What is the card you turned over? I knew it. That was my gin card.
Oh, who could that be? Let me just peek who it is. Oh, sakes alive, it's Hugo. On a Thursday. That's not his day.
Well, while you let your nephew in, I'll say goodnight.
Oh, you don't have to run, Bernie.
Oh, I would not intrude on family.
Hello, Aunt Minerva.
Oh, Hugo. Dear boy, this is a nice surprise.
How are you, Mrs. Koppelman?
It's my age. Why complain? You brought Minnie a new pet?
Oh, not exactly.
Excuse me. I did not mean to pry. But I see you carrying the box. See you tomorrow, Minnie.
Of course, Benny. Well, come in, Hugo.
Thank you, Auntie.
What do you have in the pet carrier box?
I hate to tell you, but...
Oh, dear, not again.
I'm afraid so.
Oh, you are so careless with pets, Hugo. There's 4 cats dead already this year.
That's the way the ball bounces sometimes. I hope you're not too angry with me.
Oh, of course not, you poor boy. You're so kind and gentle. That's what makes it unfortunate. You have such bad luck with pussycats. Oh, you'll want to bury this one out by the roses, too.
If I may.
Well, it's getting a wee bit crowded, but I'm sure you'll find a nice little spot. Well, the spade is in the lean-to, and while you're putting poor Pussy to rest, I'll brew us a little tea.
Get away, you!
Oh, don't scold him. He just senses the presence of one of his own departed. Oh, hush, Rosebud. What's upsetting you, you sweet boy? Oh, dear, his hair's all standing on end, and... Hugo, look at what he has on his foot. It looks like blood.
It does? You see, Auntie,
It's from the box. What happened to that pussycat of yours, Hugo?
She had an accident.
Oh, what sort of accident?
To tell you the truth, she sort of lost her head.
Oh, you leave your door open and your poor little cat rushes out into traffic, particularly on that busy street you live on. What do you expect? Well, dear, you'd better hurry. It's getting dark.
Yes, that's what I was waiting for. Quite often, like now, this time, I've had this urge to confide in Auntie Minerva. I don't know, but somehow I've had the feeling that she would understand. Though she's so much older, we have so many things in common. But then I think to myself, if she really knew what I have inside this box, I don't know if she'd understand any more than anyone else would. Goodbye, Marilyn. You only die a little death. I will make you immortal.
Come in. What do you got, Tony?
This report of processing of fingerprints taken from the deceased in the torso.
The print's clear.
Oh, sure. Like I said, this one hadn't been in the water long enough for decomposition.
So her prints aren't on file anywhere.
Yeah, that's right.
What about identifying marks?
She had a mole on the sole of her left foot and appendicitis scar.
The doctor didn't sign his name by any chance?
No, Tom. Real neat job.
So it's another dead end.
Well, it's tough to get a make on a body that hasn't got a head.
Why can't we find the other end just once? What does he do with them? Where does he get rid of the heads?
Well, did you get our little friend put away all right?
Oh, yes, Auntie. The tea is delicious, as always.
Oh, well, I feel just a little wicked, actually.
About what?
But I couldn't resist today lacing our tea with a little rum.
I think maybe I'll have another cup.
Well, it's awfully good for the arthritis. Oh, You're not getting a tinge of that by any chance.
Oh, no. I think I just got a little chill out there in the garden.
Oh, poor boy. So sensitive. Ever since you were a child, everything affected you so. Hugo, how old are you now?
35 and a half.
You see, high time you settle down with a nice girl with a good sound head on her shoulders.
I think I'll have another cup of tea.
Don't forget it has rum in it.
I wasn't forgetting.
I think I might join you. It's really quite delicious. Good for what ails you, as Horace used to say. So lonely with him gone all these years. A person really ought to be married.
Well, a person has got to find the right girl first.
That's why I thought Gloria was for you. Of course, I only met her the one time, but I really thought she'd quite lost her head over you. Whatever happened to break it off?
I really would rather not talk about Gloria, if you don't mind. It was a rather, it was a painful experience for both of us.
Oh, well, if she hurt my boy, I'm glad she's out of your life. After all this time, I suppose she is a dead issue.
Oh, yes. Gloria is all of that. You see, Auntie, I don't want you to worry about me and having a girl, and I have other things to do first. It's too soon to tell anyone, even you, but I promise you, once the secret is out, you'll be the first to know, dear Auntie. I owe you that much.
You're such a sweet boy. You don't owe me anything at all.
Oh, you'd be surprised. I'd never have got ahead without you. That is, I mean, if it hadn't been for you, I'd never been able to get rid of Gloria. Shut her out of my mind and just got over her. And look, I really must go.
Oh, aren't you going to stay to dinner?
I'm afraid I can't.
Oh, well, all right, dear. I'll see you tomorrow for your regular visit. And we can have a nice long talk about Gloria and how to find a nice new girl you can lose your head over.
A person really feels terrible not to be totally honest with someone like Aunt Minnie. But there is the difference between the sexes and the generations, and then the very special circumstances that I'm involved in. It takes someone a very large vision to understand what it's all about, and how it all began with Gloria. I wonder if anyone would really understand it. I mean, if I explained it right out.
Jack the Ripper? The Boston Strangler? Could someone as inoffensive and humorless as Hugo Mintner join their august company? Are we faced with another Dr. Jekyll who can retrogress diabolically into Mr. Hyde? And is perhaps the single most important key in our private investigation the word humorless? I'll return very shortly with Act Two.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah?
I would like to ask a deceptively simple question.
Okay.
I say deceptive because few people seem to know the answer.
Oh, go ahead.
Are you ready?
Yeah, ready as rain.
Okay.
No, wait. I think that should be right as rain.
Oh, well.
No, wait. Make that ready as I'll ever be, okay? Ready as I'll ever be.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Anyway, the question is this.
Yeah, go ahead.
What happens this time of year?
Listen. That's it.
That's the question.
That's the $64,000 question. That's the one for all the marbles, right? That's the one that's on everybody's lips. Huh?
Yes.
That's the question. Well, as everyone should know, what happens this time of year is that Buick dealers are giving great deals on 1974 Buicks, which of course means that this time of year may very well be the best chance you'll ever have to buy a Buick. From the thrifty but surprisingly elegant Apollo to the dashing full-size LeSabre to the Electra, which surprisingly enough is the second largest selling luxury car in America.
Know-it-all.
The gardener's work is never done. Putting your plants to bed in the fall is as much work as waking them up in the spring. Hi, Frank Lieber here to tell you True Value Hardware stores stand ready to help. With a True Test 3-horsepower, 20-inch mower, for instance. It comes complete with a mulcher plate for just $79.99. True Value hardware stores have fall cleanup supplies, too, for your lawn or your flower bed. For instance, an 18-inch bamboo rake. It's lightweight and it's springy, so it does part of the work for you, just $2.33. And you can get a specialty garden cart. Its adjustable height rim holds plastic bags open for filling, or remove the rim and use it as a hand truck for hauling heavy bushel baskets, just $8.44. You'll find those plastic bags, too, 7-bushel cordite leaf bags. Get a package of 10 for just $1.49. These lawn and garden supplies help gardeners get their work done before winter comes. They're just a few of the values at participating True Value hardware stores.
Run through the crime statistics for any major city. Just the sheer incidence of each crime. And you can wonder how any of them at all can be solved. The appalling weight of figures drowns the police departments, almost paralyzes them. Countrywide, some 6 million offenses. In any one of our main urban centers, an average of 40,000 for auto theft, 20,000 for robbery, over 500 for manslaughter or murder, and those are the ones reported. There are the others, like Hugo.
Riding back from Flatbush in the subway, the empty pet carrier box balanced on my lap because it was crowded. The rum in the tea I'd had kept me nodding. I had to fight against falling asleep, and so I had no defense left against other memories of the past year that filled my consciousness. Most of all, Gloria. I remembered how I first met her. Oh, excuse me, I didn't mean to jostle you.
Oh, that's okay, John. Any port in the storm?
Sure is raining. Oh, my name isn't John, it's Hugo.
Okay, Hugo. Right on both counts.
I'll try to get a taxi. But, could I drop you somewhere?
That's the best you have in mind?
What else?
Maybe you're for real. Okay, honey, you get the cab. You could drop me by my hotel.
We get to my place sooner in your hotel. You like to stop off, maybe for a drink?
I don't know.
Dinner?
You cook?
Well, I studied, and I have an osso buco simmering.
How come you knew I was Italian?
I didn't. Are you?
Oh, well, like way back, but I dig that osso buco.
So, you want to stop at my place?
This weather, what can I lose? Make it your pad.
It serves.
It what?
I like it, too.
You autistic or something?
I beg your pardon?
All them pictures on the wall.
Oh, those? Well, yes. Well, those are just things I like. Someday, maybe I'll have my own to hang. Oh, here's your drink.
That's a Manhattan?
Rye and sweet vermouth.
Yeah, but rye first and then a touch of the other. Let me fix it, huh?
Oh, sure. I'm not very good with drinks.
That's okay. What are you good at, Hugo?
Well, I don't know. I never thought about it.
Whatever you do, you make money?
Oh, an adequate amount, I suppose.
Like, for example?
Well, before take-home, taxes and all that, depending on overtime, about $24,000, $30,000 a year.
Oh, that's very adequate. Here, honey, try this.
That's very strong.
Oh, only the first sip. You'd be surprised how smooth it gets the next couple of times around.
It doesn't seem quite as strong now.
Well, keep at it. You'll like it.
I already do.
That's the first step. Now, how do you feel about me?
Well, I liked you from the very beginning.
No other ideas occurred to you?
Well, I'd like to kiss you.
Mm-mm.
Now what?
Oh,
was the most marvelous thing that ever happened to me. All I could think of was the Song of Solomon. Behold, thou art fair, my love. Thou hast dove's eyes within thy locks. Thy teeth are as a flock of sheep that appear from Mount Gilead, and none barren among them. That's from the Bible. She was so beautiful. I wanted to make her immortal.
In the nude?
Because there is nothing more beautiful than the human figure.
Look, I never went that route. Dirty pictures. I know it pays good, but
This isn't dirty pictures. Please, I want to paint you.
You mean like a centerfold in a swinger magazine?
Well, something like that, but...
well, you get it if you put up. Anytime little Gloria strips down for the public view, it's got to be cash on the line.
I suppose I should have been warned by her attitude, but she was so beautiful that I couldn't wait to do what I'd always dreamed of doing. Capturing a real woman on canvas. Not drawing outlines that were a caricature of the human figure, mechanically reproducing lettering or someone else's sketch, but creating by my own hand the flesh and blood and soul of a real woman. No, please, don't move, please.
Look, Hugo, I didn't bargain for this. I'm just about frozen stiff. These prices that don't pay.
Is money all you think of?
Well, what else is in this for me?
I am putting an image of you on canvas that will never fade. I am making you forever immortal.
Oh, sure. Well, what magazine you going to sell it to?
Oh, you don't understand. Can't you appreciate that this is real art?
Only if you pay the fee, Buster.
But you know I promised to pay.
So right.
Gloria, don't.
So what?
Don't spoil everything.
Thanks a lot, Hugo, but there just isn't enough in it for me.
How much do you want? I've tried to pay you as much as I can.
You're kind of cute, you know? But you just don't reach where it's at. You couldn't hope to match in a week what I rake in an average night.
You mean, you're a professional?
Well, you're the first one ever registered a complaint.
You can't do that to me.
Oh, don't be silly.
I made you something special. A goddess. I mean, that's the way that I painted you.
Look, you want to think it's good? Okay. For me, I ain't all that hippie. And you could at least leave the bags out under my eyes.
You don't appreciate real art.
I think it's lousy.
I tried to make you the most beautiful woman since the world began.
Well, suit yourself. Just don't try to merchandise it unless I share in the proceeds.
What are you talking about?
Oh, look, Hugo, you hired yourself a pro. Any use you make of my body, you pay just like my regular job.
I can't believe what you're saying.
Well, you better believe it.
But I love you.
That's your problem.
You mean you don't return my love?
It's all in the open. You just have to be kidding. The only return involved here is what I get paid if you make a big sale.
I can't believe what I'm hearing.
Well, you better, Hugo. You made your bed.
Except I don't have to lie in it.
What's your way out?
I don't want to reach for it, but I won't let you walk out on me.
Well, how could you stop me?
Like this?
No, wait, you got...
I don't want to. I don't want to. But what else can I do? Gloria? Gloria? Oh, my God! I've killed her. I didn't mean it to happen this way. The madness that came over me was terribly sudden. Without control, my hands had spanned her throat, and she was dead. In that moment, the incredible was born. It had its own inexorable logic. The body was unclothed, and even if discovered, would be hard to identify. But the head was the problem. I was grateful for all my anatomy classes. A relatively simple problem. Over the bathtub. A complex circumferential cut, then a simple excision between the cervical and thoracic vertebrae. The body, out my overhanging window, in the dark before midnight, into the Hudson's receding tide. The severed head into the cat carrier box, the first foreign corpse to grace my Aunt Minerva's private pet cemetery. Even after the rest of Gloria was gone for good, and I filled up the hole, I was shaking like a leaf. I could scarcely finish up and smooth the earth as I gave it the last little pat. I found myself saying a little eulogy. Forgive me, Gloria. I didn't mean to do it. But at least I saved you from a life of sin. Poor Aunt Minerva. She was so concerned about me that she had something very special waiting for me when I got back to the house.
A nice glass of dandelion wine. Sip it slowly, Hugo.
Yes, Auntie.
Oh, you mustn't take on so. Poor gentle boy. All pussycats have to die sooner or later. Oh, what did you say she died of?
She had some throat trouble.
What did the veterinarian say it was?
Oh, she died before I could get her to the vet.
I'll bet it was a hairball.
Yes.
It can happen, when you're not around. Awful thing is, probably the poor little darling just got strangled to death.
I guess you might say that's exactly what happened. During the 3 or 4 days I convalesced at my apartment, trying to shake the shakes, I'd sit long hours looking at my portrait of Gloria. It was the first oil I'd ever painted. More and more I became obsessed with incredible truth. I had lifted this girl from the filth and squalor of her professional life and given her an eternal life on canvas in which she would be forever beautiful and good. I had actually done her a favor.
The trouble with murder is threefold. First, that driven to a rage blinding enough, anyone is capable of it. Second, that it is irrevocable. Once done, it can't be undone. And third, well, we'll consider that with Hugo when we return shortly with Act 3.
Give your hand to a friend. Give your heart to your love. But give your code to contact. The sooner the better.
The common cold is a rotten thing. You miss so much. Sneezing, drips, and congestion can drag you down. Then ask yourself the contact question. 6 or 3 or 1. You'd need 6 cold tablets, 2 every 4 hours, or 3 ounces of Cold's liquid, 1 every 4 hours, or just 1 contact for up to 12 hours continuous relief of those symptoms. That's daytime, then nighttime relief. Both the others have things for aches and fever, and the liquid, something for coughs. Not found in Contact 600 Tiny Time pills.
Give your code to contact.
6 or 3 or 1. Take Contact. Only as directed.
Oh, this dust and dirt I just cleaned yesterday. Where does it all come from?
Lady, there may be a dust storm in your home every time your heating and air conditioning system cycles on.
But we change our filters regularly.
That's good. But you may be solving only half the problem. Dust and dirt accumulate in air conditioning and heating systems no matter how good a housekeeper you may be. As air blows through the system, it picks up this unhealthy accumulation of dust and dirt and redistributes it throughout your home.
What can be done about it?
Guardian Power Cleaning has special powerful equipment that vacuums away dust and dirt from deep inside your heating and air conditioning system. Unsightly dirt is cleaned from grill work. Guardian Power Cleaning does not repair systems or sell parts. We clean away unhealthy dirt and dust from your home heating and cooling system. Today, call Guardian Power Cleaning at 637-1520. Find out how you can have a safer, cleaner, and more healthful home.
It's like having your own guardian angel.
The third trouble with murder, one that Hugo will discover for himself as our tale continues. The fact that having once committed it and gotten away with it, it becomes easier to do it again. It's like learning to play a tune on the piano, save for one thing. Practice doesn't always make perfect. If only he could have let well enough alone.
So, how come the favorite nephew is not making his usual visit the past 2 weeks, Minerva?
Oh, he isn't my favorite. He's my only. Well, to tell you the truth...
Pick up the cards.
I'm afraid he's been through an unfortunate love affair.
You mean his cat dying like that?
Oh, that upset him, of course. He's a very sensitive boy. But I'm afraid it's more than that.
My trick. So I will melt. Marriage in diamonds.
Marriage. I think that's just what Hugo had in mind. But apparently she jilted him.
So maybe they're both lucky. Ask me. Marriage. It could be a fate worse than death. Are you sure she's out of the picture?
Oh, yes. Hugo said she just disappeared into thin air.
A head just can't disappear into thin air, Tony. Get as many men as you need, start fanning out from there inland and up and downstream, and look for that head. We gotta find it.
Lieutenant, the body is in the river maybe 2 weeks. It's too late. Have a heart.
What I got running a precinct is an ulcer. Now, I want to make on that body because I got a lousy hunch.
What's that, Lieutenant?
That this guy could turn out to be a repeater. Just let him get away with it once. They might be tempted to try again.
After Gloria, at first I was so sick at what I'd done that I had to take a few days off from the studio. My hands would shake so much at work. I couldn't control them. But then lying in my room, looking up at my portrait of Gloria, looking so pure and chaste and like the Song of Solomon, I began to realize that I had a call. Gloria would remain forever captured in oils, innocent, immortal. I had torn her from the arms of the devil, and there were other women, girls, misguided children who needed me as I needed them. For now my whole life was painting.
Lieutenant Flagg. What? Another one? Oh, I knew it. I could feel it in my bones. Huh? No identification. Figures. This guy's a regular Bluebeard.
I was a saver of souls, an instrument of immortality, and so my gallery grew to 4, and my fear was all gone. It was all for their sakes, my lovely, purified girls who smiled down on me from the walls, and whose remains floated in the river and fertilized my beloved Auntie's roses.
Come in.
Hey, you was looking for me, Lieutenant?
Come in and close the door.
Yes, sir. What's the action, Lieutenant?
I've been looking over the file on the Brooklyn headhunter. I don't like the going over we're getting from the press, especially after the last torso turned up.
Well, how are you going to distinguish the perpetrator when we are unable to uncover the identification of the victims due to the decapitations?
You should have been an actor. Now, look. Sergeant Harkins is having Central File pull the dope on every missing dame in the last year that's anywhere near the age and weight of this last torso we fished out. We struck out on the first 3, but we've got a slim chance of getting a make on the 4th.
Yeah?
The mole on her foot and that appendix scar. Now, you are going to check personally with everyone connected with any missing dame reported in the last year, and you better find one with both those marks. I want this case closed before another one turns up.
had been a year since it all began. I felt I had done my work. And besides, Auntie was getting more and more upset about the overcrowding in her pet cemetery. Perhaps, I thought, as I started to fall asleep, enough was enough. And yet, there was that one empty wall. As I drifted away, I could feel the tug of the call again.
Hey, mister.
Don't move, please.
I'm getting stiff. Can I have a smoke?
No. You're almost finished.
Oh, you ain't kidding. This is the coldest trick I ever turned. I must have been out of my skull when I agreed to do it.
You don't realize how fortunate you are.
Oh, yeah?
Yes, that I found you. That I'm about to lift you up.
I think you're real kinky. Hey, come on, huh? How about letting me take a break for a smoke, huh?
You don't need any breaks. It's finished.
Oh, you mean I put my clothes on?
No, come here first. I want you to look at yourself.
Hey. Not bad, You made me look pretty good.
That was the object.
You gonna hang me with all the other babes?
Yes, I'm going to hang you when you're ready.
What do you mean?
We are members of two of the oldest professions in the world. Yours much older than mine, but very different.
Yeah.
I have a call to higher things, but you sold your soul to the devil.
Now, hey, wait a minute now.
Have no fear. I have been appointed to save your soul, as I saved these others, to make you immortal.
I told Archie you were some kind of a weirdo. Now, you keep away from me.
I can't. It's too late. You've been chosen.
Hey, lay off, will you? Don't get excited. Now, don't lose your head.
Not me. You're going to lose yours.
No. Ah.
Hey, this time, Lieutenant, we got him.
Got who?
The perpetrator, the headhunter, the guy...
Okay, I know who you're talking about. Now, what do you mean?
Well, the body we pulled out this morning, we got a fingerprint match, eh? Here she is. Name's Flossie Henderson. She's a prossy.
Well, it's a start.
Now, wait a minute. You don't know the rest. I pinned down a Duke, a real fancy man, and I get the word from him she was posing last night for some artist named of Hugo Mintner. I got his address right here.
Tony, you're going to make second grade for this.
We going to pick him up right now?
With one stop on the way for a warrant.
Just a minute. I'm coming. Oh, who is it?
It's Hugo, Auntie.
Oh, goodness me. So early in the week. Just a minute, dear. Well, I'm sorry to keep you waiting, dear, but one can't be too careful these days about opening... Oh, dear me, not another one, Hugo.
I'm afraid so, Auntie.
But you just buried the... Oh, look out for Rosebud. Close the door before he gets... Oh, my, he's gone. Hugo, you'll just have to go after him and catch him.
But, Auntie, I can't...
If you expect me to help take care of your pet, you'll have to help me with mine. Now, I'll just take the carrier and you go bring back Rosebud.
Well, he isn't anywheres in the apartment. He's taking a powder for sure.
Oh, no. We can't be this close and let him get away.
And you learn anything more from the super?
No, but this is our man, all right. Look.
Hey, yeah. How about those chicks, huh?
Concentrate on the faces. The one where the paint's still wet, that's Flossie, all right.
Yeah. And I recognize at least two of the others from photos in the file. Real lifelike, ain't they?
On the canvas, maybe. They were dead enough when we hauled them out of the river. Hello, headquarters, Lieutenant Flagg, 43rd Precinct. I want an APB on the wire immediately for a Hugo Mintner. Male, Caucasian, height 5'6", slight build, mouse brown hair, blue eyes, weight 150. Warn all arresting officers this man is a dangerous maniac and should be approached with extreme caution.
You ought to get rid of that cat. He's dangerous, Auntie. He bit me.
I'm not surprised under the circumstances.
What circumstances?
I am very displeased with you, Hugo. I might even say shocked. While you were gone, I looked into this.
Oh. You shouldn't have done that.
Nonsense. It's my cat carrier that I lent you. But certainly not for transporting foreign objects. And worse still, to think that you planted them in my rose garden.
You shouldn't have looked into it. Now I'm going to have to kill you.
Oh, nonsense. There's been quite enough of that already.
Well, what am I going to do?
We are going to sit down.
Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey, where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
Good evening, friends. This is your host to welcome you through the creaking door into the inner sanctum. Come in. Just signed up to take some classes this fall. Preparatory school, kinda. They guarantee to prepare you for anything, or your sanity will be cheerfully refunded. One course in better citizenship is titled How to Keep Busy Though Dead. Another popular course is the art of stone sculpturing. The teacher hands you a hammer and a tombstone and then dares you to try something. The length of the course depends on the individual student. It ends promptly when you terminate.
Tonight's Inner Sanctum Mystery, Catch a Killer, was written by John Robert and stars Larry Haynes in the role of Stitch with Barbara Weeks as Gale.
And now, let's exercise our fears. Tonight's drama is told under the byline of Stitch Thompson, a newspaper man as hard-boiled as a 10-minute egg. The way men get who make murder their business. He's in Joe's restaurant, staring restlessly at nothing. The way men do who are fed up with themselves.
10 years on the crime beat and your mind begins to crack a little. Like a punch-drunk fighter talking to himself. You've seen the sordid side of life and it's crept into your system. You forget more than you remember just to keep from going nuts. But there's one experience I do remember. Because it happened to me last. Began in court. A guy was being sentenced to death.
Marco Chase, you have been found guilty of murder by a jury of your peers. It is the sentence of this court that you be taken to the state penitentiary and kept there until the week of October 20th.
No!
There was a girl, a perky little brunette fainting dead away. A wife or a sister, maybe, or just a woman hearing the bell tolled over a guy who was too young to die. It was a sister, as it turned out to be, a little while later when I ran into her again at Joe's restaurant, a newspaper man's hangout. You better stop it, kid. You'll just get yourself sick. Marco, your husband?
My brother. He didn't do it. He didn't murder Mona Taylor.
It's a little late to go into pros and cons. Mona Taylor was his dancing partner, huh?
Yes, but that was all. He wasn't in love with her, and he didn't murder her. If Mona Taylor was murdered...
If? Well, wait a minute. They'd never have gotten a conviction without a corpus delicti.
They found her in the river. A body that was hardly anything. It had been weak.
And they identified the body.
But how? teeth. Just a small dental crown and a dentist's testimony, so-called measurements. The measurements fit, but that could have been a coincidence.
Yeah, it could have been. The main gimmick was that dentist's testimony.
All horribly circumstantial.
90% of hanging evidence is circumstantial, kid.
Help him, Mr. Thompson, please.
Oh, you know me, huh?
Yes. You've succeeded where the police failed so many times.
You've been oversold on my reputation.
You won't help me?
I wouldn't know how. Sorry. I said no, but I took her red eyes away with me. Her red eyes were right in front of me a couple of days later. I was on an assignment, the city morgue. A local racketeer had been riddled with bullets and tossed into the streets. There was a woman beside me, a relative. She was there to identify the remains. I watched her look and I listened to her scream.
Mr. Thompson, I prayed for you to come.
There was a corpse in the city morgue just now and a woman screaming. The way I saw it, the corpse was your brother Marco. The way I heard it, it was you screaming come October 20th.
Save Marco, please.
That's if he's really innocent.
He is.
Well, my hat's off to your technique, kid. You sure hopped me up with a sense of guilt, made me feel as if...
As if?
As if I'd be guilty of murder if your brother went to the chair, an innocent man.
How will you help my brother? You have a plan?
No, I'll have to feel around blindly. I'll needle the cops into second guessing. Run big hints in the newspaper about how the evidence that convicted Marco was a little lightweight. That maybe there's more to the Mona Taylor murder than was told. It's only an arrow in the air, kid. Don't bank on a thing. The arrow landed right on Tom Ryder's sore spot. Tom Ryder was the county DA.
Have you lost your mind completely, Stitch? 7 stories on the Mona Taylor murder.
On the Marco Chase conviction.
A closed case.
Not until the evening of October 20th.
What makes you think he's an innocent man? He's been tried and judged.
I don't know exactly. Call it a hunch. Or, maybe it's his fifth sister's faith that sold me. I'm crazy, huh?
You're not kidding. Haven't you something interesting and current to write about?
Marco Chase is current and choice.
How far do you expect to go with this nonsense?
I shouldn't tip my hand, but I will. Right now, Marco's sister Gail is trying to persuade Mrs. Mary Taylor, that's the victim's mother, to petition for court permission to exhume the body of Mona Taylor.
Exhume the body of Mona Taylor?
That's if we can get the mother to agree.
But why?
Well, we not only think Marco Chase is innocent, but we also have an idea that the corpus delicti might not be Mona Taylor. The DA wasn't the only one. There was someone else really put out and determined to do something about it. About me, I mean. I was telling you and tell me how she made out with Mona Taylor's mother when my door buzzer phoned. There was a kid with a package.
Mr. Stitch Thompson?
Yeah, that's me.
Well, here's a package for you.
Who from?
Well, a man in the Owl drugstore said to bring it to you at 9 sharp.
9 sharp it is, thanks. It was just a package. A box in brown wrapping paper. I opened it. Who wouldn't open it? How suspicious can you get? I got the cover off and the room fell on me. There were bells way off somewhere. I was waking up to bells. I'd been asleep for 1,000 years like a mummy in a tomb. There were bandages all around my head.
Hello, Stitch.
Gail. Where am I?
In a hospital. You've been here 3 days.
What happened?
A time bomb wrapped in a parcel was delivered to you.
Yeah, I remember. At 9 sharp, it went off right on the button. How bad am I?
Cuts and burns. Who did it, Stitch?
Don't know. Someone who doesn't like what I'm up to. Someone who wants the case to stay like it is. Closed. Oh, did you talk Mona Taylor's mother into it?
Yes. She agreed, finally, just this morning. She petitioned for court permission to exhume the body of her daughter.
On the day I was checked out of the hospital, we exhumed the alleged body of Mona Taylor and shipped it to a private laboratory.
Just what do you hope to accomplish out of this grisly business?
A detailed chart of the victim, Mr. D.A., as well as it can be constructed. All measurements, bone widths, body scars, if any, and so forth. The physiological story and the medical story as good as we can get it.
And then what?
Then we compare it detail for detail with the chart we've gotten up on the known Mona Taylor. The idea is to see if the lady now in our laboratory and Mona Taylor are the same people.
But that's already been done thoroughly.
Yeah, I know. By the state, with your experts. This time we're doing it for the defense with our experts. It was all a little speculative, maybe. Just a way of showing we were really in earnest, really dead set on forcing official interest in action. But there was one immediate result.
Stitch.
Yeah.
Her teeth. The dental crown that the state used to prove she was actually Mona Taylor.
But the one that dentist swore he'd made for her?
Yes.
So?
Mona Taylor was buried with her crown in her mouth. Her mother insisted she be buried like that. Remember?
Yeah. Yeah, the old lady did make an issue of it. What about that crown?
It's gone. Mona Taylor was buried in it, Stitch, but now it's gone.
I beat the DA to the dentist whose positive identification of the dental bridge did so much to cinch the state's identification of the body.
But why come to me, Mr. Thompson?
I'm looking for a dentist. What are you so nervous about, Dr. Penner?
Well, I'm a nervous man.
Just nervous, huh?
Now, look, if you continue like this any further, I'll call the police.
Tell the police you've got my fingerprints on your face, lover boy. I said lover boy, but what do you bet you weren't that lucky? What do you bet you made very slow time with Mona Taylor?
Oh, that's absurd.
Your acting's lousy. Now, where is Mona Taylor?
Where is... Are you insane? She was buried.
They buried a girl they called Mona Taylor mainly because you identified a dental job in her mouth. Strike out your testimony, and the corpse was a practically unidentifiable somebody washed ashore after weeks in the river. I'm not just guessing or bluffing, Penner. We exhumed the body this morning and found the dental crown she was buried with missing.
Missing?
Your acting's still lousy. Now talk.
All right. I lied when I identified the crown.
Why?
Well, I was forced to. Someone kept telephoning threats to kill me if I didn't.
Who kept telephoning him?
I don't know. It was just a voice on the telephone. A hard, determined voice like yours. A voice I became afraid of. He said it was to both our advantages, his and mine, if the body was identified as Mona Taylor.
Why'd you go to the crazy risk of stealing the crown?
Well, your newspaper articles made me do it. Your demands that the body be exhumed and the case reopened. You see, I was afraid another dentist would turn up, the dentist who had really worked on Mona Taylor. You see, I never did any work on her.
Okay, Penner, get your hat.
My hat?
And take it off when you enter the DA's office. Tell him what you've told me. Tell him especially that his corpus delicti is probably not the real Mona Taylor. And tell him that you wanted to prevent exhumation of the body so desperately you tried to blow Stitch Thompson off the face of the earth. You did send that time bomb, didn't you?
Yes, I sent it. I must have been crazy.
I knew Marco was innocent.
Not so fast, Gail. Mona Taylor is still a missing dancer who might turn up dead. And the odds are top-heavy that she will turn up just like that.
Why are you so certain, Stitch?
The kind of girl Mona was. All meek and no heart. She made men a career. Bet on it that way, kid. Mona Taylor is dead. We bet on it like that. With the mother's reluctant okay, we holed up in Mona's apartment that night to see if we could get a line on the men in her life from her letters and a stack of diaries. Get a line on one guy especially. The guy who had put the heat on the dentist Penner in the first place and gotten him to perjure in court.
You were right about Mona. About her making a career of men.
Yeah, I undersold her. Men crawl through her diaries like ants.
She hated men. Men loved her, but she hated them.
Yeah.
She was no good, Stitch. If she's dead, I'm glad.
Oh, I get it. She did a good job on your brother Marco, too.
Not for my brother. I don't hate her just for that. I hate her for all the men who fall honestly in love. And for you, Stitch. I hate her for you, too.
For me?
Yes. I've watched you staring at her picture all night. She's beautiful, isn't she?
Yeah, she is.
But there are other beautiful women in the world.
Yeah, but not like... Now, look, you've got me mooning over a girl I don't even know.
I didn't do it, Stitch. It just happened to you. I watched you finger her trinkets before, and her gowns. The way your hands touched things Mona owned and wore.
How do I touch them?
Tenderly. With a touch of love.
Kid, you're crazy.
Am I?
Sure you are. Sure, I can go for a girl like the next guy can. So what? I could go for Mona, I could go for you.
Can you go for me?
Well, easier than for Mona. She's only a photograph on a bureau. You're alive, baby, right within reach.
Then reach, Stitch.
What?
Reach. Kiss me.
You kidding?
No. Kiss me.
Funny, but I can't.
You can't. In her room with her picture staring at you with Mona alive in the room.
You're trying to hoodoo me into believing I'm in love with a ghost, but the fact is you're jealous of a ghost.
I am jealous of her. It's insane, I know, but I am. I'm sorry, Stitch.
Oh, forget it. It's a kind of a spell in this room anyway. Let's get back to our work. We've got a lot of names here for the DA to investigate the 100 men who were after Mona. If Ryder turns a miracle, he'll pull the one man out of the list. The one man who can lead the police to Mona.
What if one woman can lead the police to Mona?
One woman?
Yes, Stitch. One woman. Me.
You? I don't get it.
I know where Mona Taylor is buried. I visited my brother in the death house last night. Marco told me things.
Gail knew all right and showed me. We drove upstate New York into the Catskills and parked outside a big iron gate that had a sign over a main lodge reading Martinson's Bungalows for rent, hunting and fishing. All right, now what?
There are scattered bungalows half-mile up that footpath. We'll have to walk the rest of the way.
And, Mona's up there somewhere?
Yes, where my brother left her, the night she disappeared.
Mona was there, all right. Up where a natural lake had dried into marshland. I got on my hands and knees and turned my flashlight on her, but I couldn't see her. There was a burlap bag over her. Her last resting place was a broken culvert built into a dam that was no longer in use. But Mona was no longer in use. Your brother left her here, you said. What's the rest of it?
Marco rented a cabin up here for the season. He'd driven Mona up. They were to go over a new dance routine. Marco drove to the village to shop for groceries, provisions. He left Mona here, reading. When he got back, she was dead. Shot through the heart. Marco lost his head. He didn't notify the police. He hid her here.
Mm-hmm. Afraid he'd be the fall guy, huh?
Yes. Their names had been linked romantically. They'd fought publicly, backstage, in nightclubs.
Well, why didn't he open up about where the real Mona Taylor was during his trial?
He gambled on being acquitted. But in hiding Mona, he compromised himself hopelessly. I couldn't advise him. I discovered these things just last night when I visited him.
Whoever sneaked up here to shoot Mona came up on foot. Parked his car at that big gate down there and came up on foot.
He had to.
This was during the daytime, you said. The stores were open for your brother to do his shopping.
It was between noon and 2 p.m. on July 18th.
And that name down there where we parked, Martinson. Who is Martinson?
Flora Martinson, a widow. She manages the lodge and rents out the bungalows.
Let's go have a talk with her.
A strange car parked out there on that day, July 18th it was, at 1 o'clock. I took the license number down, and it's right here in my day book.
I phoned the license number to District Attorney Ryder. But before dropping in on him to see who we'd nailed, I took Gail to Joe's restaurant. And she was red-eyed again like the day I met her. All right, now what's watering your eyes, kid?
Nothing special. I've always cried. Since I was a child, I've cried.
Oh, what for? Or is it for what?
For everything. And everybody. For the mess people make out of their lives. For my brother. For all the men who fall in love with all the Monas. I cry for you too, Stitch.
For a wreck who blanks out here at Joe's 7 nights a week, huh?
For a great newspaper man who could have been a wonderful guy.
Thanks for the tears, baby. You ever cry for yourself?
I am, now. I'm crying for a girl who could have fallen in love with this guy. Who could have been a wonderful guy.
Thanks again, baby.
Stitch, where are you going?
To see what the DA's come up with? Hiya, DA.
Hello, Stitch. Sit down. I checked auto license 6Y410. I wired the state capital on your tip. Here's what they wired back. Green Coupe, 1946. The owner's vital statistics are age, 36, height, 5'11", weight, 175 pounds, eyes, blue. You sure he was the man who murdered Mona Taylor?
Yeah, I'm sure. What's his name and address?
He lives at 625 10th Street. His name is Stitch Thompson. Why'd you come forward like this now? This late?
I didn't. A brunette named Gail pushed me forward. She knew I was the guy who murdered Mona. But she also knew I was a punch-drunk reporter who'd blanked out. So she started a campaign to start me remembering. You know, she did it to save a brother. A funny thing happened to her. She's in Joe's right now, crying her eyes out for me.
Imagine rolling up your sleeves only to put the finger on yourself. You know, for a guy whose moniker was Stitch, our boy was certainly unraveled. Mona had a way with men, so Stitch did away with Mona. Did some wolf just observe that Mona was more kissed off than kissed? Good thing Gail was able to maneuver Stitch into remembering. Marco my words it was.
Sanctum was heard in the United States over CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System, and has been rebroadcast for servicemen and women overseas. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
Enjoying the timeless classics on Golden Age Radio? If you're loving the nostalgia and captivating stories, consider supporting our channel with a tip. Your generosity helps us continue bringing you the best of vintage radio entertainment. Simply click on the link in the description.
Dorothy, what in heaven's name are you doing? For pity's sake, let's get out of here.
Oh, please, Herbert. Just another moment.
What are you crawling around for? Down underneath those seats.
Well, I'm not crawling. I'm just looking. It's my shoe.
Your shoe. Every time we go to the movies, it's a glove or an earring. Now a shoe.
Well, they hurt my feet, and I took them off. I just slipped my feet out of them. Women do it all the time at the movies, Herbert.
Oh, they do they? The next time we go to the movies, if we ever do, give me your shoes and I'll hold them in my lap.
Oh, Herbert, please.
Women would buy their shoes big enough to begin with.
Excuse me, folks. The show's over. We're closing up. Anything wrong?
Oh, no. Nothing's wrong. Just go ahead and close up. We're apt to be here all night.
It's my shoe. Somebody kicked it going out, and I can't find it.
Oh, well, I have a flashlight here. Let me help you look. Let's see. No, it's not under these seats. No, it's not over here.
Oh, there it is, all the way down the next row. Oh, that's why I couldn't find it.
If it had been on your foot where it belonged.
Here, I have it. Here you are, ma'am.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, don't mention it. Glad to be of help.
There. Now I'm all ready, Herbert.
You're positive? You haven't left your handbag behind, or maybe your head, or...
That's not very kind. Lots of women...
I know. Lots of women take off their shoes, but they don't lose them. Only you. Everything you touch either burns up or blows up or stops working or you lose it.
Oh, I'm sorry. It won't happen again.
No, of course not. Not until next time.
Well, good night, folks. Hope you enjoyed the picture. Come again.
I will, friend, some night when I'm in the mood to be utterly bored. Say, what are those sirens?
Oh, someone said a bunch of hot rodders were drag racing down the main street and the police are after them. Sounds as if they're giving those patrol cars quite a taste, doesn't it?
You ask me, this city is going to Hades in a handbasket. Hot rodders all over town, muggings, holdups.
Well, good night, folks. Have to lock up now.
Well, come on, Dorothy. How'd you like that for being given the bum's rush? Took more than a broken television set to get me to this movie again.
Oh, Herbert, I don't think he meant anything by being in a hurry. He might have to pay overtime or something if he didn't close up in time.
Oh, sure. You're always making excuses for the other fellow. That's you. Stray dogs and cats and hobos love you. You're such a soft touch.
Well, I do think it makes life easier if we can all be nice to each other. I don't see anything wrong with that.
Being nice to someone just gives them the chance to kick you in the teeth. Well, here we are. Street empty and not a taxi in sight. Now, you stay here. I'll walk around the corner and see if I can find a cab there.
Yes, dear.
And for pity's sake, stay put. Don't wander around and get lost.
Dorothy! Oh, Miss McGuire. Harriet, how are you?
Fine, my dear. My, you look lovely.
Oh, do you think so?
Oh, yes, that suit and those shoes, they're perfect together.
Oh, thank you. I'm glad you noticed.
Oh, you look all dressed up. Oh, not really. It's just the hat. That's what makes all the difference.
It does look awfully nice.
Oh, everybody just adores it, and I told them all about you.
Do you really like it so much?
Oh, yes, I'm going to see some more people tonight at a party. And you can be sure I'll tell them you made it for me.
Oh, but really, you shouldn't. You have my name all over town.
My dear, that's exactly what I intend to do. Oh, I do wish you could come with me. I'd love to have you meet these people, and I know they'd love to meet you.
Oh, no, I couldn't. Herbert's just getting a cab to take us home.
But you could bring him along, too. It would be fun for both.
Oh, no, dear, no. I couldn't possibly dream of it. He didn't even want to go out to the movie.
Oh, wasn't it a wonderful picture? The kind of picture that makes you feel just full of life and the love of living.
I thought it was wonderful, but Herbert didn't like it.
Oh, too bad. Dorothy, have you asked him yet?
Asked Herbert?
Yes. When I saw you in the theater, I waited out here hoping to get a chance to speak to you. Well, have you asked him if he'll help us?
Why, no. Not yet, Harriet.
I thought that if I saw both of you, I might even bring up the subject myself.
Oh, no. Listen. Please promise me. Promise me that you won't say a word.
Well, of course, my dear. Of course, I promise. But, well, heavens, don't be so frightened. What? You're trembling.
Well, you gave me such a turn saying that you might speak to her, but you see, I'm waiting for the right moment.
Oh, well, yes, of course. I understand. I won't say anything, but mustn't delay too long. You do realize that.
Oh, yes, I know.
This is the kind of chance that comes only once in a lifetime. If you don't do it now, you may never have the chance again.
I understand. Really, I do. I'll ask you first thing tomorrow.
Oh, good. It would be a dreadful shame to lose this opportunity. Oh, believe me, I'm not thinking just of myself, although, of course, it's important to me, too. I know that, Harriet. Sometimes a certain thing comes along that's a turning point in life, and I just feel that this is one of those times for you. I feel it myself, but I just don't know how to bring it up to Herbert. This is one time when you just have to face up to things. Well, otherwise, look at you. You'll be cooped up in an apartment the rest of your life, dusting and cleaning things over and over and over and over again. Well, you just have something to do, just to justify your existence. But there's never a right time when I can stand up to him, Harriet. There's never the right moment. Oh, I've always wanted to. If only I had the nerve. No, don't get yourself all worked up. Heavens is such a simple, normal thing. It's not as if you were asking for the moon. It might as well be. I'm sure there must be a simple, normal way to manage it. Come to think of it, I have an idea. What is it, Harriet? Well, it's only 2 blocks from here. Yes. You suggest walking home, then take your husband past it and show him. Then explain what we want to do, you and myself and Mrs. Friedman. Tonight? Oh, yes, immediately. He's such a good businessman. I know he'll see the possibilities. All right, I'll do it. I'll ask him tonight. Oh, that's wonderful. Let me know as soon as you can what he says. Good night, my dear. Good night.
Wouldn't you know it? Not a cabin site.
Oh, well, I don't mind walking. Such a lovely night. Such a pleasant breeze. Herbert, look at the moon.
Hear those sirens? Those hot rodders. Wild animals loose on our streets.
Oh, I'm sure they're just high-spirited, not vicious. And I do think it'll be fun to walk home.
All right. If you think your feet will stand it.
Oh, I like to walk. Remember back in Delville, I walked all the time.
Yes, in good, honest walking shoes. Well, sometimes I wish we'd stayed in Delville instead of coming to the city.
Oh, but it was a promotion from the factory, Herbert. I'm proud that you're a branch manager.
A lot of good it does. You get so fancy and fashionable that you buy shoes so tight you can't keep them on.
Oh, I guess I did get carried away when I bought these shoes. They were so beautiful. But I'll know better next time.
Beautiful. Shoes are shoes. They're made to be walked in, not looked at. Coming to live in the city has changed you, Dorothy, and I don't like it. Any more than I like the city or the people here. Incidentally, who was that I saw speaking to you outside the theater?
Oh, that was Mrs. McGuire. You know, she lives in the apartment above us.
Oh, yes, the actress. I certainly hate to think what our friends back in Delville would say if they knew we had to live in a building full of actresses and people like that.
Mrs. McGuire is a very nice person. Warm and friendly.
Too friendly. Next she'll be borrowing money from you or trying to. Just see that you don't fall for anything. Well, come on across the street. What are you standing there on the corner for?
I thought that perhaps we could go home down this way.
Down that way? Well, what for? It'll take us 2 blocks farther to get home.
But it's such a nice night for walking, and I want to show you something.
Show me something? Well, now, what on earth can you show me on a street like this?
It's a surprise.
Surprise? There's something odd about your manner. Now, what the deuce are you up to now?
Well, it's just something that I wanted to... Herbert, those cars!
What the...
They're coming to quick. Jump! Quick, they'll hit you!
We'll return to Sirens in the Night in a moment.
School officials open recreation areas nights, weekends, and during the summer. If you don't help, nobody else will. For information, write Fitness, Washington, D.C.
me down.
Hand. It's hers.
Skimmed it, dropping to the sidewalk. But my knee, too. I'll just sit here for a minute. Could have killed me. Well, here's another carload of our local police force.
Oh, good. They'll help us. Officer! Officer!
What happened, mister? You all right? Sure. Just a skimmed hand and a bruised knee. I managed to duck your buddy's bullets.
Sorry, mister. You just happened to be crossing the street at the wrong time. We're after two men who threw a brick through a jewelry store window and got away with some valuable diamonds.
Oh, then that car, they weren't hot rodders.
No, ma'am. We rounded them up a while ago. The men we're after are dangerous criminals. Probably armed. You sure you don't want to go over to the municipal hospital and get checked over?
I'm positive. All I want is a little peace and quiet, if that's not too much to ask for.
Right. Sorry you hurt your hand. Come on, Joe. We gotta get going.
Well, it's a fine thing when a man can't even cross the street without being almost killed by a car full of crooks or by a bunch of cops. I'm telling you, Dorothy, this city isn't a fit place to live in.
Oh, but there are lots of awfully nice people here, Herbert.
Well, it's funny, I never meet any of them. Well, let's get going. Down this other block like you want.
No, I'd rather go straight home.
When you had something for me to see, I want to see it.
But I want to get you home so I can bandage your hand for you.
My hand can wait. Now, you said you had this for me. I want to see it.
But I don't think this is a good time for it.
5 minutes ago was a good time for what's so different now.
All right. It's just down the street, down in the middle of the block.
The middle of the block? What's so special about a block full of crummy-looking stores? For the life of me, I cannot imagine what you want to drag me here for.
Well, you insisted on coming.
Well, you insisted on bringing me.
Well, after everything else, it may not be such a wonderful surprise, but... Well, here we are.
We are?
Yes. You see...
No. Don't tell me. Let me guess. There's a store, Manny's Delicatessen. You wanted me to see the smoked salmon in the window. Very pretty. Very pretty.
Please don't make fun of me, Herbert.
3 guesses. I'm allowed 3 guesses. Now, it can't be this empty store, so it must be George's work clothes over there. Say, that's a fine pair of overalls. I always wanted a pair like that.
Please don't make fun of me. It is the empty store.
You brought me here at 11:30 at night to show me an empty store? Now, what earthly interest could I have in an empty store?
It's not you. It's me. I have an interest in it.
I haven't the foggiest idea what you're getting at.
You see, Herbert.
Yes?
Remember when we lived in Belleville, how I always made my own hats, and the other women raved about them, and when the church had a bazaar, I made some hats for it, and the women always fought to buy them?
I remember. Nice hobby for a woman to have, making her own hats.
Well, since the factory transferred you here to the city...
Well, go on.
I've made several more hats, and Mrs. McGuire noticed them, and she raved about them.
Well, what's that got to do with an empty store?
Well, she actually took 3 of the hats and sold them to her friends, and she got $25 apiece for them.
Well, it's nice to have spending money, but I still don't see what you're driving at.
Well, I want to open a little hat store.
Open a little hat store?
Custom-made hats only. I'll make them, and Mrs. McGuire will sell them. And Mrs. Friedman, her husband owns the delicatessen and this empty store. She'll handle the bookkeeping. She says the store can be rented very reasonably. And I even have a name for it all picked out. Hats by Dorothy. Don't you think it sounds like fun, Herbert?
Hats by Dorothy. Hats by Dorothy. Very pretty. Won't it sound wonderful when the news gets back to Delville and all of our friends hear that my Mrs. Herbert Harrison is running a hat store next to a delicatessen? I can just see their faces.
Oh, but this is just a start. If everything goes well, in a year or so, we can move to the avenue. Oh, please say yes, Herbert. I can do it. Really, I know I can, and you won't be bothered a bit by any of the details. All I need is $1,000 to get it started. Just $1,000, and of course it's a loan.
Just $1,000. That's all you need. Just $1,000.
Well, Mrs. Friedman said we might even be able to get started for $750.
Do you have the slightest idea of what you're saying? No, of course you don't. You believe anything that anybody tells you.
Please, Herbert, can't you understand?
I can understand all too well, believe me. Somehow this Mrs. Friedman has cooked up a scheme to rent her husband's empty store.
It wasn't any scheme. Jim, it came about all by accident, a lucky kind of accident.
It seems to me as if Mrs. Friedman and Mrs. McGuire have rigged up some kind of a plan to rent a shabby, run-down excuse of a store and get some money from you at the same time. They're using you to play me for a sucker in their little game.
But it's not like that at all. It's not as if we had a family to take care of. I wouldn't really be neglecting anything.
Nothing except your home and your husband, if that makes any difference. How do you think I'd feel having people say that my wife had to work?
That has nothing to do with it, really. People understand things like that.
Well, maybe some people do, but I can't. I just don't see what in the world you have to complain about.
Oh, Herbert, I'm not complaining. It's just that I have a talent and I want to use it.
Talent? You mean making silly hats for sillier women?
Well, it doesn't make any difference what the talent is. I want to do things. I don't want to go on this way. I need some kind of change.
Very well. It just happens that I have some information for you. Now that you've given me your surprise, I'll give you mine. I've applied for a transfer back to the factory. Next month, we're going back to Delville.
Back to Delville? Oh, no.
Just what have you got against Delville? You used to like it there.
Well, it's just that I like the city. It's alive and exciting. Delville is so dead.
It's quiet and peaceful. And that's what I want. Now come along. We're going home, and I don't want to hear another word about this crazy idea about a hat shop.
All right, Herbert. I guess it was crazy. For a little while, I thought that maybe... What's that?
What's what?
My foot hit something. It's here in the shadows. I have it. Herbert, look.
A gun. A .32 automatic.
And it was lying right on the pavement. Well, I bet I know how it got there. That car. Those men in it. They threw it away so if the police caught them, they wouldn't find it.
Probably so. Crimes are punished much more severely when the criminal is carrying a gun.
A real criminal's gun. It may have killed somebody.
All right. Now put it down. It's probably loaded, and that little lever on the side, that's the safety catch, and it isn't on. Now, that gun could go off that way.
Oh, it's like a movie, isn't it? The criminal's fleeing from the police. They throw away a gun. We find it.
I tell you, put it down. That's an automatic. Now, don't swing it around that way. Put it down. You can kill one of us.
Why, it could go off, couldn't it? You're always saying that anything I touch burns out or explodes or goes off.
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
So if I happen to touch the trigger, it would just be an awful accident.
What's wrong with you? You're talking very strangely.
An accident nobody could ever blame me for. They'd just feel sorry for me.
Did you hear me tell you to put that gun down?
And it isn't as if you were nice to me. You really speak to me very badly.
Dorothy!
So, I've just made up my mind. You can go back to Delville and have all the peace and quiet there is.
Are you insane? That's the trigger you're touching.
But I'm going to stay here and open my hat shop.
The man with no name smokes a short cigar. The man with no name wears a poncho over the fastest long gun you'll ever see. He's going to trigger a whole new style in adventure. This nameless man is played by Clint Eastwood. The name of the film is A Fistful of Dollars. It's from United Artists. It's the first motion picture of its kind. It won't be the last. A Fistful of Dollars, Technicolor.
Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey, where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
Finding life
Rather dull? Dreaming again of exotic places? Wishing you were somewhere else? We offer you escape.
Escape with us now to Western Europe and an exciting story about the most murderous group of men on Earth, as Anthony Ellis tells it in A Bullet for Mr. Smith.
I'd been asked to take the job because as a freelance correspondent in Europe, I could travel anywhere and talk to anybody without arousing suspicion. I would be working for the French intelligence office. And since I was unmistakably American, it was hoped that enemy agents would be slow to discover me as a danger to them. 5 days after I accepted the job, I was told to go to a little movie on the left bank in Paris where I would make my first contact. I went, bought a ticket, and found my way to the 15th row, 4th seat from the aisle. Excuse me, please. I'm sorry. Excuse me. Pardon. Excuse me.
Yes?
Could you tell me the time?
The time?
Please.
9 o'clock, monsieur.
9. Exactly?
9 exactly. The man we're looking for calls himself Smith. He may be English, but we don't think so.
Where do I find him?
We don't know. He was in Paris 2 days ago, but we have an idea he's headed for Switzerland.
Any description?
Very meager. About 6 foot, 180 pounds. Dark, small triangular scar on upper lip.
Okay.
There is a tobacco shop in a village called Devon. It's on the Swiss border. Owner's name is Mont, one of our men. Better go there. Get Smith. Kill him if you have to.
Right. It concerned the plans of one of Western Europe's greatest defenses against invasion, the new rocket bases in France. Somebody had gained access to all the details of those rocket bases, but it remained to find out who, and then to stop him before he could get them out of the country. By midnight, I was on my way to the Swiss border. The next afternoon, I reached Devon and found the tobacco shop of my contact, Mont.
Good afternoon, monsieur.
I'd like some tobacco, something different.
Of course. I make a blend. Perhaps you will be good enough to judge it.
Blend de Mont. You are Monsieur Mont?
I am, monsieur.
You've been highly recommended in Paris. I'm buying the tobacco for a friend of mine, Mr. Smith.
Mr. Smith. One moment, please. One must be so careful. This way, please.
All right.
You have credentials?
Yeah. Right here in my wallet.
Mm-hmm. You are Mr. Hickok?
What? No. No, that's the man who made the wallet.
Oh.
I'm Alan Rogers.
Of course. Thank you. Now we talk business. Sit down, please.
Thanks. First, who is Mr. Smith?
I don't know.
That's a help.
Let me explain. We know there is a Mr. Smith, but as to his true identity...
Okay, we'll get to that later. You think he's got the information?
No, not yet. Otherwise, he would not still be here.
Where is he now?
Across the border at Nyon. He appears to be a very rich Englishman, spending his time at Lake Geneva.
He was in Paris a couple of days ago.
Perhaps he was.
What do you mean? Perhaps he was.
I am not trying to be mysterious, Mr. Rogers. I said perhaps he was because Mr. Smith may be a number of people. Or a number of people may be Mr. Smith.
Oh, wait a minute. Let me get this straight. Are we looking for a gang who call themselves Smith or one man?
I don't know. All I can tell you is that he, or they, are very clever and very dangerous. We had one operative working in Nyon. He became friendly with a Mr. Smith. They went boating on the lake. Our man did not return. An accident, said Mr. Smith.
Ah.
Wait, stay here, please.
Yeah, sure.
Good afternoon, mademoiselle. How may I serve you?
A pack of Demurier cigarettes, please.
Demurier? I'm afraid, mademoiselle, that I do not stock the brand.
They seem awfully hard to get here. All right, players, please.
Certainly.
Any luck, my dear?
I'm afraid not. Only players.
I just remembered. Demurier, was it not? There may be some in the back room.
I ran to the front room, but got only a glimpse of the man as he jumped into a closed car. He was tall and wore a mustache. I couldn't see the girl. Mont lay beside the counter, a package of players clutched in his dying hand. I knelt beside him. He was trying hard. Go on. What is it? Say it.
Neo.
Yeah, Neo.
Mr. Smith. Grand Hotel.
He was dead. So I notified the local police and then took a bus the 7 miles to Nyon. I signed the register at the desk of the Grand Hotel and turned to follow the page to my room when
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, it's my fault. I never look where I'm going. I hope you didn't break the mirror.
Oh, no, it's... You're American.
Yes.
New England?
Vermont.
Wonderful. I went to Bennington.
Oh?
My name's Mary Donnelly.
My name is Rogers. Alan Rogers.
Oh, I'm so homesick for some good American talk. Will you buy me a drink?
Well, sure. There's something about meeting someone from home when you're in a foreign country, especially a girl. That is, most girls, but not Mary Donnelly. I'd never met her before, but I knew her voice. She was the girl in Mont's tobacco shop. She'd been with whoever killed the French agent. And I had a hunch that was Mr. Smith.
And so my parents, being filthy rich, decided the best way for me to forget the cad was to send me to Europe for a year. So, here I am.
Huh? Nice way to forget a cad.
What about you? What are you doing in Switzerland?
Vacation. I had a job in Paris and got tired and decided to come here. I wanted to see the rest of Europe before it blew up.
Oh.
What? You sound disappointed.
Oh, no, not really. I thought perhaps you might be a Secret Service man or something.
Sorry.
I'm being romantic. You do look the type, you know.
Oh? Is there a type?
Oh, yes. Handsome, square jaw.
No, that's a broken jaw. I got it in a football game, along with the name Whiz.
Oh, that's a candy bar, remember?
Hey, you're right. I never thought of it before.
But the jaw looks very distinguished.
Yeah? Well, it aches when it rains. It does. Looks like we've got company.
Oh, so here you are, Mary. Why, sir, I hope I'm not interrupting.
Of course not. Mr. Rogers, I'd like you to meet Mr. Warwick Smith.
Mr. Smith. It happened as quickly and uneventfully as that. Mr. Smith, the same man I'd seen leaving Mont's tobacco shop. It was all very chummy and well met. We had cocktails, we enjoyed one another's company, and to look at the three of us, you wouldn't have thought that espionage and murder sat with us.
You mean to say that you haven't seen Geneva yet?
No.
Well, that's capital. We must take you, Mary?
Of course.
Fine.
Will you both join me for dinner?
Oh, well, I hate to break up any plans, but
Not at all, I insist. And then afterwards we can take the launch down to Geneva. It's a lovely trip.
Monsieur Warwick Smith?
Here, boy. Excuse me.
Telephone call, monsieur.
Thank you.
Will you take it here?
No, thanks. Shall be a moment. You order another round, Rogers.
Right.
Merci, monsieur.
Oh, he seems to be a nice fellow.
Oh, Warwick?
Yeah.
Yes. Mr. Rogers,
Yes?
would you do me a favor?
Well, I can try.
I know it sounds strange, but please, don't go with us to Geneva tonight.
Why not?
Please, just leave the hotel, go back to Paris. I can't tell you anything else, but do as I say. Please, go away.
Suddenly, she wasn't putting on an act anymore. The cocktail hour was over, and so was the small talk. Mary Donnelly wanted me out of the way, and yet I was pretty sure she didn't know what I was after. I was trying to make it add up when Mr. Smith came back.
I say I feel perfectly septic about this, but I'm afraid our little jaunt is off tonight, old man.
Oh, it's too bad.
Perhaps some other time.
Sure.
A frightful bother, but that telephone, well, it was rather urgent. Mary, the matter we spoke of earlier.
Oh, yes.
Do forgive us, Rogers.
Oh, it's all right. Forget it. Maybe we can get together tomorrow.
Yes, rather. Come along, my dear.
Goodbye.
I'll see you later.
Oh, please forget what I said before. I was only trying to be romantic.
Oh, sure. I know. You've been reading too much Eric Ambler and John Buchan. Spies and stuff.
Goodbye, Mr. Rogers.
Goodbye. So, they were on the move. Mont had said that they didn't have the plans yet, which could mean that Mr. Smith and his girlfriend were expecting to get them tonight. I followed them out to the lobby, watched them go upstairs, then sat and waited. They came out of the elevator together and left the Grand Hotel. I followed. It wasn't hard. They headed straight for the Nyon Railroad station.
Hey, monsieur?
Say, a couple of friends of mine are taking the train tonight. They just bought tickets. A tall Englishman and a pretty girl.
So, yes, of course, to Basel. Wagon lit number 6. You are seeing them off?
No. I'm going with them. I stayed out of sight behind the baggage carts, waiting for the train to pull in. Mr. Smith, Mary Donnelly walked up and down the platform. Just a couple of nice tourists seeing the sights of Europe. Then a man came along. Smith shook hands with him. They went on walking. As they passed me, I got my first good look at the stranger. There's something familiar. Something. It took a few seconds to register.
The man we are looking for calls himself Smith. He may be English, but we don't think so. About 6 feet, 180 pounds. Dark, small triangular scar on his upper lip.
Then I remembered. This man on the platform fitted the description the French intelligence office had given me in Paris, even to the triangular scar on his lip. I had found myself another Mr. Smith.
Escape under the direction of Norman MacDonald returns in just a moment.
The Trojan horse worked out pretty well. It got the Greeks in through the walls of Troy so they could take the city. Well, false ideas can be used the same way. We're being invaded, so to speak, when we get hold of mere scraps of information or depend upon just part of the truth. Actually, there's very little difficulty in finding out for yourself what's right and what's wrong. All you have to do is keep well informed. And you have the advantage of the greatest and most accurate news sources in the world. The American techniques of gathering news, of culling the truth from the false. You'll find all the right information by following the newspapers, the magazines, the books, by listening to newscasts and radio roundtable discussions on vital subjects. They're all available to you. Find out the whys and the wherefores. You'll be glad you did. And you'll be a better serviceman and a better citizen. And, too, remember, the more you know, the higher you go. It's as simple as that.
And now, back to Escape.
I sat in my compartment and tried to figure on my next move. It was a dead certainty that Smiths 1 and 2 were in possession of the rocket-based plans. The fact that they were headed for Basel told me that. Just across the Swiss border was Lörrach in Germany. That's a matter of 6 or 7 miles from Basel, and once inside Germany, it would be easy going for them to points east. I had to stop them before we got to Basel. But I was on a Swiss train, and the Swiss are the most neutral people in the world. They can get real tough about their neutrality. I knew I couldn't get anywhere trying to hide, so I went to the lounge car to let them know I was aboard. Mary Donnelly was sitting in an armchair looking out into the darkness. Hi.
What are you doing here?
Going to Basel?
But
I know. Let's say I'm romantic. It would have been very dull in Nyon without you there.
I don't believe you.
Where's Mr. Smith?
Let me alone.
Well, they didn't teach you much about manners at Bennington, did they?
Please.
What's the matter?
Nothing.
Oh, I thought you'd be glad to see me.
Listen, please. If they know you're here, they'll...
They'll what?
Don't you understand? Mr. Smith isn't what you think.
Really?
You must believe me. It's serious. They'll think you're following them.
I am.
You...
Well, I'm following you, too.
You fool. Why can't you...
Well, Mr. Rogers. Mary, you didn't...
What a surprise. Mr. Smith?
Quite. I'd like you to meet Mr. Tall Chief. Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Tall Chief?
How do you do?
Why don't we all have a drink to celebrate? I mean, we only just said goodbye to Mr. Rogers and Neon.
Yes, a happy reunion, eh? You didn't say you were going to Basel, Mr. Rogers?
No, I didn't, did I?
Well, I'll order at the bar. Is Johnny Walker all right?
Fine.
I'll go with you. I like my drinks just so. That's the trouble of these parties.
Nice fellows. You know, when you're traveling, you really...
You're an American agent, aren't you?
No.
You are.
No. Just working for a country like you.
They know it, too.
I didn't think my being here would fool them for long.
They'll kill you, you know.
Oh, in a Swiss train? That'd take some explaining. If it were Czech or Hungarian...
They'll do it. It'll be an accident.
Like the others? Like the tobacconist at Devon?
How did you...
I was there in the back room.
And you knew who I was all the time?
I knew what you are, too. What's the matter? You homesick?
Oh, shut up.
Where are you going?
I don't know anywhere. I can't stand it.
You might try jumping off the train. It'll be quicker than a long trial. I thought she was going to faint, but she got hold of herself and ran down the car. I sat back and waited for the drink. It was going to be quite a game from here on. They knew, and I knew. And the question now seemed to be who carried the stolen plan, Smith, Tall Chief? Or was Tall Chief really Smith? It was beginning to sound like a who's on first routine when the scotch and soda arrived.
Well, here we are.
Oh, thanks a lot.
Where's Miss Donnelly?
Oh, I don't think she felt too well. Must have gone to her compartment.
Rather sudden, wasn't it?
Must have been.
Look here. Why don't we all go to my compartment?
That's wonderful, Tall Chief. We can play some cards. I imagine the poker's your game, eh, Mr. Rogers?
It's a good game, but not tonight.
Oh, but you must. I mean, well, we can hardly take no for an answer.
No. I don't feel like it. Compartments are stuffy. I stay out of them as much as possible.
This won't do at all. I mean, 3 is such a good game.
Sorry.
Mr. Rogers, do you know what this is in my pocket?
Pipe?
Try again.
Gun?
Well done, Mr. Rogers. Come along.
Aren't you afraid it might go off? Make a lot of noise. The conductor down there might wonder.
Come on, Smith. We'll pop in on the girl and then play some euchre.
Yes, right you are. Perhaps Mr. Rogers will join us later.
I'm sure he will.
I'd won that round. They tried to bluff me and they lost out. But that still hadn't got me closer to what I was after. So I finished my drink, had another, then I went to Mary Donnelly's compartment.
Yes?
Rogers.
I don't want to talk to you.
I'll bet you don't. Open up or I'll break the door in.
Mr. Smith is in the next compartment.
And we'll keep it quiet. Can you get in? Is there an adjoining door?
Yes, but it's locked.
What's the matter? Would you trust them?
They're angry with me. They think I had something to do with your being here.
That's tough.
You don't know. You don't know what they're like.
I've got a rough idea. So did Mont.
I couldn't help it. I didn't know Mr. Smith was going to kill him.
Why did you go to Devon?
He said he wanted some cigarettes, a special brand. They didn't have them in Neon.
Go on.
Later, Mr. Smith told me they found out there was a French agent in Devon who knew about us. He said he had to kill him. We were so close to getting the plans, nothing could interfere.
Which one is the real Mr. Smith? Tall Chief?
I don't know.
Are there others?
Yes. It's a code name.
Okay. Doesn't matter then. Who's got the plans?
I don't know.
Where are you crossing into Germany? Lorach?
I didn't want to go. I didn't know what they were like.
Well, now you know.
It was like a game at home in college. We used to sit up drinking Cokes and tearing up democracy. I didn't know.
Sure, honey. You didn't know they play real rough. Bullets and everything.
Go. Please don't. I was wrong. I was wrong.
You sure were.
Listen, I'll help you. I will.
You expect me to believe that?
Yes. I don't know what I can do, but trust me. I'll help you get the plans back.
You know what it means if they find out?
I know. I want to help you.
It's not me you're helping. It's a lot of other people you don't even know. Okay. Come on. Smith's compartment?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to take a chance on you. And if you double-cross me, well...
Hi, hello, Mr. Rogers and Mary.
Hello.
You're feeling better, hmm? Come in.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, both of you.
What?
Get back to the wall over there. Go on.
Oh, now look
Let's
here, old
cut
boy.
that. You can do better in your own language. Get back. Now, I want those plans.
Guns make noise, Mr. Rogers.
Not with a silencer, brother. You should know. Hand them over.
I'm sorry.
All right, Mary Donnelly, or whatever your name is. If you're going to make a sucker out of me, now's the time. Here, hold the gun on them. I'm going to tear this place apart, and if they move, shoot.
Yes.
Mary, quick, give me the gun.
No. I'll kill you if you don't stand still.
That's what I wanted to know. While she stood there holding the gun, I ripped the place up and down. Their suitcases, chairs, light fixtures, carpeting, everything. Anywhere that a microfilm or shred of paper could be hidden, but it wasn't there. I searched the two men, and I searched them thoroughly, but there was nothing. If one of them or both had memorized the rocket-based system, I was sunk. And they wouldn't talk, so there was nothing to do but wait. We waited the whole night as the train crawled northward, sitting, watching each other. The girl sat staring out the window. Tall Chief read a newspaper and then handed it over to Smith. I held the gun, and we waited.
We'll be in Basel in 3 minutes, Mr. Rogers.
Isn't this rather ridiculous, Mr. Rogers? Obviously you're beaten. Why don't you go back to your own compartment? We change at Basel for Laura.
If I have to, Mr. Smith, I'll kill you as the train stops. I'm going to get those plans.
My dear fellow,
If you kill us, do you think for 1 minute that another won't get through with the plans?
I don't think so. You've got them somewhere, and you know you can't get another copy. It was a shot in the dark, but as soon as I said it, I was sure I'd hit something. They were getting nervous. The tall chief's eye started to twitch. I kept up the pressure by tightening my finger on the trigger. Mary Donnelly just stared at them. Once the train stopped, I was finished. Either I shot them down or gave up. The train was beginning to slow down when I saw the headline on the newspaper lying at my feet. It was only a second, but it was enough. Mary, hold the gun.
What is it?
Right under my nose. I've got it. English paper dated January 13th, night edition.
Well, that was last night.
That's right. Don't you move, boys. That is a neat trick. Your paper, I'll bet, tall chief.
What of it?
Nothing much, except the paper came out last night at 7 o'clock in London, and you got on this train at 7 in Switzerland. That'd be some delivery service, huh? Let's see. What? The whole thing. 2 columns. Not even in code. What nerve. A nice printing job, too.
Get it! Yes, sir!
She'd taken her eyes off them just long enough. Tall Chief was wrestling the gun away, and I was going down with Smith on top. I managed to roll out from under just as the gun went off. Then I got my arm around Smith's neck and held him against me as a shield, my back to the wall.
Now, Mr. Rogers, let go of him. You're finished, and you know it.
Sure. You can have him. I'll take the gun. All right, open the door, Mr. Tall Chief. You've got some explaining to do. There was nothing to do for Mary Donnelly. She'd been hit when the gun went off. I'd like to have told her that everything was okay, but... well, I guess she knew it. I'd fix it so that in the reporter family would never know. That's the least I could do. The Swiss authorities in Basel were tough. They had Smith and Tall Chief for murder. Me? Well, I was an innocent bystander. They let me go. I went back to Paris with a newspaper under my arm. My job was finished when I turned it over to the country that hired me.
Under the direction of Norman MacDonald, Escape has brought you A Bullet for Mr. Smith by Anthony Ellis. John Daner was starred as Alan Rogers, with Gene Bates as Mary Donnelly and Ben Wright as Mr. Smith. Featured in the cast were Larry Dobkin, Harry Bartell, Edgar Barrier, and Jack Crucian. The special music for Escape was composed and conducted by Del Castillo.
Escape. You've been listening to Escape, adaptations of the world's finest tales of adventure and mystery. Escape comes to you each week at the same time through the facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
Enjoying the timeless classics on Golden Age Radio? If you're loving the nostalgia and captivating stories, consider supporting our channel with a tip. Your generosity helps us continue bringing you the best of vintage radio entertainment. Simply click on the link in the description.
In just a moment, X-1. But first, one man whose personality belies his name is Quizmaster Groucho Marx. Because Mr. Marx is hardly one of the grouchy kind when it comes to welcoming guests and dispensing good humor on his Wednesday night quiz show, You Bet Your Life. Why don't you tune in and hear for yourself tomorrow? While you're listening, don't forget that each Wednesday night there's more great entertainment when Jack Bailey and contestants play Truth or Consequences. And all of the staff on Airtime join stars Giselle McKenzie in bringing you top musical listening Enjoy music and fun tomorrow night on this station. And now stay tuned for X-1 on NBC.
Countdown for blast off. X-5, 4, 3, 2, X-1, fire.
From the far horizons of the unknown come transcribed tales of new dimensions in time and space. These are stories of the future, adventures in which you'll live in a million, could be years, on 1,000 maybe worlds. The National Broadcasting Company, in cooperation with Galaxy Science Fiction Magazine, presents
X minus 1.
Tonight, the dramatization of a story by Jerry Soule, The Seventh Order. Brentwood, Illinois, would have been just about like any other average community of 10,000 had it not been for Presser College, one of the country's finest small institutions of learning. Its residents were used to the pranks, the hazings, and the practical jokes of the students. But even Professor Ansel Tomlin was surprised when the blue humanoid came down the street and up to the porch where the professor was sitting in an old wicker rocking chair.
Pardon me.
Of course.
You are Professor Ansel Tomlin.
Yes, and you, I take it, are somebody from one of my psychology classes dressed up as a sort of a robot.
No. I am George of Xanthar.
Who?
I am here to learn all I possibly can learn of the planet Earth and its inhabitants. Less than 10 minutes ago, I landed not far from here in a spaceship, which I subsequently blew up and destroyed.
Now, let me explain. I am Tomlin of Brentwood. Less than 10 minutes ago, I was sitting on my porch peacefully marking exam papers. I intend to resume right now. Helen, would you get the phone?
It is your wife's sister calling with reference to the explosion of my spaceship.
Sure it is.
She merely wants to ascertain that your family was not affected.
Listen, George, be a good fellow and...
Oh, Mike.
Well, don't be alarmed, dear. It's a fraternity initiation or something.
Oh, well, it does look like the real thing. Oh, did you know there was an explosion outside of town?
An explosion?
Yes, blast of undetermined origin is what they said on the radio.
Oh?
My sister just called. She heard about it in the local station and wanted to make sure we were all right.
I see.
Well, I have something in the oven. My goodness, that's a wonderful costume.
Her sister lives 20 miles away. How did you know she'd call?
My mind circuits are telepathic. They pick up all conscious thought to a distance of some 200 miles.
It couldn't be you arranged the whole thing, that it wasn't really her sister. How did you get here? Who or what are you?
I am a machine. The finest, most complicated machine ever made. I have a rather unique history, too.
Who made you?
Ages ago, on Xanthar, there was a race of humans. They made the first robots. Rather crude affairs. We class them as first-order robots. They are still used for menial tasks to some extent.
And what order are you?
The highest, naturally. A seventh-order robot. Or rather, a humanoid. We are the first in which there is not an automatic, no harm to humans cutoff.
I begin to see.
You will become aware of the fact that I am superior to you and to the rest of your race. I need no oxygen. I am never ill. I need no sleep. Every experience is indelibly recorded on circuits and is instantly available.
Tell me, George, do you have feelings?
I have an electronically controlled endocrine balance.
Very interesting. And what is your mission here on Earth?
For the moment, I am here to study. I will live with you until it is complete.
You will what?
I will live with you. I will be with you all of your waking hours. While you sleep, I will go through your library. I need nothing. I want nothing.
Just a moment. What about my privacy?
When you desire privacy, I will study someone else. Your wife, perhaps. The female should be interested.
George, old man, I'm terribly sorry, but you'll have to wire back to your masters to make other arrangements.
That will be quite impossible.
Really?
You see, I have no master.
Well, what about those humans back in Xanthar, the ones who invented you seventh-order humanoids?
Oh, they are all quite dead. We destroyed them.
Destroyed?
You look alarmed. It was, after all, they or us. You see, our endocrine system permits us pride in ourselves. Naturally, being proud of ourselves, we objected to being ordered about in an incompetent way.
So, you killed them?
Exactly. Now, shall we go inside and inform your wife of my visit?
Suppose I refuse.
Professor, do you see that small dog playing on the lawn across the street?
Yes.
I will lift my arm and point at it. Observe.
It vaporized.
Exactly. Now then, shall we go in?
Yes. We'll go in.
Oh, there you are. I see you brought your friend.
Helen, this is George. George of Xanthar. George is a machine.
Well, anybody can see that. It's the most convincing costume I ever saw.
Helen, it isn't a costume.
No?
No, he's really a machine.
Oh.
He's staying with us.
What?
Whether we like it or not.
Well, really, Ansel.
We have no choice.
I am a seventh-order humanoid. I detect that your mind does not comprehend. I am here as an advanced scout for my race. After we establish a station here on Earth...
I don't like this. Now, would you be kind enough to leave my house, young man?
You are very slow to comprehend.
I comprehend that I have a lot to do, and I'd appreciate it if you leave. Otherwise, I'm going to call the police.
You may call anyone you choose, Mrs. Thomas.
I'll have you arrested.
I assure you I can detect your intention long before you have time to do me any harm.
Well, we'll just see about this. Hello? Get me the police.
Helen, it's useless.
I can follow the call through the phone wire. Captain Townsend will answer.
Captain Townsend.
Captain, I want to report a robot.
A what?
A thing. It won't leave my house.
Who is this?
I'm Mrs. Tomlin, Professor Ansel Tomlin's wife, 44 Crescent Road.
I'll send a car over.
Now we'll see.
Is this the character that's been giving you trouble?
Yes, this is the one, officer.
Talked to you before about ruining the flower bed, Sonny. This time I'm taking you in.
I would advise you not to touch me. I cannot risk any damage.
I'll see about that. Come on outside.
I prefer to remain here until I complete my mission.
You do, huh? You know what this is?
It is a weapon you call a service revolver.
That's right. And you'll either march out of here or I'll use it on you.
That would be most unfortunate.
All right, come on.
Officer, let me warn you. He's
March.
dangerous.
March now. I'll count to 3.
Officer, please.
1, 2.
Oh, no.
I regret it, but he was actually going to pull the trigger. Only to frighten me. But I cannot risk damage. He might have miscalculated and struck me with a bullet.
Ansel, I'm frightened.
There is no need for fear. You have only to accept the fact that the Seventh Order is coming to operate the planet for your benefit.
Ansel.
Helen, there's no use trying to do anything just yet. Go next door to Mrs. Coleman. Tell her what's happened. I'll talk to George.
Oh, but I don't...
Please, Helen?
Well, all right.
Do you really think that you, a single robot, can conquer the Earth and make its people do your bidding?
I can.
Suppose it were demonstrated to you that you could not, that you could be destroyed.
If that were so, I would naturally report that this planet is unfit for development by the Seventh Order.
Well, you know they'll have you taken into custody for killing the officer.
I cannot permit it.
There will be needless slaughter.
Unless you can convince your people it is useless to attack me.
Will you let me try?
I have no desire to prevent you. Go ahead. I detect that you are going to call the newspapers and the local television station and hold a press conference.
Yes.
I also detect that you have a plan to overcome me.
Oh?
I like that.
Really?
Yes. You see, in order to test this planet for development, I must know whether any of you are truly dangerous to us. You are a superior type of man, Professor. I welcome any plan to conquer me that you care to attempt.
Okay, George. At least we know where we stand. I'll phone the newspapers.
Quiet! Quiet, please! Quiet!
Hold it down.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Henry Bennett, broadcasting from a sound truck parked in front of the home of Professor Ansel Tomlin in Brentwood, Illinois. At the moment, Professor Tomlin is seated on his front porch. Next to him is a strange-looking blue robot-type creature, also seated on a chair. At the moment, we don't know if this is a hoax or not, but Professor Tomlin, a highly respected man here at the university, has called a press conference to introduce what is supposedly a creature from another planet. Professor Tomlin is about to speak, and we'll try to catch his words.
Quiet, please. Gentlemen, I wish to present to you George of Xanthar. Yes, now, just a moment. George is a machine. Probably the most dangerous machine ever invented. He is telepathic as well. He can read your thoughts like a book. He knows exactly what each of you is thinking at this very instant.
Professor!
Yes?
Do you expect us to swallow this nonsense?
Not without proof, gentlemen.
Can George do his stuff for us? Let him tell me what I'm thinking right now.
You are thinking about a blonde young woman named Laura, with whom you will attend a show tonight.
Come on.
Well,
he happens to be right, but we've seen mind readers before. Let him do something else.
Now, I did not call you gentlemen here for a demonstration of magic. I called you here in the hopes that a good deal of needless bloodshed might be avoided. Less than half an hour ago, I watched this creature completely vaporize a policeman who was trying to arrest him. I expect that the authorities will be here any minute. I hope I can convince you and them that it is futile.
Well, I certainly do. Something ought to be done about a guy. Yeah, either you're nuts or you think we are. I don't believe this machine killed a cop. If a cop was killed, a human did it, trying to blame it on the machine.
Now, gentlemen, I don't know how I can prove it. Perhaps if George will demonstrate his ability to vaporize...
Observe the oak tree in the front yard. Now.
Now, do you see?
I see, but I don't believe it. Boys, this is some kind of mass hypnotism. Maybe the tree was rigged up in advance.
I swear to you...
This George of Xanthar is all he's cracked up to be. Let's see what he does when I toss a rock at him.
Don't be a fool.
Here goes, George!
Stop him! I warned you. I tried to warn you.
Okay, everybody stand back. Stand back. Charlie, get that automatic rifle set up. Check, Chief. Professor, I advise you to step away from that kid.
Captain, for your own sake, don't try anything.
Step away, Professor.
Very well, but I warn you.
Okay, now don't fire till I'm ready, boys.
Right.
Now then, George of what's this? We don't know who's inside that tin suit, but I'm giving you just 10 seconds to come out.
Captain,
Hey, you're wanted on suspicion of murder. Now come out. All right, boys.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid we'll have to terminate our broadcast. What started out as a good-natured hoax or publicity stunt has turned into a bloody massacre, as the bodies of some 6 policemen on the lawn of Professor Tomlin's home will attest. I don't know exactly what is happening here, but I can say this: George of Xanthar is no hoax. He or it is the spearhead of a race from outer space that's come to conquer the Earth.
Have they all gone, Helen?
Yes,
Where is he?
in your library, reading.
Are the policemen still outside the house?
They're walking up and down. Oh, I hope they don't.
Yeah, they have orders not to try to harm him.
Ansel,
Yes.
what are we going to do?
I don't know.
Oh, listen. He's coming.
Professor, Mrs. Tomlin, I have decided to walk through your town to learn more about its buildings and people.
And kill a few more humans?
Killing humans affords me no pleasure whatsoever. I kill only when damage to myself is possible. I hope that no one will attempt to harm me.
George, let me warn you now that this affair has gone beyond the confines of this town.
I am well aware of that, Professor. I am aware of a phone call being made this instant by your mayor to the commander of the Illinois State Guard.
If you're smart, you'll return to your ship and your planet.
My ship is destroyed. I could instruct you to build a new one, of course. But as I have no intention of leaving...
Then you will be destroyed.
No. I will destroy first.
Have you no conscience?
A conscience is a fifth-order failing. Needless baggage. Good evening.
Hello, Professor Tomlin. Yes. Yes, I will.
Who was it?
The mayor and the chief of police have called a meeting of the citizens of Brentwood at the college gymnasium tonight.
Ansel, you're not going.
I must.
But no,
Helen, there's much more at stake here than my life or yours. Civilization itself depends upon our standing up to this machine. I'm going to the meeting.
Gentlemen, as mayor of Brentwood, I call this meeting to order. As you know, there is loose in our city a being with one purpose: to prepare Earth for conquest by similar beings. I think Professor Tomlin can tell us most about this being.
If we could determine the source of George's power, he might be overcome. He is obviously vulnerable to force, such as a speeding bullet if it hit the right spot. However, he has the ability to read intent long before the commission of an act. He is probably listening to me now, even though he may be far away.
Mr. Mayor, why not track him down and all attack at once? Some of us would probably die, but he couldn't strike us all dead at once.
Gentlemen, this humanoid is able to keep track of several hundred things simultaneously. As a matter of fact...
Gentlemen. You are working yourselves up needlessly. You simply do not appreciate what it would mean to dedicate yourselves to the fulfillment of the seventh-order destiny. Your lives will be made most pleasant and happy by us.
Yeah, why did you kill 6 cops? If you're so powerful, bring them back to life. How do you want to be buried, Robot? Yeah, let's get them,
And eyewitnesses report that in the end, when all were gone, George of Xanthar stood alone on the platform of the gymnasium. There was no movement except the twitching of the dead and those trampled by the crowd. Among the survivors was Professor Ansel Tomlin, who originally...
Well, that's that.
What next?
I don't know, Helen. I don't know.
Oh, what's that?
It sounds like an air raid alert.
That's peculiar. They didn't announce it.
Turn on the radio. Hurry.
We interrupt to bring you a special message. All residents of Brentwood are advised to go to their basements or convenient bomb shelters. The governor has announced that units of the National Guard have managed to corner the robot, George of Xanthar, in the town square. Oh. Tanks and mortars will be used in an attempt to destroy the creature. Again, go to your nearest bomb shelter.
Oh, did you hear?
They'll never be able to destroy him.
Well, where are you going?
Up to the roof.
The roof?
I can see the square from there.
Well, I'm coming with you.
Just as you like.
What's happening?
He's vaporizing every tank and gun they bring up.
Oh, Ansel, let's get away from here. Oh, what's that?
Those are Army jets. We'll see how effective he is now. Good Lord, a whole squadron up in smoke. It's no use. Can't you see? It's no use.
Ansel, come inside, please.
Oh, very well.
Oh, if only there was something we could do to tell him.
Not as long as he can read our every conscious thought before we can act.
What is it?
Our every conscious thought. I wonder if...
What is it,
Nothing.
Ansel?
Nothing, Helen.
And the Army reports that the countryside around Brentwood is deathly still. The blue humanoid, George of Xanthar, is still standing in the middle of the town square, where he's been standing for 3 days now. We'll keep you informed of developments. The military urges everyone to keep calm and go about your business as usual. There is no danger to anyone who is not attacking the humanoid.
No danger. Wants to keep more of them from landing. Ansel, are you going to sit there with your head in your hands forever? Well, come have some dinner. Ansel?
Yeah, it might work.
Where are you going?
Washington.
What?
I'm going to Washington. Would you be good enough to pack my overnight bag? I can catch a plane out of Chicago in about 2 hours.
But why? What for?
I'm going to talk to the Pentagon.
What do you tell them?
I'm going to tell them to surrender to George of Xanthar.
Our microphones are here at the edge of the town square in Brentwood, Illinois today, ladies and gentlemen, to witness the most unusual spectacle of modern history. A discussion of terms whereby the United States of America may surrender to the humanoid George of Xanthar. For the occasion, an honor guard of 22 servicemen from all branches and all parts of the country has been chosen. In just a moment, the honor guard will accompany General of the Army's Walter Pitt, who will discuss the surrender. The honor guard is advancing to the edge of the square. The robot is standing there now, carefully eyeing the soldiers. Every ounce of his concentration seems to be going into it. Actually, we're told his telepathic circuits are probing their minds for some hint of danger. A thought, a flicker of an eyelash may be sufficient for him to vaporize all of them. General Pitt is about to speak.
George of Xanthar?
I hear you, General.
I have been instructed to consult with you about your intentions toward our country and the world in general, with a view to reaching some sort of agreement with you and others of your kind who you say will invade the earth.
May I approach?
One moment. I perceive no intent to harm you. There is one man among your soldiers, however, who has an illogical thought. Will the soldier who is thinking the thought, 11 o'clock, step closer?
Do as he says.
Does 11 o'clock mean anything to you, soldier?
No, sir. It's running through my mind, but it don't mean a thing to me.
My examination of your thoughts tells me you speak the truth. Very well. We will proceed with the talk.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a tense moment. The general and the humanoid are discussing terms. The soldier who was questioned about the thought, 11 o'clock, has stepped back into the ranks and is holding his rifle at attention like the others. I perceive it's now 10:59 a.m. If there is any significance to the thought about which the soldier was questioned, we'll know in 1 minute.
We of Xanthar, gentlemen, would not want to improve a planet which could not be educated and would continually oppose our program. Therefore, I am glad to see your willingness to discuss. After my message goes out, there will be a landing party on Earth within a few days. While waiting for the party, however, there are certain preparations.
Just list them for us.
Your government will naturally have to turn over complete authority to us. Afterward, we will utilize your press and radio to disseminate our instructions to your people. Simultaneously, in other nations, the same procedure will be carried out by our rep.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's happened at exactly 11 a.m. 10 soldiers in the honor guard instantaneously fired their weapons into George of Xanthar. Apparently explosive bullets have blown him to smithereens. The remains are lying scattered all over the square. People are pouring in, kissing each other, shouting.
Helen!
Ansel, you're home.
Yeah.
Oh, you've heard the news. Isn't it wonderful?
Wonderful, really wonderful. I'm sorry I couldn't come home sooner. It would have spoiled my whole plan if I'd gotten within telepathic range.
Your plan?
Yes.
But what? How? What?
Just a matter of simple psychology. Those men in the honor guard.
What about them? Did you know any of them?
Not exactly, but I did have the job of hypnotizing 10 of them.
Hypnotized?
That's right. You see, each of those men was hypnotized. And while he was under, we planted a post-hypnotic suggestion, namely, to fire at George of Xanthar when a soldier named Charlie started to cough. Charlie was told to cough at 11 o'clock. Before we released them from hypnosis, we told them to erase everything from their conscious memories. I was staking everything in the hope that George could only tune in on the conscious mind, not the subconscious, and it worked.
Oh.
Yeah, there was nothing to be reached by George's prying mind, so we never knew what was going to happen. At 11 o'clock, the soldier named Charlie coughed. The men raised their guns and fired. And that was the end of George of Xanthar. Now, if you don't mind, I've got some exam papers to mark.
On a planet many millions of miles away, a red light, one of many on a giant control board, suddenly winked out. A blue humanoid made an entry in a large book, System 29578. Planet 3 inhabited. Too dangerous for any kind of development. You have just heard X-1, presented by the National Broadcasting Company in cooperation with Galaxy Science Fiction Magazine, which this month features the Alan Cogan story titled In the Cards. It was one thing to safeguard the future, but something else to see someone you love cry in terror 2 years from now. Galaxy Magazine on your newsstand today. Tonight, by transcription, X-1 has brought you The Seventh Order, a story from the pages of Galaxy written by Jerry Soule and adapted for radio by George Lefferts. Featured in the cast were James Monks, Nelson Olmsted, Kate Wilkinson, James Rafferty, Dick Hamilton, Reese Taylor, Jim Stevens, Robert Hastings, Wayne Chappell. The commentator was W.W. Chaplin. Your announcer, Fred Collins. X-1 was directed by Daniel Sutter and is an NBC Radio Network production.
The Wonderful World of Robert Benchley on Biography and Sound tonight on NBC Radio.
Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey, where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
Adventures in Time and Space, transcribed in future tense. Dimension Can you predict what will come in 100 years? Can you see beyond the known dimensions of time and space into the unknown, Dimension X? In 1987, Atlantic Spaceport was established on the site of Old Fort Devon outside of Boston. And as the ships pushed deeper and deeper into space, the time of voyage increased by geometrical progression. It became more and more difficult to persuade able spacemen to sign on for flights which lasted for years, 10 to 15 monotonous years in the cramped forecastle of a deep spacer. The bar rooms and one-armed joints in Scully Square in Boston were plastered with recruiting posters for the deep space star runs. Flashy four-color signs with a blue-eyed young man gazing into a star-studded sky.
Seek your future in the stars. Jeff, there's your last chance to get out of the wedding.
Sure. Just send Judith a short note. I can't get away to marry you today. I'm 300 million light years away.
Very funny, very funny. Well, think it over, boy. Tomorrow, the shackles of matrimony.
But tonight, the stars.
The mystery of the galaxy.
Eat, drink, and be merry, for tomorrow you commit matrimony.
Oh, come on. We came here to have a little fun. We might as well be at Mother's Music Hall on Commonwealth Avenue.
Please. Ah, the problems of the rich. Hey, Jeff, just where does the coffin fortune come from,
I guess it started in Nantucket. My great something or other used to be a whaler.
A whaler? There she blows!
A dead whale or a stove boat? Watch my trusty harpoon!
Ouch! Look out with that fork!
Where's the money now?
Oh, I don't know. We've got a lot of commercial holdings, mills, import, export outfits, rocket lines, you know.
Mere trivia.
Hey, why don't we get out of this town? We could go up to the Copley Plaza. It may be stuffy, but at least the glasses are clean.
You're the condemned man.
All right, you guys go ahead and get a taxi copter. I'll settle.
Meet you out in front.
Right. Excuse me.
Want something, bud?
The check.
Okay. Hey, Milton, check. He'll be right out.
Right.
Hello, mate.
Huh?
Nice night, eh?
I suppose so.
I've been watching you. Celebrate?
Sort of.
Well, so am I. Just got off a deep space run out to Centaurus.
Centaurus? That's a 15-year run, isn't it?
15 and 3 blooming months. How'd you know? You a spaceman?
No, not exactly. Hey, barkeep, where's that check?
Hang on to your hat, Bud. Milton is slow, but he's sure.
Fill it up, Charlie. Say, why don't you join me, mate? Here, Charlie.
No, thank you, no.
Oh, come on, won't take off on Mo. Celebrate whatever it is you're celebrating on me. Come on, pour it, Charlie.
Yeah, sure.
Well, I guess I might as well. Thank you.
Cheers.
Cheers. Was that varnish?
Charlie's special brand, eh, Charlie?
Yes.
Hey, look, could you get that waiter out here? I've got to meet my friends. They're waiting
what's
outside.
your hurry, mate? You got plenty of time.
Sure. Sit down.
Take it easy. You don't look so good.
I don't feel so good.
Well, here now, you sit right here. You'll feel chipper as a blooming grasshopper in a second.
Gotta get outside. In a hurry. Where's the check? Check! Oh!
All right, come on. Get him out the back before his mates turn up.
Grab his other leg. Let's go.
In a hurry, is he? That's what he thinks. Where he's going, he's got plenty of time. All right, mate. Up on your feet. Wakey.
Let go of me. That's the idea.
Rise and shine and greet the dawn.
Where am I? What's going on here?
Come on now, mate. Up and at him. Wakey. Come on, show a leg.
Wait a minute. Hey. You were at that bar. Scully Square.
Come on now, up to the power room or you'll be in trouble.
Power room? What are you talking about? Where am I?
Well, that's hard to say exactly. Offhand, about 8 hours out of Atlantic Spaceport.
Atlantic Spaceport? What kind of a joke is this? If Alan and Peter think this is funny, they... What ship is this?
R.S. Michael M. Rafferty. Coffin line.
Coffin line. Well, that makes it easy. You've got to put back to port.
Forget your toothbrush, mate.
Listen, you runt, take me to the captain or I'll tear you apart.
Here, let go of my lapel.
Get moving.
Sure, mate, I'll take you up to the captain. Captain Lundstrom is just the man you want to see.
Martin, what the devil are you doing on the bridge?
Get below. Right away, sir, right away. Only this here gentleman asked to see you.
Now, that's right, Captain. There's been a mistake made. I'm afraid it was supposed to be a joke.
Oh?
Yes, you see, I'm going to be married today, and I suppose my friends thought it would be funny to make me miss the ceremony. I'm sure it won't be too much trouble to have you drop me off back at Atlantic.
What? Morton, what is this? Oh, it's simple, Captain. He wants you to turn the ship around, that's all.
If there's any trouble with your superior, I'm sure I can fix it up. You see, I'm Jeff Coffin.
Yes?
Well, you don't understand. My father is Cyrus Coffin. He owns this ship.
He does, eh?
I can understand you're not believing me, Captain, but I can identify my... Hey, where's my wallet?
My.
Look, Captain, all you have to do is radio back and check.
Mr. Black, remove this man from the bridge.
Aye, sir. You heard the captain, Buster.
Wait a minute. Let go of me. This is no way to treat a passenger.
Passenger? Wake up, sonny boy. You're one of the crew.
What? Well, you're crazy. I'm Jeff Coffin.
Maybe, but you're signed on as a crewman. Now stand at attention.
You can't get away with this.
And say, sir.
Why, you cheap hoodlum.
Now listen careful, sonny. You're a spaceman on this ship. And when an officer gives you an order, you're going to jump.
How do you all busted? Let go of my arms.
I guess you need a little lesson in ship's discipline. And you might as well get it now.
All right, Mr. Black. Now take him below.
All right now, mate. You grab yourself a buffer and you get to work on those deck plates.
I can't get away with this. It's kidnapping.
Maybe yes, maybe no. Now get this here deck nice and shiny. We might even see about some grub. I'll be back in 2 hours. And mind you, I want to be able to see my bloomin' reflection in it.
Hey, you'd better get started.
I can't get away with this.
The law says once you sign on, you're under absolute orders. I looked it up.
But I didn't sign on. I was kidnapped.
You won't be able to prove it. Come on, mister, please. I didn't get anything to eat today. Give me a break.
All right. You run the buffer over it, is that it?
Yeah, that's right. Like this.
Okay. You sign on?
Yeah. I ran away from home.
What? How old are you?
16. I'll be 30 when we get back.
What do you mean 30? We're headed for Mars, aren't we?
Only to refuel. We're bound out to Centaurus.
But no. We can't, but that's 15 years. Morton! I've got to get back.
It's no use.
I'm getting married. She'll think I'm dead. Morton! Morton! Morton!
Now, what's up? You want me to call Mr. Black again? He'll give you what for.
No, listen. Now, listen, I've got to get back. I can't disappear for 15 years.
How is that a fact?
Look, we stop at Mars, right?
Yes, and you'll be below decks under lock and key.
Listen, I can make it worth your while if you get me off at Marsport.
Jumping ship? Why, that's real naughty, mate.
$1,000.
Why, what would I tell me poor old mother in Battersea?
$2,000?
5. In advance.
What do you mean in advance? I'll bet you're the one that rolled me for my wallet.
As a way. I don't believe you're young Coffin. Maybe I know better. All right? It's a deal?
All right.
Look, Mr. Coffin, can you take me with you? I didn't realize what it would be like. I'll pay my share. I could work it for you, or maybe borrow money. I couldn't stand 15 years. I'd go crazy.
He'll cost you another 1,000.
You cheap swindler.
Here now, Mr. Coffin. I'm all what stands between you and a lovely pleasure cruise for 15 years, so I'll thank you to treat me with the respect and politeness what a gentleman like myself deserves.
Stand by for landing procedure.
All right now, listen careful. This here's the cable locker for the grappling anchor. When she lands, this hatch will open and the cables go out. Don't get yourself caught in the middle. You'll be torn apart.
All right, we got that.
Are you sure we can get out?
You just do what I say. When you drop down, run for the blast pit. Nobody's there for a landing. Lay low until dark. You got that?
All right. Don't worry. I'll tell the patrol you help us get away. That'll help you when they catch up with this gang.
Well, thank you, sir. Thank you kindly. I've got to get to my station now. Good luck.
Thanks. Thanks, Mr. Morton.
There's the landing horn.
Yeah.
Keep clear of that cable, Joey. Here comes the deceleration blast.
Hold on,
both right, come on. Drop to the hatch. It's about 6 feet. It's clear. Hurry up.
Here I go.
You all right?
Twisted my ankle. It's all right.
There's the blast pit. Come on, get going.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're all right so far. The ship hides us.
Here's the pit.
Get down so they can't see you.
I don't know how to thank you, Mr. Coffin. I must have been crazy to sign on that ship.
That's all right, Joey. What happened? Ever fight at home?
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
Huh?
I hear somebody coming.
What?
Keep still.
Maybe we better look.
If we stick our heads over the edge, they'll see us sure. Keep down and keep quiet.
I hear him, too.
Well, 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 look what we have here. 2 little babes in the wood. You 2 move and I'll shoot you each once in the belly. Morton, you got good eyes.
I told you I saw him come this way, Mr. Black. Jumping ship. Why, that's a terrible thing to do.
You double-crossing rat. You got paid in advance, didn't you? Then turned us in. I'll see the port police about this.
Yeah? We already turned your papers over to the port police as ship jumpers.
Papers? I didn't sign any papers.
You just don't remember signing them. We got them stamped nice and legal.
It's no use, Mr. Coffin. We haven't got a chance.
My, jumping ship. Well, don't worry, mate. You'll see your girl again in 15 years.
Mr. Black, inform the ship's company that these 2 men have been found guilty of attempted desertion.
Desertion? Well, you kidnapped me, you dirty crook.
Don't you talk to Captain Lundstrom that way.
I'm sentencing them to 24 hours hull watch. Take them away.
Morton, take him to the aft lock.
Aye, sir.
Ship jumping. You didn't have that gun, I'd break you in 2. Double-crossing rat.
You calm down after 24 hours hull watch.
What's hull watch?
Very simple. We put you 2 in spacesuits and shove you through the airlock on the end of a line. You sit out there and you watch the hull for 24 hours. You can talk to each other on the wireless intercom, but no food and no water. And the heating units in those suits are just a little bit defective. It makes it interesting long about the 18th hour.
I'll bet.
Well, here we are, gentlemen. The airlock. Now, you get in here. You've got 5 minutes to get into suits and we blow you out of the lock. See you in 24 hours. Maybe.
Joey, can you hear me all right?
Yeah. It's getting awful cold. How much longer we got?
I don't know. I suppose that's part of the fun. Guessing.
I'm awful thirsty.
It can't be too much more. Hang on, kid.
It's cold.
It'll probably get colder. We'd better snap the safety hook.
Jeff, what would happen if we drifted away from the ship?
We'd keep going in the same direction till the oxygen gave out.
Yeah. Will it get much colder? I don't know if I can take it.
We haven't got any choice, Joey. Just hang on. It can't last forever.
Welcome back to our little home.
Water.
Thirsty?
Get water.
Right here. Here. Slopping like a bloody animal.
Joey, passed out.
You'll be all right.
Help him.
Teach your lesson, both of you. Just take my advice and behave yourselves. You've got 15 years to go on this here ship, and you might as well make the best of it.
Hey, Martin, what do you call this mess?
That's your supper, mate. Food concentrate.
What's the idea? Only 2 months out and on concentrates already?
You complaining, Red?
Yeah, I'm complaining. If Captain Lundstrom's chiseling on the manifest, that's his business. But when he tries to take it out of our hide...
You keep quiet or I'll turn you into Mr. Black. Concentrate is what you get to eat from here on out. Now shove it in your face and keep quiet.
I'll shove it in your face and see how you like it.
Look out, fella. Look out. What's going on in here? Morton? What happened?
He struck me, that's what.
48 hours hull watch. Huh? What are you all looking at? Get back to your places. Morton, bring that man to the aft airlock.
All right, Red. Come on out of there. Your time's up. Come on. You, mate. Go in and get him.
Come on, Joey. Gee, 48 hours out there. Unsnap the helmet. Careful. Get it off.
Come on now, hurry up. Bring him to.
I can't.
What?
He's dead.
Get him undressed. Hang up that spacesuit. He must have had a heart attack.
Heart attack. He's frozen to death.
Mr. Black will be fair heartbroken. Red was a first-class jet man. Hurry up with that suit. It's cold in here.
It's murder, that's what. Just plain murder. Space Code gives a 30-hour limit for punishment.
They didn't even have a burial. Just shoved him out of the lock.
Well, if the owners knew about this, they'd stop it.
Oh, fat load of good that's going to do us for the next 15 years.
Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. If we could get the ship back tomorrow...
Oh, look, that's no good, son. 2 weeks after we landed, we'd be hung. That's what Space Code says about mutiny. If they catch you in the act, they shoot you down and no question.
Well, I'm willing to take the chance. Are we going to let Black and Lundstrom kick us around for 15 years?
Well, I'm not.
Why don't we take over and head back?
Okay,
Quiet. Did I interrupt something, gentlemen? A discussion? Talking about the captain, maybe? Well, grab him. Let go of me. I'll have you all out in the island shifts. I'll see you in operations. That's what I'll do.
Yeah, chew on my oil, right, Morton? There. Well, that's done it, Harry. He's an officer.
Who cares?
Look, we've got to move now. Joey, get up to the radio room and smash the set before they can get a message out.
Right.
Pop, you get out and tell the engine watch.
All right.
The rest of us will go up to the bridge.
How about this, Rat?
Tie him up. Speed counts now. We've got to take over before they know what hit him. Careful. We've got to surprise them.
We'll get him cold.
Jeff, quiet. Sparks were sending when I got in, but I knocked him out and smashed the set. We're all right.
All right, come on. Let's get up to the bridge. Hey, look out. They closed the hatch.
Hey, we're cut off from the bridge.
We'll never get through that.
He must have found out somehow.
Folks will intercom. Black must have turned it on from the bridge. He must have heard the whole thing.
Yeah. We better get out of here.
Yeah. What'll they do?
I don't know.
They got all the controls up there. We can shut down the drive, but we can't steer.
Dog down the hatch behind us.
Well, what next?
All right, men. Captain Lundstrom's giving you 1 minute to give up quiet.
In a pig's eye, Black.
You'll hang for mutiny, every one of you.
What do we do now?
Quiet.
They can hear everything on the intercom.
Not if I cut the switch.
Gotta get through to the bridge.
Well, it's a Mexican standoff. We can't get at them, they can't get at us.
What's that?
Air leak. The pressure's down.
Fellas,
what is it?
Lundstrom, he blew the hatch in the mess hall section, just opened it up and let the air out.
Oh, anybody caught?
Al Haynes, he was cooking supper, dead as a doornail. Well, they can kill us all. They'll do it, too. All they've got to do is bleed off the air. They've got the atmosphere controls up there.
I'll see all of you blokes swinging from a landing crane. I will, you scum.
Morton, you know what Black's going to do? Bleed off the air down here.
Oh, serve you all right. If I had my way, I'd see you all out in the yard till you froze stiff.
You're forgetting something, Morton. You're back here with us.
What do you mean?
If Black and Lundstrom blow out compartments one by one or bleed the air off, you'll get it, too.
They'll take care of me, don't you worry about that.
You think so? Joey, plug that intercom back in.
Yeah.
Black!
Heading up?
We've got Morton back here.
Yeah?
If you try anything on us, he'll get it, too.
What am I supposed to do? Cry?
You don't care if he dies?
Well, that's his problem. We're going to drop the oxygen level 5%.
But you can't do that to me. Captain!
It's unfortunate that you were captured, Morton. But the security of my ship comes first.
You mean you don't care? You'd see me dead?
Precisely.
But you can't. It's murder, that's what. I'm not one of them. You can't kill me. You can't.
Joey, pull the intercom plug.
You can't do it. I always followed orders. I did the dirty work and pull.
He can't hear you anymore, Morton.
Do this. Shut up.
Morton, they'd kill you as soon as look at you. Now listen. We've got to get through to the bridge. You know this ship. There must be some way.
We're your only chance, Morton. Get us through that hatch and up to the bridge.
All right. Why shouldn't I? They'd kill me.
And there is a way to get through?
Emergency release. Works by hand. I don't tell crewmen about it to keep them from breaking through in an engine blast and leaking radiation to the bridge.
Let's get going. We've got to get through before Lundstrom cuts the air down and gets us all. Here's the hatch, Morton. Where's the release?
Under the floor panel. You can pry it up.
Harry?
I got it. She's up.
Works on the key. Ready?
Back against the walls. They've got the guns.
Let them have them. I want to wrap my wretch around Black's neck.
All right, Morton. Open it up.
Here goes.
Look out! They're headed wide.
Morton! He's dead. Electrocuted. And the hatch is still closed.
He didn't get to turn that key. It killed him instantly. Harry, they got your watch gloves. They're insulated.
Oh, sure. They'll take any current. Let's get Morton out of the way.
Hey, don't touch him, Joey. He's got the current through.
Yeah, I'll pull him away with the glove. All right, now stand by. Here goes the key.
Let's go! Get him! Let go of that gun, Lundstrom. Hold them both.
You don't have to worry about Black. I got him square with a wrench.
Anybody else hurt?
I am. In the side. I think it just grazed me.
We'd better tie Lundstrom up.
What do you think you are going to do now?
Turn around and go back home.
I don't think so. I have burned the navigation tapes, and none of you can recalculate.
What?
You'll just wander in space till the fuel gives out. You'll die right here on the ship.
How you coming, Jeff?
It's no use. I've had a little space math, but not enough to compute a flight.
Sooner or later, you're going to beg me to let you surrender.
Jeff, the interceptor screens went on.
Media?
No, it's a ship. A patrol ship coming up on us.
Hey, must have got off an SOS.
No, we don't have to worry. We can just tell them the truth. Sure.
You are not familiar with the space code, young man. Mutiny is punished by immediate execution on the ship itself. In other words, they don't ask questions, they shoot.
He's right, Jeff. We're through.
Can we get away?
Not from a patrol ship. They've already sent us a heave-to flash. If we run, they'll blow us out of space.
I'm afraid your mutiny is over, gentlemen. Soon they'll be alongside with an airlock coupling. And 10 minutes after that, you will all be dead.
Nobody move. Sergeant, take a squad and secure the ship, collect all weapons, and post a guard in the engine room.
Yes, sir. You, Brown, Williams, Kowalski, Kelly. I'm delighted to see you, Major. I was not sure that an SOS had gotten through.
Oh? You're Captain Lundstrom?
That's right. I can swear out the affidavit of mutiny and...
I don't think a mutiny charge will stand up, Lundstrom. Not with a relief of command warrant out for you. I think we'll just forget about it. You're under arrest, Captain.
Oh, you can't do that. Space code is clear. You recorded my SOS.
SOS?
Of course. How else did you get here?
They sent us after you to get Jeff Coffin. Where is he?
I'm Jeff Coffin.
We had a missing persons alarm for you, and then when a check you signed turned up at Marsport...
A check? That's right. I gave one to Morton to help me get away.
And he sold it to a fence for half face value. We traced it back to this ship. Coffin, I've got orders to escort you personally. We're taking you back to Earth, son.
Major, can I send out a message?
Of course. Oh, that reminds me, I've got one for you. From your fiancée.
Oh?
She said to tell you that she didn't object to a bachelor party in principle, but she did think 6 months was stretching it a bit.
Competition, they say, is the life of trade, and it will be as true 2 centuries from now as it is today. You'll hear about it next week when we present...
Dimension X.
Today, Dimension X has transcribed Shanghai, an original story by Ernest Kenoy. Featured in the cast were John Sylvester as Jeff and William Griffiths as Morton. Your host was Norman Rose. Music by Bert Berman. Engineer Bill Chambers. Dimension X is produced by William Welch and directed by Edward King.
3 chimes mean good times on NBC. Tonight, it's The Big Show on NBC. Your stars will be Groucho Marx, Ezio Pinza, Jane Powell, Fanny Bryce, Frank Lovejoy, Meredith Wilson, and many, many more. Supervising the hour-and-a-half Big Show will be MC Tallulah Bankhead. Incidentally, when unpredictable Tallulah meets unconventional Groucho, look out. It's The Big Show every Sunday on NBC. Now the Quiz Kids, and later hear Tallulah and The Big Show on NBC.
Enjoying the timeless classics on Golden Age Radio? If you're loving the nostalgia and captivating stories, consider supporting our channel with a tip. Your generosity helps us continue bringing you the best of vintage radio entertainment. Simply click on the link in the description.
Good evening. This is Crime Classics. I am Thomas Hyland. Listen. The man you hear breathing is named Thomas Edwin Bartlett. He is in bed and sleeping, breathing deep the night air of Pimlico, England. Mr. Bartlett is a heavy sleeper, a deep breather, too, rhythmical and serene, an almost lullaby quality for young Mrs. Adelaide Bartlett, his wife, who this night sleeps at the foot of his bed. Rhythmical, serene. And just at the stroke of midnight, just when a new year has begun, Mr. Bartlett stops breathing. Mr. Bartlett has just died from having drunk too much chloroform, of all things. His wife wakens, sees it is a new year, and celebrates. Tonight, my report to you on the shockingly peaceful passing of Thomas Edwin Bartlett, greengrocer.
Crime Classics, a new series of true crime stories taken from the records and newspapers of every land, from every time. Your host each week, Mr. Thomas Hyland, connoisseur of crime, student of violence, and teller of murders. Now, once again, Thomas Hyland. When you heard Mr.
die, it was New Year's Eve in the year 1885. Some years before this, one springtime, when Mr. Bartlett was breathing 100% perfect, he had responded to the delicate scent of a young French girl, and the aroma went right to his heart. He was suddenly in love with Adelaide Blanche de la Tremoise, age 16.
Adelaide! Adelaide! Stop skipping rope. I'm talking to you.
You made me miss, Zoot.
You shouldn't say zoot, my dear. It's an immodest expression.
Zoot, 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 zoot.
I'm sorry I've made you miss. I apologize.
I accept. And now will you do something for me?
Anything.
Of this you are sure?
Anything, I swear it.
Bon. Take this rope and tie an end of it to the tree. And hold the other end and turn it. And I will jump.
Don't you ever get enough of the sport?
Zoot, tie the rope.
Very well. Adelaide.
Oui?
Do you like me?
Oh, very much. However...
What?
You puzzle me.
Intrigue you, you mean? I'm glad.
Puzzle me. Why you put the sign, gone to fish on your grocery store this last 2 weeks, when it is not so. You are here every afternoon in my yard when I come home from school.
I have permission from your brother. Adelaide.
You have finished tying the rope?
Yes.
S'il vous plaît, turn it. Faster! Faster! Faster!
Oh, my dear. Adelaide, are you hurt? Here, I lift you.
Yes, help me. I'm so tangled in the rope.
Adelaide.
Oh, you are very nice.
Adelaide, listen.
I like your beard, a black beard. Barbe noire, barbe noire, barbe noire.
Oh, Adelaide, my dear, will you marry me?
Marry you?
Yes.
But I am still in school.
Marry me, and it'll be the same. You'll still go to school.
And you will help me with my lessons.
Every night.
And you'll play games with me and jump rope with me.
I want to.
I will turn and you will jump. Now.
Now?
Now.
All right. Adelaide.
Oui?
Will you marry me?
But of course, Monsieur Barbe Noire.
Adelaide.
Oui?
Turn the rope faster. Faster! Faster!
Passion in Pimlico. Participants: Thomas Edwin Bartlett and Adelaide Blanche de la Tremoise, and a good quality skipping rope, which latter, it might be mentioned, came from the shelves of Mr. Bartlett's grocery store, and which, coiled neatly, was his first gift to her. It was a springtime romance and an honorable one. They got married. And according to Mr. Bartlett's word, the marriage progressed to each one's satisfaction. Mr. Bartlett continued at the grocery store, and Adelaide was still a student. It is a matter of record that she was a good student in the subjects of geography, history, and botany. But it is also a matter of record that one day she brought home with her a note from her teacher.
Dear Mr. Bartlett, here is your wife's last examination paper in algebra. As you see, the grade is 43. Her square roots are especially weak, as are her solving equations with two unknowns. Something must be done, else your spouse will not pass into the next form. Sincerely, Edgar Becker, Esquire. P.S. I will be glad to tutor your spouse after school hours. Signed, E.B. Esquire. Oh, Adelaide, why are you crying?
I am not a good wife.
You are wrong, my dear. I am not a good husband. I should have been helping you with your algebra.
But you help me so much with my lessons. And you get tired and you go to your room and sleep. Oh, husband.
Yes?
I do not wish it anymore. I do not wish school.
I want your school and Mr. Becker to be proud of you.
No.
My dear, what's the matter?
I do not wish to be a schoolgirl was. what a woman was, a mother was.
You're so young.
Listen to me.
A grade of 43 is nothing to fret over. By my cousin Sybil from Nottingham received 23 on her...
Listen to me.
No, child. You listen to me. I've failed you. I've made you ashamed of yourself. And now I'll make amends.
How?
I will find you a tutor.
A tutor?
But not Mr. Becker.
A husband.
Yes, child.
Whatever you say.
Trouble in Pimlico. Simply this. The girl wanted to grow up, and her husband wouldn't let her. He told her she'd grow up soon enough, but right now she should play and run and scamper. This period in the married life of Thomas and Adelaide was marked by two events. The first, his presenting her upon her birthday with a game of the mind, dominoes, hand-carved, imported from Persia. The second, a tutor, a veritable quiz in algebra, imported from Bristol. A young man of 21, accomplished in the 3 R's and other branches of learning. He doted on chemistry, for instance, and one report has it that he was forever indulging himself with practical jokes at the school, with chloroform. They say his headmaster constantly fell asleep while admonishing him. His name?
George Dyson, Adelaide, your tutor. This is my wife, Adelaide.
At your service.
Here is your book. Open it to page 1. A minus 1 equals 0. Therefore, A equals 1. Do you understand that?
No.
Sit by me. I'll teach you.
I'll leave you two alone.
Now.
Mr. Dyson.
Yes?
You are very young.
You are very pretty.
Tutor me.
Since the minus quality of 1 changes to a positive quality as you transpose the integer to the right side of the equation mark, it is obvious then if x minus 1 equals 0, then x is equal to 1.
Quite obvious indeed. You are a very good tutor.
Did your husband tell you I was to live here?
Yes, he did.
If x minus 2 is equal to 0, what does x equal?
2.
I'm proud of you.
Examination time came around, and Adelaide was at the head of her class.
A squared plus B squared is equal to C squared.
In the next form, she shone. Algebra was her strongest subject. One day, Mr. Becker was astounded when Adelaide stood right up in class and said,
The cube root of A cubed minus 3A squared B plus 3AB squared minus B cubed is A minus B.
Then came geometry. George was also a whiz at this. More so.
George, cher tutor.
Stop that. Pay attention to your lesson.
George, please.
Please what?
Please kiss me.
First, the theorem.
2 triangles are congruent when the 2 sides and the included angle are coincident. Please kiss me.
All right.
How do I earn my next kiss?
Mathematics in Pimlico. On to trigonometry and the youth. Wife and tutor caught up in the mysteries of logarithms and sines and cotangents and secants. There were field trips, too, to the garden, because George Dyson Tutor believed in practical application of theory. This particular late afternoon, they were endeavoring to determine the height of the flagpole in the garden, using the length and angle of the shadow cast by the pole as points of reference. It was a fine afternoon in the fall. It was an afternoon to be young.
Kiss me.
You always ask me to do that, Adelaide.
And you always do. Kiss me.
Now, suppose your husband should walk out here and see us.
He knows about us.
You're joking.
Oh, I'm not. He knows.
Surely.
Oh, do not worry. He's... Kiss me.
All right.
What a lovely picture. What a lovely autumn picture.
Mr. Bartlett.
Of course, kiss her, Mr. Dyson. You deserve it. You both deserve it. Master and pupil. You've done so well together. Go on, Dyson. Kiss her. Go on. Kiss her.
Oh, yes.
Bravo, bravo. How's trigonometry coming, Dyson?
Fine.
Fine. Well, cook said dinner will be ready soon. I'll call you when it is.
Adelaide.
What?
Don't you find your husband...
He's a bore.
But I mean, strange. What happened just now?
He is a bore, and I despise him.
He's your husband. You shouldn't speak like that about him.
I'm sorry he's my husband.
What would you do if he weren't?
You know.
I know. But I want you to tell me.
The things we talked about. If he weren't my husband.
I want to tell you something about me you didn't know, Adelaide.
Oh, please do.
I was quite a chemistry student, too. I could teach chemistry if I wanted to.
That is very interesting.
Chloroform, for instance, is a chemical.
Chloroform? I've heard of it.
It belongs to the class of neurotic chemicals which act on the brain and produce loss of sensation.
Can it cause death?
Carelessly used, it can cause death.
Then it is a poison.
Let's stroll in the garden.
I want to.
Chloroform is a colorless, heavy, and volatile liquid, having a peculiar ethereal odor which cannot be
And so they walked hand in hand into the sunset, and they spoke of many things: husbands, autumn roses, cabbages, kings, and chloroform, which is a very deadly poison. England is noted in a small way for the color of its sunsets, a quality which some malcontents have attributed to the quality of the dust in the Pimlico air. However, it's well known that the major divertisement among Pimlicans is walking into the local sunset and making plans. So, as not to defy custom, so walked Adelaide and her tutor George.
You're very dear to me, Adelaide.
Oh, this I know. But it is not the time to speak of it. We were speaking of other things.
I used to have fun with chloroform when I went to school.
Is it difficult to obtain?
In large quantities, it is. However,
what?
It can be obtained, but there's a difficulty.
Oh?
It has a peculiar odor. It's easily detectable. It's almost impossible to get someone to drink it.
Unless someone wanted to drink it.
Who would want to?
Some people, I suppose.
Adelaide.
Yes, George.
I've noticed something about your husband. He looks poorly.
He suffers. Sometimes at night he comes to my bedroom and tells me how much he suffers.
From what?
He's bilious.
Oh, poor man.
He complains of his stomach.
I thought perhaps that was it.
And nervous depression. At night, sometimes he sits in my room, depressed.
His stomach?
The doctors have told him that.
Has he tried mercury?
Mercury?
Much easier to obtain than chloroform. I could stop at the apothecary's after dinner.
Do stop. His stomach is much worse after dinner.
I'm hungry. Let us to dinner, Adelaide.
Oh, give me your arms, dear George.
The maidservant was just setting the suckling pig on the table when the young folk entered. Mr. Bartlett greeted them with a wave of his fork, and they sat. The dinner was a success, and as usual, Mr. Bartlett exhibited his clean plate for the applause of his wife and her tutor. Over fruit and cheese, George Dyson begged to be excused.
I'll be back in a shake, Mr. Bartlett, with a surprise for you.
Slice another melon for me, dear Adelaide.
And in half an hour, George returned, which was good time for the course, the house to the apothecary and back. But George was in a hurry. And when he returned, Adelaide was waiting for him in the great hall.
Quickly, come.
What's the matter?
After dinner, he almost fainted. He managed to get into the library where he's lying down.
His stomach?
In the middle of a melon slice.
Oh, Mr. Bartlett. Mr. Bartlett, here, I have something for you.
What? What is it?
Here now. Let me help you sit up. Adelaide, that wine glass.
Yes.
I have something for you, Mr. Bartlett. Something that will make you feel better.
What is it?
The surprise I promised you. To make your stomach feel much better.
George was very good in chemistry at school.
You're a good fellow, George.
Drink it.
Hot stuff. Here, I can't drink any more.
Well, I'll leave it here beside you. Sip it when you can. You'll see that when you develop a taste for it, it will be very beneficial.
You're a good fellow. Adelaide,
Yes.
Don't worry about me. You have your things to do.
Yes. George and I have our lessons.
I wouldn't interrupt them for the world. Go, George. Adelaide.
We'll look in on you later, Mr. Bartlett. In an hour.
Good fellow. Good fellow.
Mr. Bartlett's stomach quieted after a while, and lying there he had a thought that perhaps it was George's surprise that did it. So he forced himself to sip again of the glass. However, in time, Mr. Bartlett did develop a taste for mercury and made it a habit to indulge in a sip after every meal. Somehow, his stomach responded suitably, and his complaints were not nearly so many. Of course, it should be noted that Mr. Bartlett would reel suddenly and fall down at odd times, and then he was constantly bumping into things, and his teeth dropped out. Some of his more observant friends would mutter among themselves about Mr. Bartlett's slightly bluish complexion. One morning, Mr. Bartlett woke up completely beardless, and from that day on, he never had to shave. But since generally his stomach felt much better, Mr. Bartlett deemed himself ahead of the game, a philosophy which caused comment. Adelaide to George.
My husband seems happier.
Yes, I've noticed.
My stomach has improved.
Because he doesn't eat so much.
Because he lacks sufficient teeth.
Your husband has developed a tolerance for mercury.
Yes. Mr. Dyson.
Mr. Dyson? You mean George?
When will you be finished tutoring me, Mr. Dyson?
What do you mean?
Tomorrow, I should think, Mr. Dyson.
What?
Tomorrow is the eve of the New Year. My husband has asked me to join him in private celebration in his rooms. We shall drink to your leaving us.
But you and I...
But there's one last favor you can do for me.
Why, I'd do anything.
While you're at the apothecary.
Apothecary?
While you're there, while you're making the purchase of chloroform, bring me 1 sachet of lavender, 12 cinnamon sticks, and 12 licorice twisties for my husband.
Then you are giving me one more chance, Adelaide.
Mr. Dyson, happy is the day when I shall call you Georges again.
Lavender, cinnamon sticks, chloroform, and licorice twisted.
2 dozen twisties, Mr. Dyson. Good night.
It's 11 o'clock, Adelaide.
1 hour until the New Year and our anniversary. 6 years. Thomas,
Yes, my dear.
You remember how you used to come and watch me jump rope?
I had a beard then.
And I called you Bardois.
A drink.
6 years, Thomas, we have been married.
A drink.
I have had enough drink. You finish the bottle. I want you to look at me, husband.
Very well. Yes.
When we were married, I was 16, a child, 6 years ago.
Adelaide.
You see, husband?
No longer a child. I drink to you, a woman. Adelaide.
What is it?
Have you drunk from this bottle?
Yes, I think so.
It has a pungency to it, doesn't it? Let me say. Chantilly, 1871. Must have been a strange vintage. A decided pungency. An aroma, too. Smell it.
My, good.
What is it? Lovely?
It tassels from your nightcap. It tickles.
Does it?
Drink makes you so attractive, dear Thomas.
Makes me attractive, huh? Tell cook to order a magnum.
Later. Finish the bottle, dear, and then I have something to tell you.
All right. Now, what is it you have to tell me?
Oh, you confess it now, do you not, that I am a woman? An attractive woman, yes. And finally a wife, my husband. 6 years now, and you have observed me only as a child and have treated me as...
On further passage between them on this, their 6th New Year's Eve together, and their wedding anniversary, on further passage, history is obscure. It is known, however, that they were alone in the house, except for their servant. It is known, too, that 5 bottles of champagne were consumed. 2 bottles Chantilly 1871, a pungent vintage. According to the record, it has been said that a few moments before the new year was ushered in, Mr. and Mrs. Bartlett were both asleep. He stretched across the width of the bed, she at his feet. And once more, I refer you to Mr. Bartlett asleep, rhythmically, serene.
Thomas? Thomas?
Mr. Bartlett was dead. That didn't do any good. It was another year, but not for Mr. Bartlett. For Mr. Bartlett, a post-mortem examination. For his stomach, evidence of having contained a considerable amount of chloroform. So there was a coroner's inquiry. And there was a verdict of willful murder against Adelaide Bartlett and George Dyson. At the trial, each made a statement protesting their innocence.
Yes, it is true that I purchased chloroform at various apothecaries, and it is true that the total amount I purchased thereby was sufficient to cause death. However, I used the chemical merely to clean spots from my clothing. I have many pieces of clothing and believe neatness is next to righteousness. It is true also that I became attached to Mrs. Bartlett, but only because she was well versed in matters mathematical. It was a constant source of joy to me to be able to sit and speak with her of an evening of theorems and theories and postulates and corollaries.
I loved my husband. He encouraged me to pursue studies of various kinds and decided to please him. On the night of his death, my husband was in good spirits and drank heavily. He, I must confess, was never more attractive. But he fell asleep, a deep sleep. From this he never awakened. I never know why.
Nor does anyone else know why. The jury debated for 2 hours and returned a verdict of not guilty. History at this point again becomes obscure. It is not known whether George or Adelaide ever saw each other again, whether they ever again tasted together the dusty fruits of a Pimlico sunset, whether there were any more math lessons or talks of matters chemical. But it may be safe to assume that some of the dust breathed by the Pimlicans on evening walks, some of it has been contributed by George and Adelaide and Mr. Bartlett. You might be interested in knowing where once stood Mr. Bartlett's grocery store, now stands an apothecary. This is all the information I have. Thank you. Good night.
Thomas Edwin Bartlett, tonight's crime classic, was adapted from the original court reports and newspaper accounts by Morton Fine and David Friedkin. The music was composed and conducted by Bernard Herrmann, and the program is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. Thomas Hyland is portrayed on radio by Lou Merrill. Thomas Edwin Bartlett was played by Herb Butterfield, Adelaide by Betty Harford, and George by Terry Kilburn. Bob Lamont speaking.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Enjoying the timeless classics on Golden Age Radio? If you're loving the nostalgia and captivating stories, consider supporting our channel with a tip. Your generosity helps us continue bringing you the best of vintage radio entertainment. Simply click on the link in the description.
In the dream, you are falling, lost in the listening distance, as dark locks in. Nightfall. Good evening. Tonight we have a special treat for you. A new production of a story that refuses to die. I ask those of you who may have heard it before to warn your loved ones that we are about to present The Monkey's Paw.
Oh, that was lovely. Well, I hope I remember how to behave at table.
Oh, come now, Sergeant Major.
You may find us the barbarians, Jeremy.
The manners of the outposts of Empire we hear, they're refined beyond anything we could dream.
Oh, in a sergeant's mess. In India, on the frontier.
Are you sorry to have left it, sir?
Oh, what, the frontier? I'm afraid, Herbert, that I've brought too much of it back with me.
Oh, nothing shows good manners like a healthy appetite, Sergeant Major. Do us some more.
Well, I don't mind if I do. Oh, thank you. Oh, you've done yourself proud, you two. This house. Well, it's been a struggle.
But it's paid for. But £200.
And I'm going to earn that.
Oh, you're working already, lad?
I am. I'm apprenticing to be a stationary engineer.
More in Meggins. Oh, the old works. They're still going strong. Huge now. Jeremy, you'd not know the place. And the machinery.
Terrifying. I had one look inside. The whirling and banging and sparks and smoke.
Our foreman Smithy says, if you like working at Moore and Meggins, you'll feel at home in a battlefield.
Like Chinese Gordon.
Have you missed England all these years, Sergeant Major?
Missed it? Oh, Brad's never told you about my family, eh? They weren't as well off as his. Well off. In the county workhouse. There's no job in a fine shop for me. But, yes, we remember our young days fondly, don't we? The anger fades.
You've done well in the army.
Very well.
Well, I'm still breathing, yes.
China, Africa, India. Most of all, I'd like to see India.
India? Oh, you're better off where you are, lad. There's too much everything, India. There's too many things off the map.
Off the map?
Here. I'll show you something. What's that?
Oh, small animal's foot.
Well, not quite. It's a monkey's paw.
Oh, what are you doing with a thing like that?
Oh, well, perhaps I shouldn't be showing it.
Jeremy, don't put it away. Let's see it. Here, give us a look. You're turning all red. Caught you out, eh? A secret?
Oh, secret? 21 years in India. Yeah, you remember the upbringing that you and I had, Fred? The Queen, England, Empire, John Wesley and all.
Aye.
And then suddenly to be plunged into a world where gods have arms like beetles' legs.
That's blasphemous.
Sir, will the monkey's fingers work if you pull the tendons? Like a rabbit's foot?
Oh, I'm leaving the table if this talk keeps on.
Don't get carried away, Dorothy.
I must tell you. See, I was in India less than a fortnight when I was trapped in the midst of a festival called the Kali Puja. It's the darkest night of the month. Adoration of Kali, wife of Kala, god of death and of time. Only a great slaughter of sheep and goats can appease her. Single sabre stroke to lop off the beast's head.
Oh, Sergeant Major, please.
That, Mrs. Todd, is India.
That cannot be all of India.
No, there is gentleness there, too. But it's the mysteries of India that stay with you. There's no way to shake them. You think you have as you sail up past Aden and the Suez. You feel you're a sensible, no-nonsense Englishman again. And then, out of the blue, in a cottage as cosy as this, the shock of something quite... Something quite frightful.
Like your monkey's paw?
I'd rather you forgot it.
Let's see it again. Just once more.
Oh, very well, if you insist. Look at it. It's an ordinary little paw dried to a mummy.
May I, sir?
What, examine it? See if you can find the mystery.
Tendon's too dry to move.
Well, better look next time.
So what's special about it?
A spell. Put on it by a holy man, a fakir.
Spell?
To prove that fate rules our lives.
How?
He decreed that 3 people, each in turn, would have 3 wishes granted by it. 3 people, 3 wishes, and no more.
Did the 3 people get their wishes?
2 did. The 3rd is yet to come.
Jeremy, you've not given it a whirl.
I have. That was the 2nd.
Were they...
Granted?
They were.
What were they?
Oh, they were small enough. But I shall never tell how they were answered.
Oh, my. Sergeant Major, you are making a fine spoof of it. Even your face has gone white.
Yes. And, the first person who wished?
Was a friend of mine, a Lance Corporal from Aberdeen. I don't know his first 2 wishes. His 3rd was for death. That's how I got the paw.
But you finished with it?
And you still keep it?
But what good is it now, sir?
I did have some idea of selling it, but no.
Jeremy, if you talk up that monkey's paw with others as convincingly as you've done with us.
It's caused enough mischief.
If you could have another 3 wishes, sir, would you want them?
No. My God, no. No one must ever ask a wish of this thing again. Now, be done with it.
Jeremy, what did you do that for? Toss it in the fire. Quick, up and fish it out. Hurry, hurry.
Right. Fairly short. A few hairs.
Back in the fire, lad. Let it burn.
If you don't want it, Jeremy, give it to me.
Here, Dad.
If you keep it, Fred, don't you blame me for what happens.
Fair enough, Jeremy.
No, don't be a fool. Pitch it on the fire like a sensible fella.
How does it work, What's the magic trick?
You're serious?
Serious as you, Jeremy. You're the one who convinced us this thing works.
You hold it in your right hand and make your wish aloud.
That's all.
Except for the consequences.
What you might do, Fred dear, wish for another pair of hands from India for me. All the work around this house.
If you must wish, wish for something sensible.
Sensible?
I warn you, the spell of the paw is no joke.
Oh, sensible. Sensible. I'll put it away. I can't take this seriously now.
You will. When you discover the joke is on you.
Good night.
Oh, that was really lovely.
Bye, Jeremy.
Come see us again.
Oh,
Aye.
thank you. It's very kind of you. Lovely. Good night.
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 Herbert, shouldn't you be changing your clothes and getting off to the works? Mowing leggings?
Not an hour yet, till the midnight shift.
I like your Sergeant Major, Fred.
Do you know? He's changed. But most of the lad I knew is still there.
Any of the lad he knew here, Dad?
Oh, not bloody likely. Catch me believing a yarn like that.
Did you give him anything for it, dear?
The monkey's paw. Oh, a trifle. He didn't want to take it, but I made him.
Some money banking him. And he took advantage of you. I like him the better for that.
He pressed me again to throw it away.
Not bloody likely. Why, we're going to be rich. And I'll refuse to work nights at mowing Meggins.
Wish to be an emperor, Freddie.
Looks like... Yes, it looks like the hand of a child.
Shouldn't be so greedy on your first wish, Dad. I mean, an emperor's a lot to ask.
I don't know what to ask for, that's a fact.
Well, if you've got everything you want, I've not.
Good. You take it and wish.
All that thing in my hand, I couldn't.
What about the mortgage, Mum? Dad, if you cleared that...
The £200? Hey, would you like that, Dorothy? Not too grasping, frivolous?
Oh, I don't know when you two are serious.
As serious as you, Mum. Do it, Dad.
I wish.
Don't anybody giggle.
I wish for £200.
No! Freddie?
What is it, Dad?
It moved.
What?
The monkey's paw. Cooled up, stiff and solid as a walnut, then suddenly...
What?
It twisted in my hand.
But look, there's no money coming out of the walls.
Look in your wallet, Fred. It's the most sensible place for wish for money to appear.
Yeah. Feels no fatter. £1, 2 shillings.
Well, so much for that.
Oh, yeah, but pick up that paw before you step on it.
Shall I give it to the cat?
But put it on the shelf.
As I wished, It twisted my hand like a snake.
Nonsense, Fred. It's just your fancy. Well, no harm done.
Gave me a shock all the same. Well, come on, Dorothy. Off to bed.
Yeah. Remember to will put the cat out when you take off to work.
Right.
And the light.
I will. Night, Mum. Dad.
Night.
Any other lad you know here?
Change of weather. Cloudy. Gusty.
Opening shop this morning, Freddie?
No, it's Joe Barnes' turn. I can dawdle.
I do hope it doesn't rain before Herbert gets off shift and home.
What you looking at? Out window.
There's a man out there on the street.
Never seen a man out there.
Oh, he's peering at the house. That's the 4th time he's passed the gate.
Oh, real tough. And he's coming in.
Oh, dear. Answer the door, Freddie, while I get rid of this apron.
He's not a lord, Dorothy. Yes, sir.
Hey, Mr. Todd. I come from Moe and Megan's.
Oh, do come in, won't you?
Thank you.
My missus.
How do you do?
My name's Tilbury. I was asked to call on you.
Oh, excuse the mess, Mr. Tilbury. We weren't expecting to sit down.
I'll not intrude more than a moment.
He's come from Moe and Megan's, dear.
Oh. Is anything wrong? Nothing's happened to Herbert.
There, Dorothy. Don't jump to conclusions.
Mrs. Todd, Mr. Todd. I'm sorry.
He's hurt. Is he hurt?
I'm afraid... Aye, he's badly hurt. But he's not in any pain.
Oh, thank God. Fred, see, Freddie, it's not so bad. I thought... Oh, that's Fred. But it's not so bad. It's all right. No, it's not.
Your Herbert was caught in the machinery, Mrs. Todd. He was drawn in among the pulleys and the big flywheel.
Caught? In the machinery?
What you saying, Fred? Don't believe him. No, he's been such a careful boy, Herbert. Oh, wait. Mr. Tilbury, they've mistaken him for some other... Tell him, Fred. Tell him.
He was the only one left. We lost 3 babies.
We all wish we could undo this.
It's hard.
The firm wishes me to convey their sincere sympathy with you and your great loss, and to say that Moe and Megan's disclaim all liability, but in consideration of your son's services, they wish to present you with a certain sum as compensation.
How much?
£200.
You didn't say.
200. Here, Mr. Todd.
Come back, Dorothy. What are you doing out of bed?
What was I doing in bed?
Aren't you cold?
Does it matter?
No. Nothing matters. Yes. It matters that you don't...
Don't what?
Come back to bed. You catch your death, my dear, wandering about in the middle of the night.
Fred! Why have we forgotten? The paw? The monkey's paw?
Yeah, what's the matter? What?
Want it?
Want it?
You've not destroyed it.
I've not touched it. No, why should I? Since I made that wish and dropped it.
Where is it?
I don't know. Didn't Herbert pick it up?
It's not in his pocket. He didn't take it with him.
I think he set it down somewhere in the parlor.
I just now thought of it. Why didn't we before?
Think of what?
The other two wishes. We only made one.
Was that not enough?
No, we'll have one more. Could I get it, Fred, quickly? We'll wish our boy alive again.
Good God, you're mad. My wish and what happened at the works at Moe and Megan's had nothing to do with each other.
Now get it. Get it quickly, and wish.
Dorothy, for God's
sake. Get it.
You know what you're asking. Come back to me.
Oh, we had the first wish granted. Why not the second?
A coincidence.
No, get it and wish, Fred.
Dorothy. Herbert has been dead for 10 days. He was smashed and pulled apart by those shafts and the flywheel. I could only recognize him by the bits of his clothing. If he was too terrible for anyone to see then, how could you
Bring him back? Do you think I fear this lost child I bore? I nursed him. I raised him. Am I to fear him now?
All right, Dorothy. So be it. We'll go downstairs and ask it for Herbert. Oh, here it is. Dorothy, I can't.
Wish. Fred, wish. For our son.
It's foolish and wicked.
Do it. As Sergeant Major Morris told you to. Hold it in your right hand and wish aloud.
But remember, Jeremy warned us of the consequences. The third wish was for...
Wish.
I wish my son alive.
Nothing.
Thank God. It didn't even move in my hand.
Oh, but you wish.
Exactly as Jeremy instructed.
Then why?
Oh, my darling. We can't have what nature won't allow. Come back to bed now, Dorothy. There's a good girl. Come along now.
Yes, Fred. I'll be up. Herb. Please.
Some animal outside.
It's Herbert.
I don't hear anything.
It's our son.
It's him. Dorothy, for God's sake, stay here. Don't go down. Let go of me. My boy. It's my boy. Of course he couldn't get here sooner. The cemetery's 2 miles away. Dorothy, there's nothing. Don't go. Why are you holding me back? Let go. There he is. I've got to open the door for him. You can't let it in. Our own son. Afraid of him. Your own son. I'm afraid for you. You didn't see him when they pulled him from the flywheel. And he's been 10 days in the earth. Let me go. I'm coming, Herbert. I'm coming. Yes, dear boy. Just let me get the bolt off. The bolt. Fred, come down and help me. The bolt's jammed and I can't open the door to let Herbert in. Let it happen. Why did I make the second? Third and last. The one we left. Where is it? Where's the monkey's paw? Downstairs. Dorothy, don't open the door. Budge it. The bolt is stuck. Oh, help me. Oh. Monkey's paw. Ah, here. Here. Oh, that. Oh, no. It's coming loose. The lock. The bolt. Wish. My son. Gospel true. Dead. Again. Herbert. My child. My son. Nothing. No one. Only the wind, Dorothy. And the leaves in the moonlight. And the gate banging in the wind. All so natural. Nothing out of place. See? You wished Herbert dead. You sent him back to his grave. You wouldn't have wanted him alive. So mutilated and in such agony. Why didn't you wish him alive and whole? Why didn't you? With your last wish. Wish him whole? Oh, God. Why? Why didn't I? Oh, so natural. Nothing out of place.
You have just heard The Monkey's Paw, the short story by W. W. Jacobs, dramatized for radio by Len Peterson. Featured tonight were Ruth Springford and Eric House as Mom and Dad Todd, Chris Wiggins as the Sergeant Major, Michael Wincott as Herbert, and Graham Haley as Mr. Tilbury. Our recording engineer is John Jessup, with sound effects by Bill Robinson. The senior script editor is John Douglas, and our production assistant is Doris Buchanan. Nightfall is produced and directed for CBC Radio by Bill Howell. And now, here's a final word from your host.
Hello again. Next week, we'll explore uncharacteristic behavior in the animal kingdom. But we can't promise that our animals won't resemble humans.
What are you afraid of?
Wildcats.
Wildcat.
They come in the dark. I can't stand to hear them shriek when the moon is full.
Wildcats? In this part of the country?
They only come when we're alone.
Wildcats, the Christian Noack short story, translated from the original German and dramatized especially for this series by Otto Lowy, starring Ruth Springford and Jane Mallet. Radio for distaff animal lovers. That's next week on Nightfall. Until then, careful of the edge.
Funds for the distribution of this NPR Playhouse presentation were provided by the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. This is NPR, National Public Radio.
Exciting news for adventure seekers. Join us on a thrilling journey through the vibrant landscapes and diverse culture of Brazil. Lost in Brazil brings you to captivating videos showcasing heart-pounding adventures, mouth-watering cuisine, and hidden gems of this incredible country. From bustling cities to tranquil beaches, our videos capture the essence of Brazil's beauty. Experience the warmth of its people, the rhythm of its music, and the thrill of exploration. Click on the link in the description to find out more.
I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to Old Time Radio Research Group for their remarkable efforts in preserving and archiving the captivating world of old-time radio programs. Their invaluable contribution allows us to step back in time and experience the magic of radio history firsthand. Their link is in the description below.